Welcome tonight. Tonight's my Sunday night sermon. I wasn't gonna do a show tonight, but I said, why the hell not? I went over to my brother's house for a little while, had some food and everything like that. Wasn't really hungry, so I just packed the food up. Have it tomorrow for dinner, But here I am, folks. I'm gonna do a show tonight. I just think it's really a recap of last night's show. Tonight's show topic is the enemy within, part of my enemy within series. There's many of them. I've talked about the rogue Negro. I talked about the captain. The let's see, what's I talked about the yard Negro. I talked about a lot of enemy within. I can't think of it on the top of my head, but tonight I'm introducing the enemy within, the Captain America Negro. As we saw last night with Black Stupidity is amazing. He's a Captain America Negro. The man clearly is insane, Let me tell you something. The first rule of nature is self-preservation. That's the first law of nature is survival, which means self-preservation. It means you're trying to preserve who you are, not what you think you are, but what you are, That's what you do. You don't go try a fool. Only a Captain America Negro fool tries to preserve somebody else's values, somebody else's beliefs and everything to their own detriment, So it is what it is. Well, I don't know chaotic truth, If he ever sends me an invite, a formal invite, I'll be glad to be a guest on the show, but I don't go trolling the people's chat rooms and stuff like that. Let me on. No, I don't do that. I'm the Colonialism. If somebody thinks I'm worthy of talking, if you really respect what I say or whatever like that, if you really want to debate me, whatever like that, or have a discussion, hey, I'm always available. There's my email right there on the bottom of the screen. You can always email me at any time and get a hold of me and put your link to whatever show you want, and I'll gladly come on, when I get the time. But I do not go hunting for somebody's show. I'm not going to Google chaotic truth. I've seen them sometimes, but I don't call on people's show I don't know, there's nothing important that you have to say or anybody say that I got to call and debate somebody with. I'm like, hey, if you basically believe what you believe, hey, that is fine. If you believe what you believe, that's fine. I respect. We agree to disagree or agree to agree. But I don't. There's no. Even on the Collar Rumble, I rumble on things that topics I bring up, and I usually hold my ground on the topics I bring up. I don't never go to nobody else's platform looking for a fight or a debate. Never do that. And you never see me call somebody that. You'll never see nobody calling the show and be like because the host's always going to win. You're never going to win with a host. That's not going to happen. But yeah, last night's show was explosive, right? Like I said, when you have shows like The Enemy Within, last night's show was, are you a proud foundational Black America KKK? And so things got hot last night. It was explosive in here in Carland. That show was our highest rated show ever. I had like 90 people in the live. I've never had that many people in the live. I had 90 people in the live last night. I woke up this morning, right? I woke up, the dollar bill wakes me up this morning, 10 o'clock. It says, damn, Colin, we had 750 views in one night. That's a record, 750 views in one night. That's good. You got people with 20,000 subscribers can't get that in like a week. 750 people tuned in last night and listened to that show. It was very explosive. A lot of good stuff was on it and everything like that. Because when you got titles like The Enemy Within, the Captain America Negro, things are going to get hot tonight. I told you last night. I said, am I lying to you folks? Am I lying? It's the right thing to do. The right thing to do is tune into the College Genesis, listen to the College Genesis. If you agree, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. I'll let everyone talk on this platform. Everybody has an opinion. I'll let everybody talk. You could agree, you could disagree with me all you want. I don't care about that. Just be respectful in your disagreement. That's all I ask. Just be respectful. Be respectful of me, respectful of other guests. That's all I have. When you get out of pocket and you try to, like you're going to try to degrade me on my own platform, that's not going to happen, folks. You can disagree with me all you want, but just be respectful, Same way I go on anybody else's platform, I give them respect. If I've seen you in person, whoever like that, I give everybody respect. we have to get to the point where black people, for the most part, have to learn how to respect each other. People come up to you. It's like in our culture, it's like how much people always be like, how much I can get away with, how much I can basically clown somebody, how much I can get away with, make a fool out of it, get over on, before so I can go back and say, yeah, I made that dude like a fool. I told him I this. And the bottom line, that does not work for me because I will pull your card. You're not going to win with me. So just basically don't play those games with me. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. So, and then Donnie Williams with the ADOS FBA, man. I thought we gave them a beating last night. I said foundational Black America KKK, and that really triggered a lot of people last night. Kyla, you called and said, yeah, I said the FBA is nothing but a Klansman. Look, if you took a Klansman, right, or neo-Nazi Klansman, right, and painted his face black, right, and let him walk around town and say what he wants to say, that's nothing but that's what ADOS FBA is, a clown, a blackface clown, a white supremacist with blackface on, with black polish on the face. Take a bunch of friggin' thing like what you call that, black skin is amazing. He's nothing but a white supremacist painted black. I'm not black, I'm brown. Nigga, you're black, Take that shoe polish and put some shoe polish on any white supremacist and you got black skin is amazing. Yeah, black skin is amazing, all right. Amazingly coonish, So, but yeah, we had a good show last night. Black skin is amazing. At least I give him credit. He had the balls to come up here and challenge me. I give him that credit. A lot of people won't do that, So it is what it is. N1 says laughs. The bottom line is this. I on this show, I tell you, do not be drinking beer. Do not be drinking something in this show because you will laugh and you'll choke. And don't blame me if you choke to death on the humor in the show because you never know when it's coming, a punchline or whatever like that. I love sarcasm and satire and sarcasm. So you don't know when I'm going to friggin' say something outrageous. And basically you're just caught off guard. You start busting out laughing. What the hell, Kyle, are you talking about? So yeah. So like I said, I learned from dealing with Negroes and whatnot, Look, I have a PhD in Negroology, There's nothing about the Negro that I don't know, right? And what I do know is like there's a thing called the Captain America Negro. This is a Negro that doesn't think nothing about himself. You saw Black Skills Base last night. I asked him about the dude fell right into my trap, Like I said, when I'm debating crazy people and whatnot, I already know I'm going to win, right? I know no matter how much loudness you say like that, when you fall to certain traps, the debate is over with, I asked him, what do you see when you see Mount Rushmore? I see my sons. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. So people that enslaved your ancestors, you see something, you could be like, look, this is how I feel like this, right? There's a part of me that's American, right? I'll say Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, they were the founders of this republic. I'm a member of this republic. So, okay, I basically will give them honor and respect on that. But when I ask you your soul, and I'd say, when I reach down into your soul, what do you really feel about these people? Every black, W.B. Du Bois said, there's a black double consciousness, On one hand, we're black in a racist country that don't want us. We know that. On the other hand, that we're Americans, That's that dueling double consciousness that we go through. Every black person go through. I don't expect every black person to be America hating Negroes. When I understand, we have to do what we have to do to survive in this country, and it's playing the American game. I wrote that years ago. I talked about the playing the American game. Be good citizens, pay taxes, do all those things they tell us to do, stay out of trouble and all stuff like that, appear to be flag saluting motherfuckers, and everything. That's fine. You do that, But when push comes to shove, right, or somebody really asks you, what do you think about Thomas Jefferson? Man, he was a white devil slave. That's what all black people should be thinking, Now, on the surface, we'll be like, hey, yeah, he's a founding father, blah, 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 blah. And George Washington was a founding father, a father of the country, blah, 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 blah. But when you really talk about what's in your soul, that part of you that's your soul, what do you really feel about these people that found this country, right? You don't say some stupid shit like, they're our sons and I love them and all that. See how crazy that is? See, I understand my people, I understand that you want to be an American. You want to fit in and you want to get along. You don't want any of this stuff like that. I get that, and I want you to have the best life here in America. But there's an old saying: what profits a man to gain the world and lose his soul? You don't lose what you're asking for. What these FBA people are asking for is my soul. You know, I cannot sell my soul to America or the white man. I cannot forget my ancestors. I can't forget what they did to my ancestors. So therefore they can never have my soul. That's what the white man really wants. He wants our soul. He wants us to basically say no. Slavery. It was like Steve Harvey said one time. Said, you know, when people come to me and I'll tell them I don't give a shit damn about slavery. And when you look at his eyes, he really meant that. He wasn't joking. He really meant that. In other words, basically, he's trying to build an empire. He was another Negro trying to build an entertainment empire, right? And he sent out a message to white America. I don't give a damn about slavery, you know? That's throwing your ancestors under the bush. You'll never hear white people throw their ancestors. Nobody else throws their ancestors in the bush, under the bus. When you go to any other people around the world, right, you have to respect their sacred shrines, the people who died in battle and whatnot. You go to Japan, the people who died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Americans, when they go over to Japan, they basically pay homage to, even though America was at war with Japan, there's still top American officials and generals visit the sites where Japanese were killed during World War II. You know, they visit, like Japanese also visit sites like Pearl Harbor and what their ancestors did when they bombed Pearl Harbor and killed so many people. You know, that's what civilized people do. You respect your differences. For God's sake, the Japanese ain't saying, you know something, forget about us. We're going to be love America. Forget about our ancestors. No, everybody understands. The Japanese did what they had to do. They felt they had to do. America did. America won the war, yes, and America and Japan's friends, but they had a mutual understanding. There's no mutual understanding between black and white people in this country. They want us to basically throw our ancestry and our history under the bus to appease them. That's a master-slave relationship. And that's what friggin' Black Skin is amazing, is doing, a master-slave relationship. He wants us to forget our history and everything like that. That's why they go around talking about we were already here. What they're trying to do is deflect from the fact that what happened to our ancestors to get along with white people. That's all it is. It had nothing to do with it. And they basically tie it to like reparations and black immigrants. Black immigrants is not the problem. You know, it's them. They're the problem. The FBA ADOS are the problem, not the black immigrants, you know. So we're going to talk about that tonight. The enemy within, the Captain America Negro. He's a menace, and a friggin' sick people. These are sick people, and they have to be dealt with. You know, as simple as that. And yours truly, the College Genesis, is the man to do it. You know, so like, share, and subscribe, folks. You know, when you got a topic like the enemy within, the Captain America Negro, you know things are going to get heated tonight. You know what's going down in Colorland. You know the Collar Rumble is on the prowl tonight. He's rumbling tonight. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe, right? Go get some popcorn. Go get some peanuts, right? Go get a bowl of ice cream. Get comfortable and everything like that, because you are in for a ride tonight. I want to know who's going to call in tonight. You know, who's going to call in? Who wants a rumble with the College Genesis, you know? Ooh, 4 Black is telling me me and Brandon's gonna get dealt with. Ooh, ooh. The ADOS FBA people, man. Like I said, you can call Kyla, not Kyla Rumble. You can call me Kyla the Ringmaster, because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. You know, 4 Black righteous people is a deadly clown. She's actually a clownette. She's a female. You know. The circus of deadly clowns, you know. I'm the ringmaster, and this is my circus of deadly clowns, you know. Well, there's 4 righteous Black folks, Chantel, you know, and friggin' all these people. What's his name? Black Stupidity is amazing. All these fucking clowns, you know. Enjoy till then. Woo! I'm shivering in my boots and whatnot, you know. She's gonna give it to me and whatnot. Woo! You know, she's gonna give it to me then and whatnot. You know, 4 righteous. You're really mad about last night's show, sister. You know. You know. Oh my God, man, we're just having some fun tonight. 4 Black righteous people. You know, 4 Black unrighteous people. You know, they're really coming after the College Genesis. You know. The bottom line is this. They call me the collegegenesis. I have a PhD in Negroology, There's nothing about the Negro that I don't understand. I know the mentality of the Negro. I know it's that of 4 black races. She's a whole ass African woman, and basically she's talking about she was already here. What the hell? You was already here. You was like, are you 4 branches? Were you basically already here, and then the white man came, and your ancestors start being the mammies and whatnot, suck them at their breasts and whatnot? That's what it is. Y'all did that voluntarily, So it's just amazing, amazing. Yeah, I said sometimes I wonder, man. I said, why am I doing this? Maybe black people in America are just so fucking far gone. It's not even working. We've been here before the Constitution. Yeah, who brought you here? The white man brought you here. You're 4 righteous. Your ancestors were on the bottom of a slave ship. Piss and shit on the bottom of a slave ship. When they brought you out of slave ship, they washed you off and whatnot, put a burner on you, marked your ancestors, marched you off to an auction block, cleaned you up, walked you to the auction block, and sold you. That's what happened to your ancestors and my ancestors. Let's deal with that. I know that's hard for you to believe. Right? So I said, when I say that and people accept that, they're like, damn, how can I fucking really talk about the people who allowed that to happen? Don't matter. We're indigenous. Okay. You're not indigenous to America. You're not indigenous to America. That's what I'm saying. These people are not fooling me. I don't want to hear about no delineation and all stuff like that. You're not fooling me. You guys are just hate people who hate being African, hate being what you are, and you want to make up some cockamamie history. You can't show me any evidence or anything, any book or anything like that that says you're indigenous to America. Oh man, 4 righteous, please, sister. I tell you what, man. One day we're gonna all go to Africa, man. I'm gonna have 4 righteous out there in the African market, man, selling fish and mangoes and whatnot. And she's like, Lordy, Here, Kyla has a good mango for you and whatnot, So when you come with me, 4 righteous, you're coming, you are coming, You are coming. You will be over in Africa. You're gonna have yourself. I'm gonna get you a big, extra large size. Those African wraps and whatnot. You're gonna be wearing a big bowl on top of your head, carrying around fruit. I'm gonna make you an African woman. Oh, you're going. You're going, sister. You're going. About to pull your black ass over there myself. You're coming. The white folks don't want you here. Donald Trump don't want you here or not. The people that want you for black, the people that love you are in Ghana right now. You could be Fort Righteous remind me of a nice Ghanaian woman. She could fit right in. So it is what it is, folks. So how did those states? Our people were strong. That's why they stayed healthy on slave ships. It was the mortality rate was high. Like half the slaves died in the voyage, right? That's why they had to keep bringing so much over here, because they would know if they start out with 600 slaves, they were when they arrived at the port, it was like 250 to 300 slaves. That's what happened. Half the slaves were thrown overboard. There were many cases where slaves were thrown overboard, and they were slave shipping companies would collect the insurance policy. Yeah, this horrible stuff they did to us really happened. And bottom line is you cannot run from your history. You can't say I was already here, slavery. I know it's painful, but you cannot run from who you are. As simple as that. People don't like me. I've been talking, Kyla, man, stop reminding us about slavery, man. It's too painful. I'm sorry, I got to remind you. They can't listen to the Captain America Negro because he's gonna be like, we was already here. This fool actually said one time, Black is amazing. He says black people in America are blessed because we have white blood in us. We're white. We're closer to white people. That's what the fool actually said. I remember listening to him once. I was skimming through a show when I listened to this fucking fool who actually said we have white blood in us, white DNA. So that makes us better than Africans because we have a mixture of white people. We had a mixture of white people. So that's what you're dealing with. It has nothing to do with no love of America. It has everything with the hatred of their own Black African genes. That's all it is, you know. But For Righteous is gonna come at me Thursday, so I got a death sentence. She's gonna come after me, and that's gonna be ending my YouTube career, I guess. You know, she's gonna come after me real hard and whatnot. She's coming after Brandon. What did Brandon do? You know, Brandon's been quiet lately. You know, what the hell did Brandon do? You know, I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna have some fun tonight, folks. You know, when you have topics like the enemy within, Captain America, Negro, and that, you know things are gonna get hot tonight. You know what's going down in Call Land, you know. You know when I put that link in there, Hope for Righteous comes in and whatnot, you know, comes in and whatnot, and then Rumble, the collar Rumble, you know. For a fact. Now, Dark Meagle, that's not, man. I got love for my big girls, man. For Righteous may be a big girl, but we love our big girls on Collar Nation, you know. We love all, that's why I want to put that out there. People have this thing of Collar, I don't like big women. I do love big women. I love my sisters, man. The big girls try harder, man. They're the most loyal people in the movement, right? Where would we be without the big girls, you know? You know, Brandon voluntarily to finance Burkina Faso, Traore, and we're not. You know, Brandon has been attacking Traore. What are you talking about? You know, I love big women, but they got to have a good face. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Poor Righteous could be cute, you know, for all we know. You know, big don't mean necessarily they're bad looking, you know. But we love our big women, you know. You know, I tell you what, man, you get a big girl on that, you know, like me a kiss of dogs. Like, ooh, it's getting heated in here. Woohoo, man, what am I starting here, man? You know, what am I starting? The sparks are flying already, man, you know. Facts, I got a big dark skin Sudanese, so she do whatever I say. You know, I love Sudanese. Hey, Mari Shai, what's going on? Like I said, Mari Shai kicked me to the curb, and she must have told that I miss her. You know, Mari Shai, I love you. I'm glad you're back. You know, you haven't been around a long time, you know. You know, I love Mari Shai, man. I respect all my women on this platform, you know. My sisters, I love them all to death. I hope, Mari Shai, you're coming to Liberia with us next year still. You ain't that mad at me. You canceled your trip, you know. You said you was coming, man. We got all set up. I'm telling you, you're going to have the time of your life, you know. So, no, not all Africans are trying to get here, man, you know. Most Africans are in Africa chilling, you know. They're all trying to get here, you know. It's because you see people like Chukwu, Afro Dumbass, you know, Zongo, and Mike Olawale and whatnot, you know. What's up, Kwame, Mayat, Ra, Nami, whatever. Hey, what's up? I say, brother, Hotep, brother, Black Power, brother, you know, Afidi Babudie, brother, you know. Hell, no, sorry, I'm starting a school soon. Sorry, come on, Marishai. You know, what's more important, your school education or a tour to Liberia, man? I think the tour to Liberia is more important, you know? Yeah, so, wish you can come, Marshai. I really look forward to meeting you and having fun, you know? You realize I'm a hell of a guy, man. I'm a really fun guy, you know? You know, you'll have a whole 10 days of me laughing and joking and making you laugh, having fun, me and Bomani, you know, so you'll have the time of your life, you know? If I was you, I'd postpone your school for that tour, you know? That's what I advise, you know? More important, Queen, you know. Kwame Mayat, why don't you go on a tour with us next year, you know? I think For Righteous is going to end up coming, you know. After Dumbass apparently changed Brandon's mind, said, yeah. Trump is lacking now so many travels, you know. So many travels. Yeah, well, as long as they don't lock down my trip to Liberia, I could care less, you know. You know, said school. Oh, school is very important, but this is very, very important. We're building a Black nationalist movement, man, starting with Liberia, man, you know. So the bottom line is your kids, what are they going to have? They need a future. We need to build Africa, right? We need to build Africa. I mean, good to go to school, but if we don't have no jobs and we don't have no nationhood and we don't have no infrastructure, we need school. Maybe you can come over there and use your education on the African continent, because Liberia, we need teachers over there, you know. We need teachers. We need people that invest and whatnot. I'm gonna bring For Righteous over there and whatnot. She's gonna get something, man. She's gonna teach. She's gonna be out there with the market ladies out there selling fruit on her head, She's gonna be. I'm gonna turn her into an African woman. She's gonna be right back there, like what her ancestors did, right there in the marketplace in West Africa. For righteous black folks. You know. So I never said any school is important, but African includes schools, right? African, we need schools in the African. Of course, we need education, man. I'm not delusional for black. You're gonna see the light one day. You're gonna see the light. I like I said, I every faith, man. We're gonna pray, bow our heads and pray for righteous. Lord, we come to you in the holy name of the Christ. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. We are praying for our sister for black. Get her out of her stupidity and self-hate and whatnot, and let her come back to the thing. We ask all that in Jesus' name. The church say amen. See, there you go, bro. We pray for you. In fact, she just needs to back crack. She like the Rico, the ones can't afford to leave. Rico, is it back that you reject Africa because you can't afford a trip to Africa? That's what it is. I think a lot of time. I remember this guy. Remember that dude Pharaoh said that. Check us out. Remember that dude Pharaoh says that. He basically did a video one time. It's like, yeah, man, I see all the people going to Africa, but what about all of us who can't leave? And now my thing is, who the fuck cares if you can't leave? Well, what about all of us who can't afford to go? Well, that really sucks, That really sucks. People need to get the money up, Kwame, it takes 12 months of schooling. Yeah, one day you're gonna be on a tour. You can't make this one, you'll be maybe the next one, We're doing it. Or just if not, you can't make that one. Go on one of Bomani's tours. Tell him I sent you. Go on his Kenya tour, Go on his South Africa tour. Go to his Ghana tour. Go his Tanzania tour. We're also going to be including Zambia, Botswana, eventually Namibia, all these countries, We're hitting the whole entire African continent, right? We want to see black people in America and black Americans in every country in Africa building communities, starting off new, That's the future right there, Yeah. Yeah, 400,000 arrived in America, right? In less than 200 years, it was up to like 4 million. By the Civil War, it was like 4.5 million people. That's amazing. That's amazing. That is a friggin' amazing. In other words, they found out it was easy to have us breeding each other than basically importing. There was a high mortality. You could basically say America did a good thing. They said, look, bringing these slaves over, it was costly. Because remember something, when you have a certain amount of slaves, you got to insure them. And so the insurance companies said will stop insuring slave ships because it was so much of a loss. And so at necessity, they said, something, we still need to have a demand for slaves. So they started having slave breeding farms. They bred us like animals, How can you basically forget that and basically talk about you were already here? Do you understand? You're basically committing blasphemy against your ancestors, No, I'm not saying it was wrong, but I'm saying it was what they did was better than having millions of us keep dying on the way here. They at least did the humane thing of trying to breed us here, give them that, I'm not saying it was right, G. Don't freaking, geez, man. Goddamn, everybody would want to jump down my throat, man. What are you trying to say? I love the white man or something, G, man. God, that was a cheap shot, G. You know what I mean, Yeah, white people arriving here from South Africa. Evidently, they're more Americans than black people are, America ain't spending not a damn dime on black people, So, but they bring these white racist people from South Africa over here for what? No, G, oh, Lord have mercy. G, I think you know what I mean, I'm saying like this. When they basically started breeding us, that was actually, yes, it was more humane than friggin' bringing us like in the Caribbean. They were just people just dying. They throw you out in the field or throw you overseas or whatnot. America basically they brought in a small number, but they had a higher survival rate to America than they did South America. It's like South American, there was so many people. Most of the people, African bodies at the Atlantic Ocean, went to the Caribbean and South America. The ones came to America, made it here, you know. So, gee, man, come on, man. You know what I'm talking about, bro. Do not try to do that to the collagenesis, you know. Dusty Bro said, I'm a Captain American Negro. Okay. I got something for you, Dusty brother. You know, I got something for you right now. I got something for you right now.
Powering on.
Yeah.
Welcome to All-Tech Lansing.
Yeah. So I'm a Captain American Negroes, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. This is go out to Dusty brother right here.
When Captain America throws his mighty shield, all those who chose to oppose his shield must yield. It is led to a fight, and a duel is due, and the red and the white and the blue will come through when Captain America throws his mighty shield.
That goes out to all my Captain America nigga. Fair use, folks. That's fair use. That's from a 1966 Captain America series and whatnot, you know. I remember that when I was a kid in the 70s, when I was like already old, you know. In the 70s, like 10 years old. I used to watch that and Iron Man, Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. I used to always love those Marvel cartoons, man. I loved them, you know. Then they had this one called Courageous Cat, Minnie Mouse. What do y'all know about that, you know? You know? Yeah, that's what I grew up on. Captain America throws his mighty shield. I was a Captain America Negro one time myself, man, you know? You know, so when Captain America throws his mighty shield, Dusty Brothers and everybody else must yield. The red, the white, the blue, Captain America throws his mighty shield, you know? Yeah, not the Iron Man came out, right? In the 60s. I was born in the late 60s, right? But by the time I was old enough to listen to stuff in like the 70s, it was still around. Iron Man, the Hulk cartoon, Courageous Cat, Minute Mouth, all these cartoons I grew up on, you know, Batman and Robin. I grew up on all the Superman. I grew up on all these cartoons growing up. So that basically how you know, it's part of my culture, you know. That's why I said when people say, are we different? Yeah, Black America, I grew up watching these things. It influenced me, you know, you know, your morals and what you value and stuff like that comes from all the stuff that you, at a formidable age, you listen to, you know. I used to always listen to these cartoons when they influenced me. Batman and Robin taught me one thing: crime does not pay. And I listened to that, you know, crime don't pay, you know. I always wanted to be the good guy, you know, so like that. So basically like this, you know. Yeah, the best era was for Black people was like the Generation X. We had the funnest times, everything like that. We didn't have no gangs, we didn't know gang banging and whatnot. You know, it was a fun time. We had girls. Black girls were beautiful. You could go. We had only one generation of Black people were normal. We didn't have segregation, racism, also that. We were the first Black people that were basically like, no, the crack hit some areas, right? Some places, right? And that was only, we sat there and watched the crack epidemic, but it didn't affect the majority of us, you know? People said, we had crack. No, who had crack? I didn't have no damn crack. We used to watch some people, some communities just fall to pieces. These are people that the crack affected the vulnerable Black communities, you know? But Black people in the 80s, we had strong, solid Black communities back then, you know? So it wasn't like, oh yeah, you got middle class people having nice houses and everything like that, you know. Man, let's fall victim to crack. No, the people that fell on crack were people who were in the projects and and stuff like that, and unfortunately, making money and stuff like that, so it wasn't every Black single Black. I hate that when they say, oh, Black people, we had the crack epidemic. No, these dumb niggas had the crack epidemic, I don't remember no crack. I never did it. You know, I never sold it. I never was harmed by it. You know. No, I don't know. I don't know how you say lost my cohesive, right? Me and my family are still together. I have a business with my family. I don't know what cohesive that we have. Black people back in those days, everything was about your family, you know? We never had that cohesive that people think in the community. We had a bunch of families that would bond together, you know, as you still have, you know. We never had that community people think of, oh, we're all working together. No, you had Black families working together, you know, individuals, you know. Now, white people are going through a thing with fentanyl and opium and stuff like that. They're really getting hard with the drug epidemic, worse than what Black people went through in the crack. Trust me, you know. Again, you know, yeah. People were selling heroin, but that didn't affect every Black person in the community, you know. People think that everybody was out there strung out on heroin and shit like that. It was not like that, you know. Even when people addicted to heroin, some people still were able to keep jobs and have families when they just had a drug addiction, you know. Yeah, we call junkies, you know. It was not like everybody like got on heroin and just the whole community fell apart. There's people out there still going to jobs, doing 9 to 5, and hooked on heroin, even crack. I knew some people. That's why I said, to me, to tell you the truth, right? Even though crack is destructive, I always thought the friggin' the worst drug was marijuana. You know, you say, Kyla, why do you say marijuana? Because out of all the drugs, right, I have never seen anybody kick the marijuana habit. I've seen people come off crack. I've seen people come off heroin and stuff like that. I have never seen nobody like that. And also, the marijuana is so dangerous because it's a mind-altering drug, you know? When people are on marijuana, it's almost like their whole personality, their belief system change. I'm seriously, though. Marijuana people, like when you start talking about nationhood to a marijuana person, they're like, I am not pro-crack, principe, moron. I'm saying that the marijuana is the drug that changes people's lifestyle. And the bottom line, because it's not as destructive as crack, it's normalized, you know. Crack and heroin was never normalized, you know. Crack and heroin would never be normalized. People hit their rock bottom. I've never seen anybody hit their rock bottom with marijuana, but it's still a problem. It's still an addiction, you know, like anything else. Just like alcohol is an addiction, you know. Nothing that you inhale in your body or chemicals in your body is good for you, you know. So that's what I said. But the thing is, crack, you know, it's destroying you. Eventually, either you die or you just basically like this, you know. So you never see anybody from marijuana be like, yo, I do got a marijuana problem, you know. I can't pass a friggin' drug test at my job. I got fired. I said, I'm never fit to get this, right? It was one of my girlfriends. I was like, she had to get a marijuana test for her job, right? This was back in the 90s, right? And then all of a sudden, I went in there, right? I sitting there in the waiting room waiting. She had to get a drug test for a job, just for a job she was trying to get. And there was this older Black guy out there. At the time, he was like in his 50s or 60s, right? He was a supervisor. And he had all these young Black guys that worked for him, right? And they were getting tested, right? So anyway, when the results are coming in, right, they're all sitting there laughing. He was sitting there seething, right? Because when the results came back, that he had to fire all of them because they tested positive. And I said to myself, why do people basically, is marijuana so much that you will risk your job and everything like that to have that stuff? If you're doing machinery and stuff like that, you cannot be on marijuana. At least when you know on crack, you know you're not ready to friggin' do a job, you know? When people on marijuana, and marijuana alters the mind, right? You know, it's an illusion. You alter the mind. Your reaction time is off. Everything you have to in jobs where you got people's lives in your hand and whatnot. You know, you're driving a forklift. You know, you cannot be like, look, I've been high before. You know, and basically when I'm high, I can't do shit right. You know, I'm like this. You know, so it is what it is. Yeah, weed does alter the mind. You know, I don't care what anybody say. I say that people don't like when I say that. And I had a lot of falling out with a lot of people. I say, yes, weed alters the mind. It alters your mind, your perception, everything like that. But crack doesn't, you know. Crack fucks you up. Heroin fucks you up, right? But people come out after crack and heroin, they kick the habit and whatnot, they go back to their normal self. We people are the only ones that you'll see their whole lifestyle. I got people in my family like that, and I know you people from the islands love this shit because y'all want to introduce us to fucking marijuana and Mary Jane, this country, You got people out there who got weed pendants on their keychain. There's no such thing as somebody when people have the big weed bud on the shirt, smoke this and whatnot, or the picture of the Rasta smoking and weed and whatnot. You never see anybody wearing a shirt with somebody with a crack pipe on. You see the difference? Yes, it's an altering drug. If you're trying to build a nation, you're trying to build people up and whatnot. Weed is destructive. At least with heroin, okay. This person's on heroin, we got to get them a detox, whatever like that. Weed people come out as normal. They'll even sit there and argue with you that if you don't smoke weed, there's something wrong with you. I'm sure my age. I have never seen nobody with a crack pipe, a picture on their T-shirt. I see many people wearing weed shirts and whatnot, weed bags and whatnot. The marijuana weed bags and stuff like that. So it is what it is. So I'm gonna call me old head all you want, man. That's the way I feel it. Now, if you have a different opinion, hey, I respect your opinion. We could agree to disagree, but I'm just telling you like it is, that weed stuff. Now I know a lot of people that smoke the stuff, and that's fine. You can smoke the stuff like that, but I know for a fact that weed basically is a mind-altering drug. It alters the mind, And the bottom line, just with a few exceptions of people, a couple of people I know that smoke. Like my brother, he smokes, right? But he's basically real good at his business one night, where he's been smoking since he was like 12 years old. And he's, he has a family, has a house, everything like that. He's successful, but I still be like, dude, man, when he has no intentions of ever giving it up. I would love to see him just say, look, man, let me just take a year off from this stuff and whatnot. Because I'm saying, like, look, there's nothing that you smoke or put in your body that's good for you. Even alcohol. You at some point in time, you got to take a break. I've seen people take breaks from crack, heroin, and other people like that, mushrooms, everything like that. I've seen people say, I'm going to like that. I have never seen nobody say, I'm putting the weed down for a little while because I want to get straightened out, whatever like that. I've never seen it, But it is what it is, That's why, like I said, crack, when somebody's on crack, they're going to bottom out sooner or later. They'll be like, damn, I'm fucked up. I need to get detox. I'm going to go rehab, There's nobody that basically do weed and be like, I'm going to go rehab when even though it's an addiction. Anything that's addictive is not good for you. I'm sorry. If you feel like you have to have something and whatnot to function, it's not good. I don't care what it is. It could be some people are addicted to YouTube. If you go like this, sometimes I wonder, am I addicted to the show? If I find out that I'm addicted to the show and I'm doing something like that, I got to give it up. That's how I am. If it gets in the way of me progressing and thinking straight and everything, where I can't go without, I gotta do a show tonight. There's something wrong. Anytime you're addicted to something and whatnot that you can't control it, whatnot, you're not the master of it. You got to let it go. And that's why I said I've seen people let crack go. I've seen people let crack go. I've seen people let heroin go. I've never seen nobody say, I've seen people let alcohol go, but I've never seen nobody fucking let marijuana go. That's what it is, Old heads used to bang that needle. I'm telling you, you have addicted to McDonald's. Yeah, that's a bad thing too, being addicted to McDonald's, everything's bad. Anytime you're addicted to something and you can't have whatever, whether sugar, whatever like that, it's not good. Kyle's a traitorous. Deny your African stake in America as an African. Oh yeah. You guys aren't serious about that. Trust me. What you guys want to do is come here, let us do all the work. You guys want to make us do all the heavy lifting in America, get our heads beat in, ridiculed and destroyed and whatnot, so you guys could be here in America. I want to see you black immigrants step up and to say, say your rightful place in America and take some blows and whatnot. Why is it always on the onus is always on us? And Black America is ready to move on from America and say, hey, look, whatever, it ain't working, screw you. We'll just stay in our own communities and do our own thing, withdraw from American mainstream. If Black America withdraws from mainstream, what are you Black Americans going to do? You guys are going to be out there by yourself, because we're not going to come to your rescue. You're going to deal with the Republicans, Trump, all that shit on your own. So don't sit here and tell me I got to freaking fight for you dusty Negroes forever, so. It is what it is. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or nothing like that, but I'm just telling you like it is. At some point in time, you Negroes that come from overseas got to start anteing up and kicking in. We can't do everything, Yeah, we got to, why the hell? Everything we do, we don't benefit from, I don't see nothing we benefit from. What the hell I care about illegal immigration? What the hell has that got to do with me, Yeah. It's more like Black America KKK in, Does anyone know how many South African farmers are? They're not farmers. These are white people. Look, the farmers in South Africa got it good. Most white people in South Africa got it good. When they come to America, they're going to realize how hard this country is, Kyla, whoever happens in social media and real life, night and day. We'll have social media. I hope so. Kyla, you finally said something correct. We ain't coming to Africa's rescue. I ain't saying all like that. I'm just saying that Africans that come to America, choose to come to America, knowing the climate of this country, know everything like that. Look, you're on your own. That's not my response. I already said that a long time. You listened for, right? I say you're on your own because I tell you the best place for Africans is in Africa. I said y'all need to stay right the hell where you are. And let's help you. Let's do what we can do to build a continent, And one day we can have a piece of the continent we call an African, But I can't sell the African idea when you Negroes coming over here like crazy. Like you got this Liberians, like 3 Liberians came here on some educational thing and was tough conflict. They all escaped, into America, right? And 2 of them were apprehended and shipped back to Liberia. One's still on the loose, And one's like, I ain't sending my Black ass back to Liberia, And that happens an awful lot, in Europe when people go there for soccer or whatever like that. Look, one time the whole Congolese soccer team that went to the Chelsea games, when I say, when it came time for them to leave, none of them showed up. They said, we ain't sending me back to the fucking Congo. And they're like, fuck that, man. When you bring Africans to the West, they got to freaking round them up a day ahead of time at gunpoint, right? And make them march them to the plane to get them hell out. That's a real serious situation, man. If your continent is that bad, man, you got to freaking, that's why I said when I flew to Liberia through Belgium, I was like, damn, man. I say they had us walk through the airport with that. There was no sense of, okay, let me stop in this gift shop or whatever like that. It was right to the freaking terminal. I'm like, God damn, you should just drop us at the airport. We should be able to walk around. No, they made sure we was at the thing and check in and brought our Black ass right to the terminal because they thought we were going to. I said, look, I'm an American. I'm not going to go to your freaking dirty, dusty ass country called Belgium and whatnot. I ain't trying to live here. But they have this fear of Africans basically invading their country by not boarding their flights back to their country. So in other words, you fly to, let's say you fly into Africa, right? You're going to take, in layovers in Belgium, right? Or France. They make sure that 7-8 hour layover, you are being watched. You're in a certain area that you can't move, They only do that to Africans, That's sad, They making sure that your ass is getting right back. Or when you get ready to leave Africa and you're on your way to America, they make sure that you basically like this, Kyle World has 350 million. So 345 million. Who cares? What's the point of that? Telling me how many people's on the earth. What the hell is it? What are you trying to say, PB Bob? What a shame Africa is, Kyla. Well, it is what it is, man. Africa's a rough place, man. Although I don't like it, like that, I still have empathy for my African brothers and sisters when not, because they're still Black when not, and I protect all Black people. Now how many dusty you are, you're still Black to me, and I got love for all Black people, That's where's a planet that have white people assimilate other people, No, they don't do that. White people like assimilate. Yeah, right. Well, Trump is deporting immigrants to Libya and Alcatraz. If Liberia was smart, it would grab some of these deportees. America's about to sign a deal with Rwanda to take in friggin' deportees or not. Paul Kagame said, "Yeah, we'll take them." And he's gonna get a big payday from Donald Trump. Soon the Congos are probably gonna do the same thing. So even like some of the criminal element in America and Black America, if they start building prisons in Africa, what are you gonna do? Say, let's not build a prison in, let's say, or even if let's say they built the prison on a ship, right? They could dock the ship off the coast of Africa, right? They say if you escape, you're in Africa, And so bottom line is, there's something getting ready to go down here in America, right? And some of you Negroes better get your act together because you might be on the next plane to Africa, where some of you foundational Black Negroes in America think you're safe or not. You might be out of here, man. Look, check us out, Prince of P, right? If I was Paul Kagame, I would do the same thing. It's money, People need a place to stay, especially all the deportees are probably from Africa, It's better to go to Rwanda, get deported to Rwanda than get deported back to Liberia, Ghana, and Nigeria, and all these places that are hells on earth. You might want to go to Rwanda. That's a good thing. He's gracious enough to open his doors to other people to come in and whatnot. So I would take it, man. Don't besmirch that. Why you guys get mad at Paul Kagame, man? I don't get that, man. I think that's a noble gesture, man. He's taking in friggin' some of you immigrants, man. Even if let's say if you come from Haiti, like Principe, right? And basically you get deported, right? Would you really want to go back to deal with General Barbecue, or would you want to go to Rwanda? I think you would want to go to Rwanda. That's why I don't know a whole lot, but I kind of think you would. Yeah, I know I'm right. When they come for you, Principe, man, you should be like, yo, man, I heard y'all sending people to Rwanda. You don't want Principe. I don't want to see you get shot, man. Haiti is a hell on earth, man. No, Rwanda is mostly a Black country, not a racially mixed country. Rwanda is a Black state. It's closer to an Afghanistan you're gonna get. Rwanda is a Black state. I don't know why people try to make Rwanda out to be some multiracial society. There ain't no white people in Rwanda. Principe's from Haiti. Port-au-Prince, whatever. That's all Haiti, man. So there's a link in the chat room, folks. You want to come up? Step right up. It's not under British rule. Rwanda basically has a Black parliament, right? How's it on British rule? Early dude, man, you got to come up here and clarify those statements. How's it on a British rule? See, this is what I'm saying. When you got a slave mind, the white man, you could be on the moon, right? And somebody will still say you're under white rule. No, because a white man has colonized your mind. You think he's everywhere. You think the white man's Thanos. With the 5 Infinity Stones, with 6 Infinity Stones. The white man still, the British is, I guess, obviously Thanos, He had the 6 Infinity Stones. There's nothing in friggin' nothing in Rwanda that's fucking British. Nothing, I do. Yeah, So that dude was insane. Black skin is amazing. Is literally insane. That guy's insane. So we're like, Kyla, we got look. The bottom line is this: you let a person ramble, whatever, like that. He's not saying anything. If you say stuff like the white man and enslaved your ancestors were your children and all stuff like that, because your mother was suckled them at their breasts, or freaking like this. Rwanda was not colonized by the British; it was colonized by the Belgians. The British have no influence in Rwanda. The British was in Kenya, and Uganda. It was not in Rwanda. There's a French and a Belgium that took over, had Rwanda, So it was never a British colony. People got to learn their damn history, when they talk. So, yeah, that black skin is amazing, dude. It's fucking insane. For that, I gotta basically apologize to my conscious brothers. Even my brothers like Kwame Mayat, all you conscious Negroes, the New York area, I sincerely apologize to you, right? Because I thought y'all was crazy, right? But after hearing what I heard last night from Black Skin is Amazing, I have to really apologize because that was the craziest shit I ever heard in my damn life. I have never heard anything like that in my life, That nigga was absolutely insane, So South Africans, Cape Verdeans share the same Indian islands nations are racially mixed, Yeah. So a reunion is like French, Native African, Asian, whatever like that. Same thing, Mauritius and all these other countries like that. But the Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, those are black, for the most part, Yeah, Trump said if you self-deport, you can go to any country in the world, and the United States will provide you with $1,000. And you should make it like $2,000, right? You got a lot of people like $2,000, man. You go to Liberia, you're rich, man. You go to Liberia and Ghana with $2,000 in your pocket, you are rich. You are rich. You're a big shot. Stop listening to your show last night because the contraption is insane. Yeah, so it was insane last night, and I'm glad some people telling me, right, because you got people like Jonathan say, "Kyla, man, where's Jonathan? A nut?" He actually thinks this guy was making sense. Same thing with J Mall, that trader, this guy was making sense. Yeah, that dude was nuts. He was fucking completely nuts, But that shows me about all the people that be listening to my show. I can't trust everybody, Jonathan basically co-signing this guy last night. What the fuck are you talking about? I was like, man, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know. Jonathan sound like he's serious, man. When you look, one thing I don't do, I don't come on somebody's show trolling, saying a bunch of stupid shit. Where I don't do that. Kyle, why don't you go on this guy's show? What the hell for? I never go on anybody. Only person's show I go on is Dynasty show, and I say what I gotta say and I get off, I don't go on nobody's show challenging nobody and blah 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 saying stupid shit to get a reaction, Kyle, suppose Donald Trump said to you he would set a self-deport to your Liberia, he'd give you he needs more than that, Now if he gave me $300,000, I'd do it. And I'd be like, hell yeah, I'm out of here, And if I could keep my business and everything in America intact and be able to come back to America, just handle my business and keep up my health care, whatever like that. What I do, yeah, I do it. Hell yeah, hell fuck yeah. Make me an offer I can't refuse. I could live in Africa, but I could still have the right to come back for vital stuff like records and let's say funerals and stuff like that, or health care. That could be a win-win for everybody. Yeah, I'd do it. That's what I would hope they would, but they won't do that. White man don't want to put up with money. He got trillions of dollars to blow on everything else, but something like that he won't do. He just pays. How you gonna say self-deport and give him only by some other $1,000? You really want him gone? You give him $3,000, $3,500 to the self-deport. That's how you get them. You really get people to support. Yeah, Rico, man. Are you saying that you can go to rural Africa? You think you can go to Zongo land with a couple of bags of rice and be the chief of Zongo country? You think you can go to Lewis's people with a couple of bags of rice? Man, why are you insulting Africans like that? You think Africans can be bought with a bag of rice, man? Come on, man. That's wrong. Can't say that shit. No, I ain't saying hood Negroes. I'm talking about somebody like me. You give hood Negroes, like let's say that dude Cuddy, give that nigga $10,000, man. That's all he needs. When you get an average hood nigga $10,000, he'll leave. I'm talking about somebody like me, somebody that's important who got position and stake in America. Hey, if you want me gone, something like this, so it is what it is, So that's what we're talking about tonight. The enemy within, the Captain America Negro. What do we do about these Negroes, And the Captain America Negresses, for righteous, When Captain America throws his mighty shield, you know. No, long live the narco patriots. I don't know what you got a stake less than 3% of black income from entrepreneurship. Well, I'm an entrepreneur, so I'm a business person. You know, what happened to the trolls? I don't know. But give me a second, folks. I'll be right back. Okay, I am black. You know, Antonio is a troll, I believe, from Latin America. Who's Antonio? Who's Antonio? What is your origin? Yeah. Is somebody African has got me blocked? I can't see nobody named Antonio in the chat room. Oh, somebody. Okay, I see. Yeah, so, I don't know. Why is stuff not in English, man? Come on, we speak English on this platform, dude. You know, speak English, man. Goddamn. Pan Mulatto's a fucking clown. I had this. Okay, said what he had to say, and you had to get you know. Yeah, you're a Captain America Negro, you know, Principe. You know, you're a Captain America Negro, you know. No, I'm not a Captain America Negro. Why? Because I put my ancestors first. Slavery is unforgivable. You know, I can't forgive that. You know, I can't forgive what these people did to my ancestors. Every one of them, the Constitution, all that stuff like that. I cannot forgive that. You know. Now, do I go along with the game? Okay, I'll play along. 4th of July, I'll be out there doing my Memorial Day weekend. Hey, I remember that. You know, 4th of July. Hey, I'll be at the cookout, whatever like that. But if you really want to press me, right? What do you really feel? That's what they always do. Like, what do you feel? Ain't George Washington? No, man. You know, we have a day, President's Day, George Washington. Okay, fine. He's a father of the country, like that. My American side of me on the surface speaks when I. But if you start grilling me and start pushing me and whatnot, you're going to find out. It's like you knock on the devil's door. As soon as he's going to answer. And that's what these people don't understand, right? They've been basically knocking on Black America's door. And one day we're going to answer them, you know? They don't want to know what we really think about them, you know, what we really think about them, the white race and whatnot, because all the time they've been giving us who they think is us is freaking people on ass niggas like Shaquille O'Neal and all these other people like that, Magic Johnson and all these. That's who they think we are, you know? No, they're gonna really find out who the hell we are. You know, if they keep knocking on the door, they keep knocking on the devil's door. He's gonna answer. Let me get this Kwame brother up here. What's going on, bro?
Yo, I say, Kyla, I say,
What's going on, brother? Hotep.
Hotep. I wanted to ask you do you think the slavery in America was more mental?
You know, look, slavery in America was this. Every Caribbean and all these other places like that where I studied, they at least was able to keep some of their humanity. You know, slavery in America was black people basically. Our humanity wasn't recognized. You know, in other words, basically by law, custom, and just the way they thought about us, right? We were no more than a horse, a cattle, a chicken, you know, property, you know. We didn't have our humanity. That's a difference, you know. That's not born in slavery. That was dehumanization, you know, of a race. That's the difference between slavery in America and slavery. At least in like you go to Brazil, slavery was slavery, right? They worked, okay, you were in bondage, whatever like that, but people also was able to gain their freedom and become part of that society, you know.
Right.
You have in Brazil, you have the African samba. Many of the white people celebrated African gods and African culture. Same thing up in the Caribbean, you know. But
Right.
in America, everything about being African was stripped out of us, made to see like we were just animals and whatnot, you know, nothing worth anything. We were just our humanity was a black women. You didn't have any, they didn't have any rights over the black woman's body, the African woman's body. You know, she was just something for play. That's why when I see these black women whoring themselves out to white men, you know, like now they're basically like black women figure that white men like their slave master fetish, right? And so they're
Yeah.
going out there now and tricking with young white men, and a lot of them getting pregnant, you know. And you said a lot of young white men messing their life up because they got a half black kid halfway across town because these women are just throwing themselves at these guys, you know. It's a mess. America's a mess right now, you know. You know,
Yeah.
but so yes, this is what I fight against, you know. I'm like this. At one time the black woman was virtuous. She kept her honor, you know. You may talk about the church, but I remember women that were in their 40s that were still virgins when I was growing up, you know. And they would
True.
kept themselves, and they basically got married in the age of 40, never slept with a man, never did anything. That's the type of black society I remember growing up in, you know. Now you
Right.
got women out there it's just disgusting, and you know, you see it online. I seen a video a thing the other day, a reel on Facebook, right? Cute little 19-year-old black girl, right? Her boyfriend was 41. And then also,
Wow.
every time you talk about interracial, you see, right now there's a thing going on TikTok talking about stop the mixing, right? But it has nothing to do with race mixing. It has to do with black men with white women, you know? White men still, have always since day one, have access to the black woman's body. You know, that has never stopped nor will stop because we have no power in this country. You know, we're not the master of our women, and that's about our reality. So white men feel like they could come in our community, take our women to do all the stuff like that to our women and have sex with them and like do whatever the hell they want to do. But the day you even look at one of their women, you know,
Yeah, it's a problem.
it's death, you know. That's why I don't understand Umar Johnson. He always talks about black men with white women, but he never talks about black women and white men. You know, he never talks about that. You know, it's almost like he approves that shit. You know, I'm like, you never talk about fucking black. The biggest thing in America is black women whoring themselves out to white men. You know, that's the biggest thing going on right now. You know, these divestors. You know, that's a dangerous thing.
Umar kind of panded to the black woman a lot. I
He
would agree
does,
with
you know,
that.
he panders to black because that's who's basically because if they feel that black women feel that they got him, they can keep doing what the hell they're gonna do. They don't have to take responsibility. Look, Umar, a woman goes out there, has 3 kids by 3 different baby daddies. He says it's our responsibility, you know. It's your
Yeah.
responsibility to take care of that kid. Or the decision that woman made. One dude was like, "Yo," on the Daily Rapper, he's like, "Look, I have a wife. I'm taking care of my kid, but that's not enough." And he's just somebody that basically come to find out he never took care of his daughter. You
Yeah.
know, he never took care of his daughter, but he's gonna tell everybody else, "You gotta get out there and raise." Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. You know how dangerous it is getting involved with like some of these single women. You know, because somewhere along the line, the baby father is somewhere around. You know, if you're going around there, his children and whatnot, and influencing his kids, like he's gonna come up there and say, "Yo, stay away from my son, stay with my daughter." You know, I'm the father.
Yeah.
You're gonna put yourself. I've seen it happen. You know, I've seen people killed. You know, because although you're gonna think you're gonna be a mentor and whatnot, listen to Umar and those clowns and whatnot, The reality is, man, that dude still sees that family as his, you know, and they see you as a man trying to move in. That's what he's thinking, you know.
As an intruder.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, we cannot look. They said, what about all these kids that don't have fault? We can't do nothing, you know, unless we have a nation of our own, start all over again, where we basically value families, you know. We value families, and we make like 80%, 90% a thing of all households with children to 90% are born with a mother and father in a household. We get back to that, and we're not going to get back to that in this white man society. He's never going to let that happen, you know. So that's what it is. So when I talk about African, I'm talking about us building a nation from the ground up. Nation is not just the infrastructure. Nation is the soul, the spirit. What's your purpose? You know, like in the Kwanzaa, you know, what's our purpose? You know, and you state your purpose. Say, this is what we're doing. You know, this is what we are. This is who we are. This is our purpose. You know.
I thought Trump.
Happens, you got nothing.
I thought Trump would be like the wake up call for all black people in America, but it's
no black people. There's no wake up call for black people, because all they do is pivot to, oh, racism is not that bad, you know, because they're just saying, well, ain't nobody, because no cops beating them over the side of the head, nobody will call nigga, they act like the stuff is not happening. It's easy to do that when you don't. Black people are like that, you know, even though slavery times. Some people did their work or not, you know, and somebody said, yo, I'm going to make an escape. Nigga be looking at them bug eye, looking at it. Nigga, are you crazy? You know what I'm saying? You know, a day later, this nigga, he made it. How long did he make it? When they'll say you hear the drummer, the nigga come in and march back to the slave. Like, oh, I knew that nigga going to get caught, you know? And they bring him back when not, string him up and whip him when not. As an example, you try this shit. Like I said, I told that nigga he wasn't ready to escape. He said, yeah, let's all escape. They're like, man, nigga, you know, I ain't going nowhere, because bottom line, you ain't got no foolproof plan. They're like, let's just go or not. Let's just go or not. A day later, 2 days later, the slave patrols are hunting them down and bring them back, you know?
To me, the plantation was like the micro version of America.
Yeah. That's why I said, what you have with these people attacking me of these bucks and whatnot, who basically will dime on you, you try to escape from the plantation, you know? You're like,
yeah.
I'm saying you could call me Kyla the runaway, you know? I'm trying to get off the plantation. These niggas holding me back in and shit, you know?
Like the runaway slave, and they all like, yo, he lost his mind. He bugging. We got
This nigga
food, we
crazy,
got
man.
housing, we got everything.
Everything, he ain't going nowhere. And that's exactly that. If I talk about Africans, I'm talking about us having complete freedom and autonomy and sovereignty over our life. We can start our own diplomatic relations with all these countries. We could be talking to Russia, Germany, you know, whoever the hell we want, Japan, you know.
Yeah.
You don't know where our fortunes might lie, you know. You don't know who might help us out, you know. The world doesn't know who we are. Because
Yeah.
the world only knows what America chose to tell them about us, you know. We haven't engaged the world. Africa doesn't even know who we are, you know.
Right.
They only know
Right.
what the media puts out about us, you know. Like I told Africans, you guys really don't know us, you know. That's when they come up here with all these stereotypes. Y'all need to do this. No, you don't know Black America, you know. And some Africans are getting hip to that. We really don't know these people, you know. Our brothers and sisters over here, they don't know us, you know, at all, you know. So
It go both ways. It's what the media project to each side. Like for the most part, people in the diaspora, they see a hungry kid with flies on his face, and you know they got a missionary feeding them a bag of rice, so they just
yeah,
think
yeah. I
it's
grew
all
up
like
with that.
that.
I grew up on that. In the early 70s, when I was a little kid, I was like in kindergarten. I remember my parents used to send money to the Biafra. I remember it was a Biafra war. I remember summertime, used to get so skinny, right? My father used to call us Biafrans, you know? He said, y'all look like Biafrans, your ribs sticking out. Y'all so hungry, you know what I'm saying? Because we come from down south and whatnot. Like basically famished and whatnot, because all summer we're just playing, and you know, my father goes, y'all like Biafrans, you know. Back then Biafrans was starving. We used to send money to Biafra and India too, you know. But that's the image we had of Africa, you know, charity, you know, feed the hunger, you know, adopt a kid, you know, be a sponsor, you know, stuff like that, you know. Now Africans are trying to move away from that. They're saying, no, we got it going on, you know, whatever like that, you know.
Man, and I'm a little bit younger than you, so I I be seeing things now. Like I see a lot of girls like from like especially from New York or even everywhere. Like they flying out to Africa and the stuff I'm seeing, I'm like, wow, if we would have invested earlier, like we could have reaped the benefits for a lot of things that's actually going on. I don't
Yeah,
think a lot of people aware, like in the West, in the diaspora, we have a lot of athletes that's like basketball players, but in Africa, most of the soccer players is Africans
yeah,
that play for these international teams. So they go back to their countries and fly women out, and but you get to see like like the women interaction like in the clubs and different areas. I'm like, yo, Africa's a little bit developed than what people actually think.
yeah. I go, like I said, I go to Liberia a lot, man. But I always have a good time when I'm over there. Our ancestors actually built that country. Now what's left is a really nice country. When you look at it, a lot of nice resorts, everything like that. You got nice neighborhoods and whatnot. I mean,
Yeah,
me and my wife got a nice house, in a gated community over there. So yeah, Liberia has a nice country. A real nice country. Nice country, like if you got money, but don't be no African. Don't be over there tomorrow. I'm going to Africa and I'm gonna be like that. No, you'll starve, man. If you got money coming in, right? You got residual income coming in and stuff like that. If you got like a good $3,500 a month residual income, you're good.
yeah, oh, most definitely 3,500.
Yeah, you got 3,500, you're good, real good. And the only thing you really have to do in Liberia is make sure you have a house. Don't listen to nobody talking about buying, getting land, and building a house. No, just rent a house.
Right.
Just rent a house for a year because you pay it for the whole year. Buy all the stuff you need in there: your stove, your TV, bed. Furnish that bitch when not, do pay for this because you don't go to the city builders and get everything you need. New floor tile, you get a whole new bathroom sink and shower, all that stuff like that. It's really easy. And labor's over there cheap. You can get all that done for like $200. People paint your house, everything like that. And shit looks brand new. You got a walk-in shower, everything. That's what I did in my house. I had 2 walk-in showers and everything, nice everything, And I already had a bed, for bought a couple of years ago, custom made, nice. But and furniture in the living room, stuff like that. Only thing I need now is a big flat screen TV. Then I'm good.
Okay, you
Like I said, when I go no, one thing I need is my own car. Somehow I think some way, if everything goes right this summer, that's what I'm gonna purchase. I'm gonna purchase a car. I don't know how to get it there, or I might
probably
just
got it. Yeah, you
might
could ship it.
yeah. But there's a lot of bullshit. Is like as far as like uh getting through the port, and they want to. If a car, if you're trying to resell it, it has to be under 10 years, right? But I'm not
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
resell.
yes, sir. Cause right now I'm actually. It's funny you say that because one of my friends, he's Liberian from the Bronx, and we've been pulling our money together because he got family in Liberia. So we've been purchasing like used cars from like Carvana and like Hondas and stuff.
Are they under 10 years old?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
If
Good.
they're over 10 years old, they won't let them in for resale.
Yeah, because when you said that, I'm like, yo, it's crazy because you know exactly the truth though.
Well, just not, I know all about Liberia. People talk to me. Oh, you want to know about Liberia? Just come to me. I know everything that you need to do in Liberia. Yeah, you need to have 10 years old. But I don't think if you're, I don't know right now if it applies if you're just going to use it. I think that's if you're going to resell it. I have
Yeah,
no idea, but they could really hem you up. Then again, something. A lot of times in the port right there, you pull out $100, $20, a little small. Hey, the next thing you know, all right, go ahead. Go ahead. But that's how.
right.
Frankly, I don't hate to like participate in corruption, man. But damn, in Africa, man, sometimes that's just the way things are done. That's the way things are done, man. Like this. So, but I'm gonna find out if I could find out that I could get a car because I know most likely if I ship a car over there, it's gonna be more than 10 years old. Maybe like 12 years old. A car that was from like let's see. I think about my last Ford Escape. That was 2006. That was almost 20 years old. But this car was nice. Ford Escapes, and maybe it's a hybrid. I might get another Ford Escape and ship it over there. But they're gonna tell me, and that's what most cars are that I see. They're almost 20 years old. I said, so in other words, people must have just shipped the cars over there and didn't have to worry about the 10-year thing, because I don't see a lot of brand new cars over there, except for the cars that sell in the showroom. They got a BMW showroom, a Hummer showroom, and stuff like that, and they got an Audi showroom and stuff like that,
Yeah.
But bottom line, the people who are importing cars, man, they're raggedy, So I know they ain't less than 10 years old, So like I said, once I find that out, definitively, I keep giving like 20 different stories. Oh yeah, it still doesn't matter. There's some people like, nah, you gotta be 10 years. Once I said, what if I shipped it to Sierra Leone and have somebody drive to Liberia?
It's the same thing. Sierra Leone live is the same thing.
It is.
Yeah. Now, I was talking about as far as like the car, like shipping the cars and stuff like that.
Yeah, shipping the car. So I got to get more into that. This summer I definitely want to ship a car over there. I definitely want to ship an SUV over there. I don't care. Or buy it for like $4,000, right? Good car, something like that. But I ain't trying to resell it, so it's going to be me for my personal use. I should be able to get it over there and get it registered and everything, put in my wife's name and everything, get it registered, Hopefully that goes through. Now I'll go to Liberia. Now I can just hire a driver, and I ain't paying for a car. I'm just paying for the driver, pay him $20 a day, $25 a day, plus meals, and I'm good,
Yeah,
So,
that's perfect. That's
I
reasonable.
got a house, I got everything. I'm not paying hotel rent. I'm not paying rent and whatnot. So my costs on Liberia trips will be much cheaper when I go over there, because I got a house, I have a house and I'll have a vehicle,
Right.
So that's the whole thing. That's what I tell people all the time. Don't waste time buying land. Or I'm gonna buy some land. No, don't do that shit. Because like one guy said the video Dollar Bill sent me. He said, man, like when you talk about building a house in Liberia, what you think you want is okay, because we have different standards over here, When you come have somebody build a house in Liberia, he said, "Oh, that house is nice. I'm finished." And you go ahead and the walls are not even, the ceiling is not connected with the wall. There's a big gap right there. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they build houses in Liberia. They don't know, they don't have the same standards that we do, Or you see the bathroom, the toilet, is like not good. They don't like, you got to pull the floor up, right? If the floor is rotted, they got to replace the whole board,
Yeah.
and nail the toilet down, but they'll try to do it. And you go sit on the toilet, it goes falling right through the ground when that, Shit like that happens in Africa, like this.
Nah, that's a fact.
Well, Elvis said, "Do not do that in Kyla. The cars and custom fees are too high. How do you gonna pay custom fees if you're not doing resale? It doesn't make any sense. It's property. Why would you pay custom fees on property? You're not selling it. So that means Liberia is corrupt as hell, man. You're gonna charge somebody custom fees or something you're not even selling.
I'm not 100% sure about that.
I don't know. Nobody. Every time I talk like 20 different people, and everybody got 20 different 20 different stories about what to do. We're not. I don't know what the hell the truth is.
Because the friend I'm working with, we purchased a couple cars and we really now have to pay much.
Have you got them to Liberia yet?
Yeah.
What happened? They were under 10 years old, right?
Under 10 years old. I haven't received the money yet because they looking for buyers and stuff like that. But the process was kind of smooth, virtually smooth.
How much the car is going for?
Roughly like 12 to 15 USD.
Shit, man, come on. Because I know for a fact of the matter is, any car I get in Liberia, I'm gonna wreck that shit. I can't drive in that country, man. You cry me crazy. So I gotta get something I know I'm gonna bang up and shit. There's no way you're gonna drive a nice car in that country and not get bangs and dings and whatnot.
Right.
Yeah, there's people over there buy it. There's people over there. There's people Liberians that got money, man. They work for the NGOs or they work for a company, whatever like that. You got government officials, they got money, you'll sell it.
Yeah.
People over there got money,
But now we working on tires because the tires are a little bit more, consistent. You can see the money more faster than the cars. So you just been working on more tires and stuff like that. But
Yeah, like if Liberia ever created all this rubber, a tire industry, it'd be friggin' rich. But like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I had people that proposed building a tire right there. My friend Sam, he has land in Marshall, right? He knows all the rubber tappers, right? That sell the Firestone, right? He says, man, we got the rubber tappers. Just pay them a little more. All you do is pay them like 10 cents more than Firestone, and they'll give you the rubber, And so the bottom line, everything's set up. But I have no idea. But he's just so frustrated because I don't know, Liberians just like sabotaging each other. You come over there and you got an idea. You would have a better thing because you're Black American, right? But Liberians, for some reason, they always try and destroy each other, man. I have no idea why that is, man. I always try to get these people working with each other. They don't like each other, man. I don't know what the hell that's all about, man. They're jealous of each other. When I said, man, I've never seen nothing like this in my life, man. Y'all can't work together, and build your country and shit like that, Nope.
I think that's just a black. I think that's just a black thing.
No, but no, it's on steroids in that country, It's steroids because it'll be so obvious. I said, you got everything. In America, man, we can't do shit. We can't even piss without the white man's signature, Now over there, you got you got all the land, you got all the natural resources, you got everything. You don't have to ask for permission from nobody, nothing. All you gotta do is do it. So I always say, I'll never accept no from another Black people, I understand the white man's always gonna tell us no, you can't do this. No, you're not qualified. No, you got to have this. I understand the white man, but honestly, I don't not understand why the black race is like that with each other. I just don't get it.
Yeah, you actually right though, because
Because
in America,
me telling me, Kyla, how come you haven't invested in life? Don't you think I fucking looked at all the shit? But I'm a businessman, I'm like this. I know when something is profitable and something is a go. I'll never tell nobody, yeah, that's a problem, because I know for a fact of the matter it's not.
right?
One day we'll have it set up. Like if I get it set up in Liberia, and when I get my office and everything like that, we're gonna have it like that. We're gonna have a network of people working together to facilitate business and trade and stuff like that and industry in the country. Once I get my office set up, and everything like that. So, that's what it is.
I
What's up,
kind of
Dave?
like I
Yeah.
kind of like your idea more, like how you pursuing it with the African.
Well,
It
join
sound
the
like you. It sound like you're more in line with like the talented Chan.
join our social network, the Black African Infrastructure Organization.
Yeah, put it
Download
in the back chat. Put it in the back chat.
download the app. You'll be happy that you did. And we have several Liberian groups in there. You have a Liberia chapter. You have Liberia groups and whatnot. And you can even create your own group in there. It's like Facebook. It's a social network like Facebook. You create your own groups and everything like that, and create your own blogs, everything. Share video, upload videos, everything. That's
Okay.
how I reach people. When, like I said, I always have people, Kyla, when you gonna build the African? I got to build a social network before I can build an African, right? But Black people are so lazy. I need brothers like you that's actually doing something. You see the potential in Liberia, so join the BAIO, and do what you got to do. And enough talk, man. Just join us, and just upload. Let's say you did something with the cars. Share the information. What you'll do is inspire other people.
Right. If you get it when you get a chance, just put it in the back chat so I can
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Let's see. I'm gonna put down. Okay, let me put in a back chat. What am I doing? A back chat, private chat. Okay. BAIO Global Pipeline. That's the app. When you do the app, just use your email and use your email, and you'll basically be able to create an account.
Okay.
Global Pipeline. What's up, Dave?
Good evening, Kyla. How you doing, Kyla?
How's it going, brother? This is another Liberian brother right here. Dave.
What's up, man?
He's in the New York area too. So BAO Global Pipeline. Just I would give you the website link, but just go BAO Global Pipeline on the App Store or Android. It should be in there. Just download.
Okay, I'm gonna lock that in right now.
Just go to the App Store. BAO Global Pipeline. What's going on, Dave? What's on your mind? Would you listen to that show last night, man?
Nah, what was the show about last
Oh
night?
man, I was talking about FBA. FBA is Foundational Black America KKKs, and that dude, Black Skin is Amazing, called in. What a fucking clown. This dude, man, was everything I talked about. This dude was everything I talked about what I fight against, right? That slave mentality. He just basically showed his ass last night. So
I wanted to say one thing about that. My fault, Dave.
Yeah.
That dude is insane. One time I was on his channel and he wanted to debate me on a couple of topics. And once the dude told me he don't believe in DNA and he descends from British royalty, I said, man, this dude
yeah,
is out of
he
his
said that
mind.
before. He said we have British blood in us, and we're basically white. He said we're white people. This dude's sick. He's really sick. That's what the ADOS FBA movement is all about. He's a sick.
And Kyla, he has followers.
Yeah, these are crazy. They all tried to come into my show last night when they think he's gonna rein me in. These people actually think I'm gonna disappear because of this clown. It's not gonna happen. I know people are listening right now, dude. I am not going nowhere. Y'all can stop all you want, and they hate the fact that I'm here telling the truth. They hate that shit. They can't deal with it. They be sitting there taking a dump and went on the toilet thinking about Kyla. We gotta do something about that Kyla. If G says ADOS, FBA ADOS not, but yeah, it is about that. The guy last night, Kwame, did it sound like he was not about that?
That's exactly what he's about. That man is out.
What gets me is every time these people say no, they're not like that. Then when they get up here, they try to weasel that whole "we were already here, we're all indigenous with copper color." I said, "Nigga, you're not copper color. You're black as the ace of spades, man. What the fuck you talking about? You copper colored, What copper color indigenous, nigga? You ain't no copper color. Your ancestors were on the bottom of a slave ship just like mine. We're getting our ass kicked for 400 years, man. And live with it."
I always say in about a year, you're gonna see Dane Calloway and Tariq Nasheed form an alliance with.
Well, they might as well just come together right now, because they both are the same thing. Tariq be winking at those people, don't make it fool. Tariq knows a good number of people believe that stuff right there. And that's why he don't completely denounce them because he's obtaining money from them,
Yeah.
These weirdo people, All right, Elvis, what's on your mind?
All right. What's up, Kyla? What's up to the chat? What's
Yeah.
up to the panel? I wanted to double check. Have you checked on how much it will cost to ship a car to Liberia?
I get all these different prices. No one really knows, no one there really knows. No one knows. I get like 20 different quotes. People, I have never seen anybody really. I have my boy Naya. He said he was shipping a car over. That was like a year ago.
Yeah, it's a racket, bro. There's a whole mafia that goes on at the customs at the Freeport.
Yeah, so it's a joke. That's a sad.
Yeah. So
because
the key
bottom
here
line
is
this, all these people, all these short-sighted people are destroying and basically impeding the development of their country. That's just treason. It's almost like that, So
yeah. So the key here is you got to know somebody who knows the people at the port, because one of the things they will make sure to tell you, like, well, I know the people there. They're not going to give me a hard time.
I know people there too, but there's no guarantee that your stuff.
No, that's true. What I was talking about is true though.
On average, you're probably going to spend like $3,000 to ship a car. That's if the person that knows people there, and that's the bottom line. But
you ship a car on a container. Usually, ship it on containers.
Yeah. So you got dudes like Liberians who have these containers that they ship. They might ship like 10, 15 cars, pay them $3,000.
No,
that's
sometimes you'll have a car shipping a container that's full of barrels. A lot of Liberians ship a lot of barrels over. And packed with barrels. So the rest will be one car, and they pat it down, and on top of it be barrels, everything from barrels to clothing, furniture, whatever like that. Somebody's furniture, and they ship it over to the country or not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why not just buy the car in the country instead of trying to ship it?
Well, I don't know. People tell me, look, I'm like this. Every car in Liberia, I'm sorry to say this, right? When I see that white smoke coming out, that means the car was not really taken care of. If I can find a car over there, right, I'll probably get Isabella to do it, right? And I say, look, just put your FaceTime on, have the guy turn it on, and put the phone right near the tailpipe. If I see any sort of smoke, you see anything, no. Why? Because that means the head gasket is about to go. You know, if you see white smoke or better say white blue smoke, that's the worst. That means the valves and the head gasket is about to go. You know, so the bottom line, if you see clear smoke on a car one night, you let it run for 10 minutes and there's clear smoke, you're good. You know, and so you're good. You know, and then the next thing you know, you got to check out the axle, the what you call the struts and stuff like that, because you sometimes you got rocky roads over
Yeah,
there.
the wheel bearings.
Yeah, all this stuff, the bearings, all that stuff like that is very, very important. You know, very, very important. And also, you got to have a mechanic on standby at all time. You know,
So Kyla,
in
did
case
you
something goes
listen? Did you
wrong.
listen to Donnie's show today?
I'll listen to a little bit of it, man. But
The
that one
dude,
chick up there she's talking about black men need to do this. Look, she's probably obviously a divester. You know,
no, she's in Nigeria. She's married to a Nigerian guy. What I'm
yeah,
saying, the black skin
yeah,
is
but
amazing guy. The black skin is amazing guy came on the show today. He was doing the same thing that he does with Diners. He got mad at me because I said he be glazing Diners, and he was glazing again on the show. That shit was funny,
what
man.
are you talking about? You talking Philip Lindsay?
No, the black skin is amazing guy. He came on
Oh,
Dynasty show
he
today.
came on there.
Yeah, he came on there and he was talking about what happened on the live last night. He was trying to tell
Oh,
Dynasty
please.
what
Everybody knows I
happened.
killed that dude. Nobody believes that dude is capable of fucking taking me on. You know, and like I set up a trap for him. He's so fucking easy. I set up fucking a beautiful trap for him. Hustle smart saw that shit, right? Asked him, first of all, I asked him, I said, what do you think when you see the Mount Rushmore? And I see our fathers. I knew he would say the love and all stuff like that, right? Then when I knew he's from Baltimore, right? I said, what do you think about that? When I saw the poverty in Baltimore and whatnot, well, I have nothing to do with that. See, he completely distanced himself from the black experience, right? But he completely embraced the white experience, you know? So he just showed himself right there. He didn't even know he was being set up, you know, fell for it, you know? He fell for it. I know how these guys think, you know? These guys are so easy to fucking beat, you know? He fell for it, you know? Then he tried to pivot to, first he was saying, which says chattel slavery, like the Haitian one. Then he tried to say, well, some of us are here. No, nigga, you were not already here, you know? That's what I say. There's some of us already here, and we got copper. I said, nigga, you're not copper colored. You're black, you know? And no, I'm copper color. I'm brown collar. You know, the dude made a complete fool out of himself, you know? You know, say you hate yourself without saying you hate yourself, you know? And he said many times before on show, like Kwame will tell you, that he's a descendant of British royalty. He has British blood in him. That black people in America, not Africans, were actually half white, and we have no link to Africa because we're white and we're bred in this country. We're white, you know. So it is what it is, you know. This is like I said, you know. Rico Miller, the man said, no. The bottom line is this: everybody's trying to run from FBA, but that's who they are. That's who they are, you know. Foundation, the whole delineation, all that is FBA, you know. They want to be some separate Negroes and when that close tethered to white America. That's all that is, you know. Yo, Rico Mill, you got to own that dude, man. You got to own him, man. You got to take ownership of that dude, man. He's you, man. You know, he's you. He's a Captain America Negro, you know. You know, so it is him. You know, so he's a white worship, you know, and he talk about his mother, grandmother, nurse white kids. I'm like, is that something to brag about, you know? Nigga. I said, I think about that movie to help. Look, people try to romanticize black nannies and stuff like that in the South. A lot of times these people live in pain because they worked around people that did evil things to their people. They overheard stuff, you know, and they knew they couldn't do nothing about it. They knew the fact that white people knew that they basically would not give black men jobs and stuff like that, and terminate black people and segregate them, redline them, and they had to listen to all of that and go put a smile on their face and clean behind their little white children, you know? So bottom line, so that's nothing to friggin' brag about, you know? My grandmother was a nanny to white kids, you know? And they call her Nana or whatever like that. And that's no brag. You know, when they got older, they called her a nigga, you know? Just like the rest of them, you know? You are what your people are. Simple as that. Go ahead, Dave.
That dude is out of his mind.
Yeah, he was
When I listen to dudes like that, I see why when white people try to like say that our IQ level is below 80, because that dude got a banana for a brain or something. I don't know what.
Check this out. You hold up. Remember the part where he said that he's an American? I had this thing with one of his pinky chick that be on. She called him last. I'm not gonna let him simulcast again like that because I couldn't kick anybody out. That lady Pinky said, "We're true American. White people aren't Americans." Now, people don't understand something. The definition of American. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do something because I know there's fools listening. You know, hey, black stupidity is amazing. I know you're watching. You know. So I got something for you tonight. This is a treat from the College Genesis, right? Okay, the definition of American. The definition of American. Definition.
He made a whole show about Elvis today.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he better show it, Bobby.
Yeah, he said, the because it's crazy because I was actually tuned into the show when he had called into Dynasty show and he was glazing Dynasty about his football career and he was like, "Yo,
Right.
bro, like you gotta relax, like you you going a little bit too
Yeah.
hard." He said, "Yo, look at this African hater."
Yeah. He said, I'm jealous of Diners because I told him to stop glazing Diners. I must be jealous of Diners. That shit was funny, man. The dude was actually mentally unstable, dude. You know, normally I like to be nice to people, but definitely he cackles. That's weird for a dude to be cackling. That's crazy. And then he does the little, you know, you're African. You're African, like Kyla is saying. He doesn't like his African blood, so he attracts people like Chantel, Lisa Nicole, the Pinky Wells. He attracts them, and most of his audience are women. You know, which is crazy. He doesn't have any masculine energy. He attracts women, and not in a way that they're going to be trying to hook up with him. They just want to listen to him because it's crazy, and you know.
You know, and they actually think this dude's gonna take on me, whatever, like that. Anybody else? No.
Oh, he upset. You know what's
Okay,
crazy?
American.
Right. The crazy part is I used to debate him. I used to debate him a lot. He used to always talk about Kyla. You sound like the crazy dude Kyla. And I'm like, who is he talking about? And then I seen you in Dynasty, so I'm like, oh, this is who he's talking about.
He was mad at me. He said, "Why did I have to describe him as the dude who always glazes Diners? I could have just said, you know, the dude from Diners show." I'm like, no, there's a lot of dudes that come on the show. That's what distinguishes you, because everybody know there's that one weird guy that comes on.
The dude has a man crush on Diners.
Yeah, has a man crush on Diners, so everybody know what I'm talking about. And once I said that, also SWAT knew who I was talking about and started getting on him too. That shit was weird last night. But
Check
a
us
lot
out.
of
Check
these
us out.
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys see the screen? An American. Yeah. Okay, American Indian, North America, South America. That means if you're from American Indian person, North America, South America, you know, a native inhabitant of U.S. equals a U.S. citizen. Okay, those are the four types of Americans, right? I don't see nothing about black folks, you know. And so, hold up, let me go down. Come on. Okay, all related to U.S. possession, territory, U.S. soldiers, embassy. No, I want to get the definition, man. Come on, let's go. Where did it come from? I want to get the whole thing. A noun, trucking association in January, American company. Let me see. This is not what I'm looking for. I apologize about this, you know. Let me say, what is an American? Let me find something really. Hold up. Let me find something real, and I'm gonna get back to you. Hold up, you guys, go ahead and talk. You know, I'm freaking. Do you
Yeah,
guys see the
it's
screen?
actually a cult. It's actually a cult, man. When you don't subscribe to DNA and science and stuff like that, I can't really have a conversation with you because it's like we live in
Right.
2025. If you don't believe in DNA and science, like
Yeah. Well, I'll talk about this. Well, the idea of an American, when they talk about Americans, right? American basically is something that Americo Vespucci, right? The idea of American are somebody who basically said, I'm being persecuted in Europe, right? You had the Anglican Church, you had the Holy Roman Catholic Church, you had the Jesuits, you had all these people that said, I want to go to a new land where I could have freedom and start all over. I don't want to be under the Spanish crown. I want new land, new opportunity, whatever like that. I want to start a new life. Like, those people who left Europe, right, and went to the New World were called Americans. Okay, that's who Americans. Now, black people were brought here in chains, right? Now, culturally, black people adopted some of the principles of being an American, right? The culture, We were there at the Boston Massacre. We were there in Philadelphia and whatnot. The ideas of liberty and stuff like that, we adopted as our own, just being in this country. We just became Americans by default, So we adopted the ways of this country, like liberty, the pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. All these things are hallmark of being an American, right? We didn't write those words, we endowed by a creator. And those things, among other things, is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's in the Declaration of Independence. That's basically creed that defines what America is. We didn't write those words. Somebody know something I don't know? Was there a black man who wrote those words in the Declaration of Independence? So basically, how can you come up here and say we're the true Americans, right? Well, the whole idea of America is always based in the idea of liberty and freedom, right? Well, how can you be? How can you talk about liberty and freedom if you're a slave? That's because they didn't consider us Americans. These people are crazy when you look at it. You're gonna call yourself an American, right? But the whole idea of America is about being free, right? The land of the free, home of the brave, right? But your ancestors were in chains, and you calling them your sons, And I'm saying to myself, this dude's insane, That's why they cut him up like that. This dude's insane. It don't make any logical sense. And when people keep talking like that, they think, and they got a fan club. The people that sit around and listen to this guy and these crazy ass women who got a problem with African immigrants. They have a problem with African immigrants. So they think African immigrants are going to replace them in importance to the white man in America. That's all this is about. They think they see African immigrants on a come up and Caribbean on a come up, right? They seem like they're getting along with white people, moving more to white suburban areas. We're not worried about racism, not marching for things like a freaking dusty nigger like George Floyd, all this other stuff. And I'm gonna say dusty, but the bottom line is I think they wrecking a whole country over one man. It was bad what he did, how he died and whatnot, but wrecking the whole country and whatnot. Because let me tell you something, the racism you see now is I knew white people were gonna say they want to sit there. That's what they always do. They're going to let black people riot for like 1 year, 2020. And then white people, unlike black people, they're patient. They said, we're going to let the dust settle, right? We'll get Trump back in office. Now they're emboldened. Now you got all these comedians and white racist TikTokers openly saying the N-word. Look at that lady in Minnesota, right? And she got 700,000 people basically saying higger, something like that, just so they could say the N-word. You got people putting their real profiles, real names. They don't even care if you call their job anymore. They don't care. Where does all this come from? It comes from the fact that, we thought we had arrived in America. We underestimated white people, their numbers, their power. We underestimated Donald Trump. We underestimated all this stuff like that. Now we're suffering for it. Well. So like I said, guy last night, I said, so how do you figure in all this? I ain't worried about white people. You better worry about white people because everything you talk about America is based on them, not based on you, based on them. If they don't want you part of their so-called America, what are you going to do? That's why I say it, So that's where I see it, so, or what I know, so anybody else?
No, I just think it was hilarious. I saw it from the get-go before you even got there, Kyla. Once he mentioned that these are our kids, I knew exactly the angle he was coming from. Talking about how you had these mammies who breastfed these kids, and then when they regarded them as their mothers. That's why I asked him, like, look, when a white girl is about to get married, you think she brings the black mammy that raised her and say, oh, I want you to meet my future in-laws. Their mothers and fathers are going to come and meet us, their family, and I want you to represent me as my mother. Hell no. Well, she's going to apply for college.
The black women nurtured them, right? They nurtured them when they didn't raise them. The white people raised them because they put that white supremacy, shit in their heads, you know. Even at an early age, they were taught that Nana is your slave, you know. Nana is your property. I remember there was one story. I think I forgot the name of the president, right? I don't know if it was a president or ex-president or whatever like that. He was on his deathbed, right? And this black man who was his own, who was his age, right? Real old black man was his age. And he had promised him, like, when I die, you're gonna be set free, right? But on his deathbed, he basically changed his mind. He's about to die, right? He changed his mind and said, I want you to go with my son and be his slave, you know? And the dude escaped, you know, he did some escape. I think they caught him and brought him back. But the dude had promised him, you know, and one day I'm gonna set you free. And like Thomas Jefferson didn't free his slaves until he was on his deathbed, you know? That's how powerful that slavery was. They thought that your natural state was slavery, you know? That's the difference between America and everybody else. They thought the natural state for black Thomas Jefferson, I can't see them doing anything else but being a slave. He said their color, everything suits them for a life of brutality and bondage. They said the black women are no more than beasts, you know. That's the way they thought of black people, you know. So the only thing they did was actually a slave was a come up. They really wanted to treat us like animals, right?
but imagine him talking about the founding fathers were our, you know, or your sons. Thomas Jefferson, who owned slaves, brother.
And he didn't set his slaves free until
not even Thomas Jefferson, but Andrew Jackson. Both of them owned slaves, but Andrew Jackson was, you know, even worse.
George Washington, man, once sold one of his slaves for a bag of molasses, a keg of molasses, you know.
Yeah.
He sold a black man for a keg of molasses, you know, one of his slaves for a keg of molasses, you know. And so this is what you're dealing with, right? These people, like, now, me personally, as a person of America, right? I'm like anybody else, right? I'll go along with the gag, man. 4th of July, I'll be out there grilling like that, right? But don't push me, right? If we're just having a good time, okay, this is our country. It's the country was founded such. We're celebrating the 230th birthday, whatever it was, of America. That's fine. We'll have a good day, shoot some fireworks, blah, blah, blah. That's it. But if you keep pressing me, talk about, ain't what a great country this is. You see, we did you a favor by bringing you over here. Now you're going into something territory. You're pressing my soul, you know? My soul still belongs with me. My soul still belongs with my ancestors, you know? My soul still belongs with my ancestors who died in the Holocaust of Maafa, you know? Don't ever cross that line. That's what the fact this guy did. He crossed the line, you know? Don't ever make a mockery of my ancestors, you know? Because like I said, they don't think we could. We know how to survive the game. We know how to play the game. Okay, I'm an American. You know, we're out there playing football. You know, singing the national anthem. I play the game. You know, same thing game they play on us. You know, but the bottom line, but don't push it. You know, when you push too far, you know, like it's like the white man wants the black man's soul. I'm not convinced that you know, F slavery. You ever heard? How many of you guys heard that when Steve Harvey said, "I don't care about slavery"? Comment.
I heard it. I think I heard it in the context of he was responding to Monique. You know,
no, he was just basically talking. Nobody even asked him that. He said, "I hate when people ask me about certain things, and I'll tell you right now, I don't give a damn about slavery." You know, and looked at his eye. Well, he was dead serious. He was saying he's ready to. He wants that white dollars, that white acceptance, right? He said, "I don't give a damn." I mean, back in the days, we had black people like Muhammad Ali. They were out there talking about, you know, okay, Muhammad Ali was probably more popular anyway, and he never sold his soul, you know, never threw his ancestors. But I am not going to get you. I don't care how much money I got. I am not going to friggin' give you throw my ancestors away for you, you know, for your acceptance in America. You know, that's the difference between back then and what you have right now. You know, everybody's willing to sell. Everybody wants to be a Captain America Negro. Everybody wants to sell out. You know, that's what it is. And a lot of people get scared when I talk like this, but it is what it is. I tell it like it is, you know. Back in the days, black men stood for something, you know. Say, well, why are you guys so angry? Then nobody wants to be an angry black man anymore. And this is where it gets complicated because where you have like I saw this one Nigerian guy come in and say, "Oh, I could speak. White people should let me speak to black men." Dude, you can't speak. Oh, let him speak. We remember a guy. I think it was a football player or something like that. He said, I could communicate white people better than most black people can. Y'all should let me speak for black. No, you can't speak for them because your ancestors were not in this country as dehumanized chattel slavery. That's where the issue comes in. That's where the divide. Now, if they would talk about that black immigrants, some of them don't respect our ancestors. They basically throw us under the bus. Then I can understand, but that's not what he's saying. That's not what Black Skin is basically saying. He's saying basically he don't give a damn about his ancestors. He's saying that. Now the whole thing of AOS FBA, they said they started because they said African immigrants don't care about our ancestors and whatnot. They basically just trying to come over here and get with the benefits that we created and stuff like that. Okay, if that's the case, then when you come around to talk about that you were already here and all stuff like that, you're disrespecting your ancestors. See how it works? So that's why I said this guy called in last night. He made a fool out of himself. Hey, so what? It is what it is, So it is what it is. Go ahead, Kwame. You got something to say? Why is everybody so quiet?
I mean, I'm here. I thought the other guy wanted to speak.
Yeah. Oh, did you find the app? Did you find the app?
Kyla, I want you to invite this Money Green guy up here. I think he's one of that Black Skin is Amazing guy's friends.
Yeah, okay. He wants to come up here and get his ass
Yeah,
kicked.
because he sounds like he agrees with his
He's not
ideas.
gonna come up here. He's not too scared. He ain't gonna come up here.
Post a link. Come up here, Money Green. Let's talk.
I post a link. He ain't gonna come up here. He's too scared. He's a scary ass Negro. The link is there. Money Green, come up here, bro. If you step right up. I believe you misunderstood. No, I understood him very clear. I understood him very clear. He was basically throwing his ancestors under the bus, and he basically kissed the white man's ass. He has tongue all up the fucking.
I want to know if Money Green agrees that Thomas Jefferson and George Washington's were black. Those black women babies or kids, as he said. Come on, Money Green. Let's hear your talking point, man.
Oh man,
I ain't never heard nothing like that in my life. I had to apologize to the conscious community, man. I had to apologize to the whole 125th Street. That was a crazy shit. I thought I heard it all, but that was a crazy shit I ever heard in my life, man. Last night, man. I still can't believe the fuck I'm hearing what I heard. Foundational Black Americans went through hell and back. You guys don't embrace that shit. So how can you basically say you're an American, period, right? How the hell are you gonna say you're an American, period? Africa didn't put you through the hell and back. It was white people that did that shit. They was one who made you 3/5 of a person. They were one who, basically that was actually 3/5 of a person was a come up. They basically said they really was just basically gonna say that black people aren't even human. They can be counted. They said, okay, since it's sort of human, I guess like that, we'll make them 3/5 of all of a person. So bottom line, that was a come up. 3/5 of a human was a come up. So this is what I said. These people degraded us.
It's ridiculous this day and age. We're still discussing these things.
I know, because we're too scared of white people. We're terrified of white people.
This is terrible.
So
we're supposed to be talking about building up the community. What kind of businesses what kind of economic structure we trying to put together. It's just. Talking about
when I started the BAO years ago, I never thought I'd be having this type of conversation. I thought, okay, let's talk about building nation building, stuff like that. I thought people would come along and say, hey, look, let's do this, blah, 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 put our differences aside because we're a common goal. You see Africa growing, we're growing. Hey, why not? We got technology linking us together. When I had no idea it was going to be, huh?
I just got off talk reparation.
Say it again, bro. You broke up.
Trump got in office.
Dave, you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Hello, you hear me? Hello, you hear me?
Okay, I hear you now, but you're breaking up.
Oh, I said since Trump got in office, they don't talk about reparations no more.
Of course, they know they ain't going no place. They ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? They know, like I told Jonathan, right? If you really believe you built America, Jonathan, right? Or you Captain American Negroes, right? Go ahead and write yourself a reparations check then, you know? If Negroes are running shit in America, man, what do you need a reparation? You can write yourself a reparations check, right? Am I lying? You know? You know, it's like, yeah, we built America. How the fuck you gonna build a country that you was in a bottle of, you know? That you have been black men were basically transported from one state to another in chains, right? They held you up as almost 99% of black men were in chains, you know, bought and sold like animals. They were looking over our private parts, everything like that. That's what they thought about us, you know. We're nothing but animals to be bought and sold, but yet you're gonna sit here and try to change history around like you did. So just if you're a coward, say you're a damn coward. You don't want to confront the white man. You don't want to confront America about your history. Just say so, you know. Just be a coward, you know. You know. Jesus says, "Oh my God, Kyla." Just tell it like it is, man. I think I'm actually being nice. You guys should have known me years ago. I was actually more radical and more extreme than I am now. You know, I've actually calmed down over the years. You know. Say, okay, you live in a past which your future is stagnant, Kyla. Who are these clowns? You know. No, the past is the fucking future, fool. You know. You could be dating a lot better, doing a lot better with all hate that the white man hate. I don't have no fucking hate. I just say I'm just put it like it is. You know, is there a law that says I have to love the white man? You know, is there a law I don't know about? You know,
you're just expressing yourself. They just don't like the way you
yeah, they don't like. They're not used to seeing black. Well, I'm only expressing what most black people really feel. Most black people really feel. You know. But they're too scared. They're too terrified of saying how they really feel, you know? What gets me is, but these same black people, they'll unleash all their anger on black immigrants. You know, they have no problem unleashing on black immigrants, you know? But they basically, when it comes to the white man and their history in America, or the white man, they suddenly, oh, Kyla, you got to basically forgive and all stuff. Get the fuck out of here, you know? For Righteous threatened me. She said she's coming after me with a powerful show Thursday. So tune in to For Righteous Black folks, you know.
Ooh.
Yeah, she goes, tell me how it was, you know. She goes, you're not winning because you're winning butter business from Africans, you know. Yeah, you are a crash dummy. Woo.
That's got a big show for you, Kyla. Wow, matinee.
Yeah, holy shit! I get my own show when she got 10,000 followers. Hopefully, most of them will hear me.
Yeah,
come on over here, man. I need 100. I got 150 subscribers left to get to.
They shadow banning you, Kyla. They shadow banning you.
I know.
But I want to hear. I know I heard a couple of her shows.
Sometimes I don't get.
I want to hear what her issue is with you now, right now with Brandon. Maybe she can come up and tell us what's going on.
No, she goes. I have no idea. Brandon had Afro Dumbass on the show the other day, and I guess she don't like that. He's you know that's a cardinal sin having Afro Dumbass up there. You know.
Okay, then what's the deal with you? What do you do recently that might?
I have no idea because what I did to this Black Skin is Amazing clown, and I told her shit. That's what she's.
What did you even say to him? I don't get it.
I
mean, he made a fool out of himself. He knows.
You didn't agree with him, Kyla. That's what you did there. You're supposed to agree with all his nonsense.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry, I can't do that. You know, I'd rather you tell the truth rather than make friends. I'm not trying to make friends on this platform. Are you kidding me? I tell it like it is.
That's why I asked you, Kyla. Yeah.
And they know. Hold up, they know for the fact of the matter is that what I'm saying is the absolute truth, right? Yeah, look, I don't just talk; I live this stuff, right? I go to Africa, right? I go I have my chosen ground is Liberia to me. You know, that's my chosen ground. Whether the African is there or someplace else, that's where I choose to build my base on the African continent. We need a base, you know. One day we need a whole building, facility, all that stuff like that, you know, and a small community of people that could go to and from the rest of the continent. We need that base in Africa. It's a shame that it has to take me. We should have had a base in Africa, you know, the Black community in America. Should have had a base in Africa, have diplomatic relationship with different African countries, everything. We should have our own ambassadorships. We should be like the ANC, you know. The ANC basically say like that. He goes, I sound crazy. Now, I sound crazy, you know. Hey, Money Green, come up here, man. You say I'm sounding crazy. Why don't you come up here and debate the Colonialism, you know? Step right up, man. Step right up, you know? Step right up, folks. You know, come one, come all. Come beat the Colonialism, you know? Come beat the collar rumble, you know? You want to rumble with the collar rumble? Come on, brother. Come on up, man. Come on up, man. I dare you. Come on, Money Green. Come on up. What are you scared about? See, what I'm doing is they hate the fact that I'm brave enough to come up here and speak like this. You know, they think all Pan-Africanists and Black nationalists are supposed to be weak and not scared stand on our square. You know, when you're gonna stay in Africa, you talk way too much about shit about Black America. That's why. Look, I'm defending Black America. I love Black America. I'm Black America, man. God damn. Yo, look, aside from Fort Righteous, I don't think every Black person should go to Africa, but I think Fort Righteous should, because I think she would make a good market lady, you know? I can see Fort Righteous out there selling some biscuits, man, some mangoes and whatnot, you know, some little chewing gum and whatnot, you know, and the market making some money, you know. It sound like Kyle, it don't sound like Kyle right now. What are you talking about? I sound like this all the time. Baruti says Elvis, the light bulb is beginning to come at Kyle. Somebody like what I'm saying, you know, in terms of embracing Afrocentricity. I don't know about Afrocentricity. Look, Baruti, the only Afrocentricity I know is the colonization. That's it. I don't know about Kwanzaa, Ubuntu. I got rid of all that, and I said the only thing that's going to survive is a colonization. You know,
What's wrong with
you
Kwanzaa?
understand? Huh?
What's wrong with Kwanzaa?
Well, I have nothing to do with Kwanzaa, but I've been there, done that. You know, I've been there, done that. You know, I wanted to do something else. Oh, we got Rico Miller up here, man. His phone's not working. You know, so the device not connected. Rico, man, you got to get off that Obama phone, bro. You got to call in. Hey, you're not connected, bro. You know, I still practice Kwanzaa, right? But it can't be. It's not a nation building ideology, you know.
Nah, it's a good holiday though. I like Kwanzaa.
Oh, I love Kwanzaa. I celebrate Kwanzaa. You know, I celebrate
Yeah.
all the Lugo Saba. I celebrate that. But this right here, the colony. That's why I created years ago when I had a lot of people that was connected to Molan and Karenga thought I was blasphemy. I created the colonization Kwanzaa thing, right? And I changed a few things around, right? Tell me what you think about this, Kwame, right? Because you're an Afrocentric type brother, right? All I said was, okay, we have Nia, which is my niece's name, Nia. My name is Faith Mamani. Both my two oldest nieces are Nia and Amani. That's their names, right?
Check
us out. Ujima, and he's collective work and responsibility. All I said was, okay, let's take Ujima and make it into modern industry technology with the Ujima spirit. Ujama, cooperative economics. Let's talk about learning real financing, banking, hedge funds, all stuff like that. Nice to have shows like that. And people go in, man, how you gonna be here talking about financial shit and everything? You supposed to be a quiet man, Kyla, you are committing sacrilege or not. I said, man, look, man, this is why I came up with the thing, right? Back in 2011, right? Welcome to the platform, Rico. You know, 2011, right?
Yeah.
I was in Emporia, Virginia, right? I tell the story all the time, right? And I had got lost. I was looking for someplace. I got lost in one of the back streets, right? Then I stumbled onto this building, this old warehouse. It was obviously from the 70s, right? It had this big mural said Cooperative Economic Ujama, right? It had pictures of Black kids, little Black children holding fruits and whatnot, right? But the warehouse was completely abandoned, and it was like somebody tried to start a cooperative or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And evidently, whatever it was, it fell apart, right? Then I basically started asking some questions around. So, back in the 70s, the Black farmers tried to get together and do something, but it didn't work out because of money mismanagement and funding, where it all fell apart. And I looked at that building. Then about a year later, I went to see that building again, right? I took a picture of it somewhere. A year later, the whole building was torn down. So I wanted to show that as an example of why we need real cooperative economics. We need banks. We need infrastructure. That's why we create the Black African infrastructure, because we want to know real financing, real banking, real shipping. Real logistics, warehousing, all these things, right? But we have the Kwanzaa spirit.
Yeah.
With real things. People thought I was insane, man. I said, man, we ain't talking about no bill. I said, how you gonna do business if y'all don't know the principles of banking and finance and all stuff like that? All right,
Yeah,
Rico Miller.
I kind of like it the tweaking, and I like that.
But that's why you should join the Colonization. We show the Black African Infrastructure Organization. This is what this is about. I just need young guys getting involved with this movement and saying, I want to be part of this, Colin. What could I do? I said, look, I never hold anybody's hand. If you want to do what all you do is say, hey, Colin, this is what I'm doing. Fine, I give you my support. That's all I do. All right,
Yeah, that's a good idea
Rico
too.
Miller.
Cause like how you
Rico
seen
Miller.
the
You got something to say? What's going on?
Shit, I ain't had nothing to say. I'm listening.
all right, well,
Man,
yeah.
yeah, you
Anyway,
you be saying an awful lot in the chat room, man. You tell me you come up here, you ain't got
man,
nothing.
listen. I was just gonna say,
Man,
bro, the financial shit that you had, that was a good idea. Cause I would say that to a lot of black people, but like, I don't know, that's just not, something niggas is interested in. But like, that's
Right,
kind
they
of
don't
the
want to
main.
know real finance. And I had a guy named Thomas. We split, but he basically was working on a trading platform, stock. We was talking on my show. We were talking about stock trading and stuff like that. How to pull money together, crowdfunding. We were talking about all these things, right? We'll talk about bullion banks. That's why I met Mr. Rosenthal, the bullion banks and whatnot. Financing global trade and whatnot. I said we're going to take the Ujama and really do this thing. And we're going to go to Africa. We're going to build banks. We're going to build all this stuff in Africa. We're going to connect Black America with Africa. That was the Ujama, the colonization Ujama.
Yeah, but I believe that's like our last thing that we need to like get in order or master is like the finances because like we say all the time, like black people annually they spend what is it, $1 trillion a year. Imagine if all these well, obviously we get money, so imagine if these niggas just use their money for the right things or
Well,
just invest it
if
in
we
the
if we if we had a black bank, right? If everybody says 10% of my money is going to go to this one particular black bank, and the black bank basically says, okay, you know something, we're going to invest like a certain amount of percentage of this in Africa, African development. We literally have billions of dollars. We literally have like $200 billion a year to invest in America and in Africa. But the reason why it doesn't happen is because look how they got our mind every day. We're on the radio, we're on the internet, acting like fucking fools. Even on the internet now, we're acting like fools. We're not talking like that, All we're doing is talking, and then this ADOS FBA shit comes along. Everybody's through black. That's one thing Brandon I like about Brandon because he that's one of my talking points. He picked up. He says years ago, 7 years ago, everybody was talking about buy black and everything like that, and which we call it now. Everybody's talking about a reparations check. We threw away the buy black. Why is Zongo so mad? He goes another Colin babble, all talk, no action. No, Zongo, it takes time, man. It takes time, bro. I've been doing this for years. I need people to come in and say, hey, look, let's join this Kyla and whatnot. Stop giving all your money to fucking idiots like Tariq and whatnot. If you ever put $2 million in my hand, you can imagine what I'll do with it, right? You won't get
we
no
know what
raggedy
you'll
ass
do with
bill.
it.
I think black people suffer from a certain syndrome where we just got to see the finished product. We don't really believe in
yeah.
like developing things. We just want to see the finished product.
Yeah.
Eh, eh,
That's it.
But what you said is very key though, and I think something like that should be implemented into something like Kwanzaa, where we gotta be more global. I say I'm a pan African, but I really say I'm a global African, because we have in the age we are now, we gotta be
We have to
global.
be. Look, if product, most of the products that you see in Africa are being manufactured in China, the least we could do is be the ones who ship and distribute it ourselves. We should
Yeah,
have the Lebanese going to China. They don't make shit. They go to China because they got money, and they basically ship goods to West Africa, things, appliances, stuff like that. Things that Africans could be shipping to Africa. We could be shipping to Africa and making the money ourselves, whatnot. But we let the Lebanese do it, because we don't want enterprise. We don't really think about enterprise.
If
and
we
and I
saying
think
it that
I
way,
think we in a oh go ahead. I think we in uh a great position here in America because really and truly, if we pull our resources together and like you said, and invest into Africa. We can invest in industries because it's not like Africans don't want to work on a continent. They just don't have a lot of opportunities. Can you imagine
We
if
basically said if we had what you need is this. The Indians and Chinese, when they basically invest in a country, go overseas like that, they have what we call an anchor. You ever saw, you know what a mall, they said an anchor store? You know what that means? That means when a mall comes to your city, right? They have like 3 anchor stores. It'll be J.C. Penney's, Macy's, or something Sears, or something. That's the anchor, right? The rest are secondary. Same thing with the Indians. When they come to a country, right? They'll have the Patels and Shuts do a major investment, right? And then they have a bunch of secondary small businesses, hotels, gas stations, all stuff like that follow them there. So you got a whole community there. What we never had in Black America is that anchor businesses that say, I'm going to go to Africa and build. Now, we do have those cars. I played the other night, the top 20 Black businesses in America, right? And Lewis, why don't come? Because the bottom line is the diplomatic, and we haven't had the conversation with Africans. We have to be clear about who we are and what we want, right? This foolishness I see in Africa, right, is not going to attract Black American businesses to the continent. It's not. You know, Africa got to get serious about, okay, this is what we plan on infrastructure. This is the budget. We're going to have this roads built by this time. We're going to have this power station and whatnot like that. Okay. We give it a 5-year plan. 5 years, we should be up and functional. You do your part. You have some skin in the game. We're going to invest in this infrastructure right here. And you can build your factory right here, a bunch of factories right here and whatnot, because we're going to provide the necessary infrastructure and everything like that. If you don't have that in place, Black business is not going to go there. Now, South Africa is a good infrastructure. So you do see Black businesses going to South Africa because they got a really good infrastructure. Same thing with the rest of Southern Africa, you know?
The problem is most Americans, Black Americans, don't think about Africa. They really don't give a damn.
Yeah, you know, if they saw there was opportunity there, they would, you know. But the bottom line is Africans have to basically sell the fact that people ain't gonna look. There's a lot of people that come to me, like my good Dark Migo. He asked me, Kyla, what should I invest in Africa? I said, don't, you know, because until when people could figure out real things to invest in or not, I said, what I'm tired of is people have money burning in their pocket, right? Because you want to do the right thing. Africa's a homeland. You want to invest in the homeland, right? I just want to invest in the homeland. I know some people have lost everything.
Everybody don't look at it as their homeland. You do.
I do, yeah.
Yeah,
so
most Americans don't look at it like that.
Yeah, so Prism says Kyla waiting for a red carpet. No, I'm not waiting for a red carpet. I'm saying that, look, if this is going to be a long-term thing, I mean, look, first of all, the Lebanese are coming from, they're global South people. They could come to third world countries because Lebanon's a third world. Black America, you're talking about, okay, if people roll over there, what are they going to do? I thought about this, right? One of my clients was in a nursing home the other day, right? Last Monday. And I went in there and I seen people barely alive. They getting, you know, and they're on Medicare, Medicaid, whatever like that. And there's assisted living and stuff like that. And I'm saying to myself, what if large numbers of Black people coming over there, what if they fall into that situation, you know, where they need that care? Are we supposed to just throw them out in the bush and let them die? You know? So there's a lot to basically people talk about bringing Black Americans to Africa, you know, if the infrastructure is not there, you know. Once Africa gets serious about the infrastructure, things will change, you know. But I know where the money's gonna come from and everything like that. I don't know, but you know, I believe there's a possibility, man, with Africans really like this, because you cannot attract. If they get frustrated and say, like, people think there's more good African Americans in Ghana than there actually is. There's only like 1,500 African Americans in Ghana, you know. People try to lie and say there's 10,000 Black Americans in Ghana. No, it's not. It's only like 1,500 total. About 20,000 people went to Ghana over the last few years, right? 20,000 went there. But as far as living there is a whole different thing. And then when you talk about people investing, you invest in the country, you got to live there. You know, that's the only way it's going to work. And when you live there, you need amenities, you need hospital care, you need entertainment, you need all these things like that, amenities. You know, you need banking services, you need all this stuff like that. That if the country doesn't have that, you know, it's going to be hard for them to come in. It's called the ease of doing business, you know.
Yeah, and then the problem is that most people, it's too much risk to help some ungrateful motherfuckers who talk shit all the time.
Who's that, Rico?
Yeah.
Why you gonna come out there ungrateful? Africans are grateful, bro. They're not ungrateful.
They grateful to the white man. You act like we the one like the white man. They love the white man.
I don't know where you live at. I live in New York, so
I live in
maybe
Charlotte, North Carolina.
yeah. So your experience is probably different than mine.
How? What
Do
you
do
mean?
you
Far
do
as
you
what?
live ar-
Are
do
you
you
in
live
South
around do you live
Bro, you're
around
not
Africans?
to a lot of
Do
Africans.
I live around Africans? Come on, man. So you pretending like Africans don't like the white man? That's
I'm
what you
asking you,
doing?
do you live around Africans?
Of course. What, you think I'm just talking from the internet? Of course. I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. There's plenty of Africans.
I'm not
Okay,
aware. No,
now
I'm not aware of no
hold on. Let me
large
ask you a question,
communities.
Rico. Like this, okay? Tell me the day to day of an African. What does he do? You see him doing Hail Mary and bending over, kissing the white man's ass. What do you see?
Do you see FBA doing that?
Yes.
Of
Where you see
course.
that at?
Oh, did you see this guy last night? He says we love.
Man, that man mentally ill, man. You bragging about
Yo, but he's speaking for your
Man, get out
movement,
of here.
man.
Speaking for the movement.
I ain't got no
You
movement.
represent the movement.
I don't have no movement. I'm not no FBA. Y'all group me in that because I ain't no Pan-African. I'm not no FBA. I'm not no Pan-African. I don't like the white
So
man.
you just American.
That's all I know. I don't
Well,
like
that's
the white
what,
man.
that's like this. Like I said,
what the white
well,
man
at least you're, yo,
and
yeah, like I
African
said,
solar. You
well,
can't
at least you admit that. At least we can agree on that, man. FBA shit's crazy, man. Because
I didn't say it's crazy. I think it makes more sense than Pan-African.
Nah, I think
Man,
FBA.
get out of here.
You know what FBA is going to lead black people in America to?
To what?
Domestic embargoed. That's the best term I could put it.
Well,
Domestic
elaborate on
embargo.
that. Elaborate on it. What do you mean by that?
Like black Americans already don't have any allies. So if you come in with the
we never had none. You think the
let me
Africans
finish.
are allies?
Let me
Africans want us to
finish.
come over there and give them our money.
I
That's
mean,
all they want.
Africans come over here and they pay taxes to you.
They don't pay me shit. Fuck that. What the fuck you talking about?
They tax money provide the roads.
You know, I told Rico was related to Jonathan Miller. I told you guys were like brothers or cousins or something.
You seen that US aid didn't? Our money going way over there to the continent. So what the hell is you talking about?
I mean, you got a bunch of Nigerian doctors.
The whole continent on welfare. Don't come with that fake Nigerian doctor shit. They driving Ubers over here.
I don't know about you. You must be not familiar with Houston.
Man, listen, man. Y'all Pan-Africans always tell fairy tales, man. Tell the truth. You see a bunch of Nigerian doctors. We talking about in the United States. I ain't got no
Yeah, but like everything, Rico,
no. For what?
they're poor Nigerians and they're well-off Nigerians, right?
Man, they well off everybody. Everybody is
maybe,
well off Indians.
Maybe
if you go to India, they eat goddamn dirt water.
Hey, maybe
that's what I'm saying. Some of them are doing well, some of them not so well. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, maybe
everybody doing well.
Maybe in your area. I live in the economic capital of the world, so I see.
Man,
I
live
see
in
things
Charlotte,
different.
North Carolina. Man, New York ain't been shit since the 80s. Quit talking that crazy shit. The white man got Wall
I don't know
Street
what
up
you're
there.
talking about.
Man,
a
y'all
house
in
in
New
North
York.
Carolina can't even compare to a house in New York.
Man, y'all buying
apartments.
Y'all buying
alone.
100 square foot apartments, man. Knock it the fuck off, nigga. What are you talking about?
You talking about an apartment? I live in a house, brother.
Just because you must be in the country part of New York. You must ain't
I live in
city.
no. I live in Queens, New York. I live in Queens, New York. I live in a house.
Out there. Man, listen, out there in Queens.
Man, it's expensive everywhere.
Well, hold up, Rico. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Now, hold up. Now, I think what the problem is this. Right? I think you misunderstood. Now, I'm not one of these blind Pan-Africanists. So I'm not one of these blind Pan-Africanists.
Oh, so you ain't when I say Nigerian is a dog.
When I say Pan-Africanism, I mean that we're all basically black African people or whatever like that, and we could.
Man, and everybody know that, even the ones who don't make that point for argument's sake.
We're all black, right? Hold up. My whole thing is this. Right? Now, I understand your frustration. Like I said, that's why I've been able to convert people like you to my cause, right? Because I'm like this. I understand how black people in America, right, feel in a way that, we have a country.
This is my thing. how I look at Africa is like this, right? Africa is like the fucking crackhead mama who gave up the son who ended up being a superstar. Now she show up wanting his money. You sold the motherfucker to the white man. Now you want to come back and save you.
What money? Africans is begging you for money?
They begging African Americans for money. If they not, come save Africa. Let the
Man, I live in New York. I've never seen an African beg me for
man,
money
you keep
a day
saying
in
New
my
York
life.
like it means something, man. I'm from United States, man. That New York shit don't mean nothing. Yeah, man,
I'm
this
saying.
ain't 1980, man. Quit. I don't care if you from New York or not. The fuck I care.
Well, let me
don't
say
mean
let me say
nothing
like this. Let me say, Rico. Let me say this, right? What if basically we're saying basically it's like this? Okay, I understand. If I always say I never pressure nobody to be involved with Africa, right? But I'm saying those of us who do, right? If there's opportunity,
But see, my whole thing is, it ain't enough of you who give a damn about Africa, and that's why y'all be mad and talking shit about everybody else. Cause you know it ain't that many Pan-Africanists.
well, I know, y'all
know damn well if
Pan-African is global.
But listen, what I'm telling you, you can have everybody else. If the Black Americans ain't in, the shit ain't going nowhere. Mr.
Why
New
you
York,
say that?
you know that, man. All right, let's pretend.
Hold on,
okay,
Rico,
okay.
hold on. What's the fact that? Hold
like
on,
it is.
Hold on, Rico. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Do you see the fact that does it bother you that there's a number of white people out there who are saying racist things online or not? They basically challenge us to race war. You know, does that bother you?
Man, listen, man, fuck them white people, man. I don't give a fuck about them white people.
Yeah, I know that, but the whole thing is, whole thing is this though. They still control the police. They still control the courts.
And they always have. They control Africa.
But hold on. But I'm saying
so shouldn't they be your top op instead of the Africans?
Man, listen, what I'm telling you, ain't none one of my ops, and ain't none one of my friends.
I'm saying no African red line, no Black Americans, no Africans lynch no Black Americans.
But y'all look over the fact that we wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the Africans. Y'all want to overlook that fact.
I mean, people go to war, brother.
Man, listen,
white people go to war. They come together for a bigger cause.
Man, now you making excuses, man.
I'm not making excuses.
You want to overlook the whole beginning of the shit and just go to the white man.
But
man, I say fuck them both. I say fuck them both. Yeah, fuck the whole African and fuck the white man who playing out of style. Fuck them both.
Let me ask you a question. Is it wrong to give it a try? In my Trump voice, I mean, we tried everything else in America. Okay? Is it wrong to give it a try?
Man, listen. I say fuck them.
We the poor. We already at the bottom. We already at the bottom in America. Is it wrong to give it a try?
Man, you in New York in that little apartment. You at the bottom. I don't live like that. Yeah, I'm down here in Charlotte. We living good. Yeah, y'all New York niggas at the bottom. Y'all up under
Rico. You ought to be a comedian. You and Ben Yusuf, man. You and Ben
Yusuf. Rico funny as hell.
Yeah, him and Ben Yusuf, man. Like
Rico, you funny as hell.
I mean, I'm not trying. Man, listen. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just telling you.
Everything you saying is funny, my nigga.
I don't like
everything
one
you
of
saying
them.
is funny.
That's the only thing I'm telling you. I don't like man one of them. I'm not with.
I don't tell you nothing you saying serious right now, bro.
Oh man, you New York niggas don't take nothing serious.
Nah, because
it comes
you're
from
not
the white
making
man.
no sense.
Brother, I don't live in no apartment.
Everything you saying, I don't see it every day. So
I don't give a fuck what you see.
Okay, good for you, bro.
You ain't making no sense. Take your money and save some motherfucking Africans who don't give a damn about it.
Yo, Rico,
man,
hold. Let me get G on. I think he wants to talk to you or somebody. G, go ahead.
No, I'm just listening. That's all.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, like I said, they have this thing like I'm telling people to bum rush the coast. Look, I'm not a bum rush the coast Negro. You know what the bum rush the coast Negro is? It's somebody basically who ain't doing nothing in America. Like, we gotta go to Africa tomorrow, right? You know.
But that's most of the Pan-Africans.
Exactly.
That's most of the Pan-Africans ain't got a damn thing.
Look, Rico,
man, they can't afford to live in the United States.
I'm saying if there's opportunity, right?
But Kyla, listen what I'm saying.
How long you been doing this opportunity stuff? Because
I'm lying. Years. I'm doing good. I'm doing good with it.
But then why do I keep hearing about the horror stories going on over there? in Africa?
Because
It's more horror stories going on in America.
You know why?
But then why y'all keep coming over here and staying?
Hold up. G, you know why? Because people don't join the groups like the BAIO. They don't get with brothers like me, and stuff like this. They go out there on their own, right? Like I had a dude that had $100,000 burning in his pocket, right? I ain't listen to Kyla. I'm going to do it on my own. Okay. I can't find the guy because he's hiding out from me. I know he lost all his money, you know?
But Kyla, you know that. But Kyla, over here.
Look, if like you listen and whatnot, join groups and whatnot, and go together as a group. That's what the BA is all about. We're working together as a group, right? Black people are so individualistic. We go to the continent, right? And look, I can see it even on social media, right?
But that's how we're raised.
Let me say this, G, right? Even before we go to Africa, look, let me say this right now. I'm gonna even, smack myself in the head. I'm gonna smack Dynas all up in the head right now, right? I thought years ago, right, when I had all these powerhouse content creators, that's what I didn't know what the word content creator was. I'm a content creator. I said that's a new thing. You be a content. That's what the millennials, right? We became moguls and businessmen and Gen X's, right? They became content creators and millennials. They're mostly content. They're good at it, right? They're content creators, right? They're grifters and content creators, right? I thought, right, with all these powerhouses, you got Angry Man, you have Phil Scott, you have this one, that one, O'Shea, man, Tariq, Dynas Amir, all these people right here. And I said, damn, I just knew that we were going to create our own platform like the white boys did with Rumble and Parler, I thought like that. Imagine we make it all that much. So before we can even talk about a nation, can we even get on a fucking our own social platform where we're making all the money, all the revenue, everything like that is ours.
Tariq had one. It's called More Us.
Yeah, but it failed. It was probably the thing that failed. Because when you start with more, we start with something like Moors or not. It has to be a real black nationalist platform, right?
But my thing is why are people trying to tell us to go over to a place that does not want us there?
Nobody's telling you
here.
I'm saying, look, check out. G, let me ask you a question, right? Now, I'm like this. If you basically, let's say some black people went over to Africa, right?
Let me ask the brother one question.
Hold on. Let me finish this, right? What if basically Dave, right, goes into the lumber business, right? What if Elba goes to the rubber business, right? What if I go into the iron steel fabrication business, right? What if basically we had a stock exchange out of Atlanta, right? Where you can download the app, right? And we have stocks for sale for pennies on a dollar, right? That that every indicator, like these companies are going to boom, and you can make a lot of money and not even have to leave your house, right? Would you be against people like Dave and Elvis and all the people going to the African continent? And hey, would you against be somebody opening up a gold mine and listening?
Yeah, I still be against it.
Wow, why would you be against people making money?
You know why I be against it, Kyla? Because it's going against their narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're against it.
Kyla, you gotta.
I'm saying like this. Hold on. Everybody don't have to come up the coast.
Kyla, a lot of these FBA, they just want to be the white man. So they looking for.
No, we don't.
They looking for a group.
Say that.
Hold on. They looking for a group to subjugate to say, look, they're below us, white man. So you could look at us as a special Negro.
Yeah, special Negro.
Where are you from in Africa? What's your tribe? Where are you from? Because you're in the white man's land. Where are you from?
Doesn't matter.
This is what G. This is what I say.
It does matter because
I am from the African American tribe. I'm from the African American tribe. When I'm in Liberia, everybody says I'm a bossa man. I'm a crew man.
That's you. I'm talking about just for our people.
Look, you gotta listen to the. You gotta listen to the.
I'm from the I'm African American tribe. We're not. I'm a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. That's who my tribe is, and they accept that. That's who my
that's you, Kyla.
Kyla, you gotta listen.
Treated over there.
Kyla, you gotta listen to the. You gotta listen to the talking point. It's either the Africans is poor in mud huts, or the ones that's doing good, they align themselves with the white man. So when the Africans do better, in some way they are CIA operative, or they working with the white man to undermine them. They're stealing jobs from FBA. So in their mind, they looking for a group to subjugate, to be the token Negro.
You
To be
know
like,
what?
hey, I'm the
That's one
special
part of
Negro.
it, but
Yeah.
it's more than that, because with all that tribalism going on over there, and none of you ever told us about this stuff, especially the Pan-Africans, until
It's
like what,
tribe.
40,
It's
50 years
tribalism
over.
going on in America. Bloods, Crips,
Tribalism here, man.
GDs,
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Democrats, Republicans.
That's not no
East
damn
Coast
tribe,
versus
and you
West
know
Coast,
that.
you know.
Yeah, it's
That's not no
it's
damn tribe. I'm talking about you little ethnic groups over there in Africa, and you know what I'm talking about. You
Oh,
not
this,
ain't no
yo,
Republican
G,
in
this
them
what I
damn
this what
ethnic
hold,
groups.
this is what I would say. This is what I would say, right? This.
So why you doing that?
G, this is what hold, this is what I would say, right? Now, we basically as black people in America, right? You know, when we go to Africa, we're basically as another group, or tribe, whatever like that.
Exactly.
And we have to basically
But
forget
why you
hold, get
establish
where
the
we fit in.
back though?
Look, we can't have everybody go to the continent. Your best bet, Black America's best bet, is to build something in America, right, and like that, and transport it around the world. Now, let me ask you a question, G. Do you believe the world's becoming global?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. The Italians are in places like Argentina, right, investing, right?
Yeah.
The Chinese are all over the world. They got Chinatowns all over the world, right? They're
Mhm.
investing, shipping goods and whatnot, you know?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is this, though, and they make it a good thing because you got Europeans basically got so many landing places all over the globe. You know, European person can go to Brazil, Argentina, and he knows he can fit right in, get with a business community. And all that. So are you telling me that if there was opportunity in South Africa, Botswana, Zambia, that we should not have our people basically go? In other words, what if some black Americans said, we want to build an enclave in the Philippines? Would you be against that?
It depends on what part. Because I mean,
No.
there.
They're going to the Philippines. They found some land. They want to get into some business when they own a couple of businesses that they invested in, and they want to do manufacturing and ship the goods back to America. Would you be against that?
No, I wouldn't be against it. But
all right. So what's the difference between them going to the Philippines and doing that and going to Ghana?
Well, the difference is what all this confoundry going on over there, all this land scamming and all this
that's why I say if you're
see,
interested in land and stuff like that, I always say, didn't I say that earlier, folks?
Don't
get into land buying.
What you're not saying is
the reason why there's land scamming, you know what's land scamming? The reason is most of these people have never bought a house or owned a house or property. So we tell them you have a chance to own land in Africa, right? They jump with it and they don't understand anything about land development.
But damn it, Kyla, you got people coming over there from who are white, who are Chinese, East Indian, buying land and booting many of those African people off their own land.
First of all, in Liberia, whites and Chinese can't own land.
Well, I know that, but there's more countries in Africa than Liberia.
I thought they scamming people. So how the agents and all them people go into Africa and they succeeding?
Well, you tell me, because they not black.
So the Africans is just racist against the black people.
I didn't say that they're racist. I'm saying the fact that they're tribalistic over there. Because I've had friends and I've been over there myself.
Gee, let me tell you something, right? If you now you trying to play
coy.
If you go to Liberia, right?
Now you're doing the coy.
Check this out. This is what you do. You go to Liberia. Before you go, get $100 bill for your bank, right? Go to take a $100 bill. So I want all ones, right? You know, and you got 100 ones in your pocket, right? That's all you really need. You know, any problem you have one night, you put a $2 bill out, your problem will disappear. You know, that's
maybe in Liberia, not in Ghana. And damn,
that's even in Ghana, man. The bottom line is you flash $2, man, or maybe Ghana $3. You know, you flash $3, man.
Even at the airports in Ghana, they always be begging, saying, "Can you give me some small?"
Yeah, that's all over Africa. That's all over the third world, bro. That's how it is.
Yeah. What about
you know why they do that, right?
Yeah, I know why.
No, but why? You know why they do that, right, G?
Yeah, I know why.
No, why? Why?
Because of that's the scamming. That's part of the culture.
No. That's not why they do that, G. Sometimes they don't get paid 2 or 3 months from the government.
But you know what though? That's
no. I'm just saying. I'm letting you know. I'm just explaining. Sometimes they don't get paid. They have to, and they don't get paid.
But see, my thing is, I understand what you're saying, brother. But at the same time, How come we don't get
Yeah,
told most of
no,
the stuff before we get over there? And
just
then when we get over there, we're told, oh, we can't drink the water if we're not from West Africa. Especially if you go to Ghana.
That's why you gotta buy bottles of water. You don't drink.
Right,
Right,
buy
they
bottled
put
water. You buy
Color Joe in the
bottled water.
water.
You drink tap water in America? You drink tap water in America?
Certain parts I do, depending on
No,
where I'm at.
you drink city tap? Nobody drinks city tap. We all buy
Well,
water.
that not in
Come
New
on,
York.
man. You
Come
Certainly
on,
not
G.
in
You telling me you drink
Come on,
tap water?
G, man.
You telling me you
complain
mix your
about
Kool-Aid
little
with,
shit,
with
bro.
tap water?
Come on,
in
bro.
certain parts
Come on,
of the
bro.
U.S. I do. Where I'm from. In
All
certain
right,
parts of the
let
U.S.
me
I
get
do.
let me
Not
get
not in New
Saint
York.
Jamie. You get Saint Jamie on. Saint James, what's going on, bro?
What's up, Kyla? Thanks for having me, man. It's been a minute, man. What's up?
Yeah, man, you being a stranger. What's going on? What's on your mind, man?
Not a lot in my mind, but I was just calling to let you know it would be a great idea whenever you take this some of your people back to Liberia, you're gonna have to, make sure they stay in there and develop Liberia, man. You
Yeah,
know?
like I said, the whole thing is this. We would like to do that, right? But yeah, like I said, we're working on it. We got a group in Liberia right now at a BAO chapter there, and I'm partnering with a man named Val Thomas. Right, he published International Focus magazine. I should be having an article. Me and Bomani there soon. You know, we didn't have it at the time, but anyway, he's bringing a tour, an investment group from Houston, Texas, to Liberia, African Americans. You know, and they're exploring it. And I want to really step it up. Once I get my office in Liberia, I want to start sending out my letterhead, my corporation letterhead from Liberia, BIO Liberia Corporation. And I'm going to start sending it to all types of businesses throughout the world, right? And Val Thomas, him and his wife, Cynthia Blanford, they're the ones who got the Candasia hotel in Liberia with Bob Johnson years ago. You know, Cynthia Blanford, I've seen her on TV. She was the one who got Delta to go in Liberia one night. So I finally met her in Liberia last month, in March, you know. And she said, yeah, I heard of you. And she goes, she heard of me because we used to talk online all the time. So I know Dinah Samir, whatever like that. I know you and Dinah, whatever. And so anyway, basically, so they have a consulting business. They help businesses get established in Liberia and West Africa and stuff like that. And they have a magazine, International Focus magazine, which is a good magazine that basically out of Atlanta, but they got a chapter in Liberia for West Africa, Focus magazine. So this idea of building in Africa is becoming real. It ain't just a bunch of people online doing the same thing. These are real Black people who are now interested in West Africa. Real people with real money, real backing, and real everything. I'm talking about billions of people that got potentially that can bring billions of dollars to West Africa. That's what we're trying to basically do. But
Nah, but the only person online who's interested about Liberia is only you. So your brother over here, Elvis, he doesn't care. So he's not going to be of any help. So I don't know. I don't even know why you have him on your channel because he doesn't even promote Africa. So he promote whatever that's going on in America. He like America so much. So he's not going to be of any help. So if you want to make some real money, you're going to have to think about coming to the AES because this is where the money's at. Liberia ain't going to be helping you making money.
I see it, bro. But the whole thing is this, though. Like I said, I'm on a wait and see.
No. I mean, this is a good way. It's a good waiting, right? But let me finish. Let me hold on. Let me finish, right? Kyla, you see, you Pan-African, right? You see the. No. Listen, you see the slick game some of these Americans are playing, right? I'm watching certain channel talking about Pan-Africanism. Right? Ever since Ibrahim Traore came to power, right? There is one particular YouTuber. He goes to Africa, right? He never did a show about the president of this particular country he goes to, right? But when it comes to Burkina Faso, he's displaying Traore all day, every day. He doesn't talk about politics in these countries. You see the irony of that is
Are you talking about Brandon?
No, man, not Brandon. Brandon doesn't go many places in Africa. He go to Kenya. He doesn't even go to West Africa. So we checking all the videos. We don't see him talking about the president of these particular countries. So he try to get out of the way so he can make his money, right? But when it comes to certain country, we go in and we go out, right? We go inside and out, which is good. But in those countries, they avoid the subject matter. So are they scared to talk about the politics within those countries, or they're not? So this is what I'm trying to understand. I'm not worried.
Why would African Americans be talking about the politics in Africa when they could probably be detained or something like that. I don't even
So
know.
We have a
why are they talking about a particular country and they're not talking about the other? If that's the case,
hold on. We have
if you
let me
want to,
say,
if you no, no, let me address the guy. If he chose, since he chose to address me, if you want to be neutral and stay neutral, I respect that. But if you want to give your opinion about a particular country, you have to give your opinion about
Lewis?
the other countries.
Are you talking about Lewis?
Wouldn't that be fair?
Are you talking about Lewis?
I mean,
Not
that's fair.
Lewis.
He's
I mean,
talking about
it's,
Diners, Kyla. He's talking about Diners.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fair though? Because if is it in the money to taking people from the Western world to West Africa, because you can't go to one country like sell that country to Western Africans, black people, that the country is good, is safe, but you don't want to talk about whatever that's now good in that country. But you are okay talking about other things from other country where you don't have a business. I don't think this is Pan-Africanism. Trust me, it's not.
Let me ask you a question. Like, this is my thing, right? You understand that, if like right now, any country basically that wants to win with Black America, there's a couple things we have to have. We have to have land, infrastructure, and we call nationhood, land, or community, or autonomy, That I have not heard yet. If we go to any of these countries, we cannot. Black America, right? I'm gonna tell you right now. People don't like when I say this, right? We can't just go there and say, "Okay, let's go assimilate." It's not gonna work. I've seen so many people fail. We need to be organized. We need to be able to take care of ourselves. We need to be able to have our own tax base. We need to be able to take us, police ourselves, and provide for ourselves, build for ourselves, and stuff like that. And we can't have political, social power over the context of our reality. And I have not seen Africans say that yet. We cannot be in the
No, Carla, you gotta go in there and pitch your idea to whoever is in power, right?
I could
do,
pitch
do
my
you want Diners? Do you want Diners to talk about the Benin government or what?
No.
What government?
I don't want to. I'm not giving you names, and I'm just witnessing something that is a little different than what I used to see, and I'm just giving you my opinion. Since you guys are talking about Pan-Africanism, a Black
Right.
American, whether it's a Black American or Jamaican or someone from Belize, taking Africans to Black Africans to Africa, right?
The thing is, I think
I don't have a problem, but when you bring Pan-Africanism into it, this involves everybody. You see what I'm saying? So you got to be careful about if you want to if you want to talk about our politics and whatever that way you make money, you feel like, okay, I don't want to talk about that. No, now you are not doing you are not doing the work. You are not doing the work. Trust me, you're not doing the work, and this is not what we want because we also have a right. Listen. You can't, wherever you make money and you feel like this is what you want to talk about, I don't have a problem with that. But listen, so if you're not going to depict us in a good light, don't talk about us at all.
Well, look,
that's what it is.
How is Diners?
I have nothing but respect for the Africans on the continent and stuff like that. All I'm saying is this. So they're basically telling us there's a lot of Black people have the desire from America to go to Africa, right? But a lot of these people are ill-equipped, right? They're not talking about things like we need to basically things we need in place. Like if you're over 50 years old in America, we have things like the AARP. There's an association, American Association of Retired People. We have all kinds of things like that. The Union Mission, the Salvation Army. People don't underestimate all these things that are staple in keeping a society from people from bottoming out. We have a social safety net in America. So basically, if we went over there and we basically built our own municipal center and was able to have our own sovereign wealth and whatnot, we could provide for our own people. And then you will see large numbers of Black people from America coming over there. We cannot go over there and burden Burkina Faso, these struggling countries, with our problems. We cannot do that.
I understand. I do understand, but
understand that. I don't understand. Is anybody got an IQ above 100 that fucking can understand that? You want people?
No, that's not. So this is not the bandwagon I'm on. I'm not here promoting Black American to go live in West Africa without any means of survival. That's not what I'm promoting, and I'm even against that. If you want me to,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So that's not what we promoting.
Have a thing where Black people in America can look at something and say, log in, and say, yes, I want to go to this country right here. Well, okay, I want a job, right? I don't think every Black person should of America should go there and be like Swiss Family Robinson and whatnot. Swiss Family Robinson, people that's living in the outback, hunting and gathering and shit. Like, we should not have to go to that. There should be countries that we go to when we should be able to get jobs. We should be able to get health care. We should be able to, we'll pay for those things, because we consume a lot, But the bottom line, if the infrastructure is not set up, then the bottom line, nobody's gonna come. So I'm saying to myself, is there a way that we could build something? I said in Afghanistan, right? I said Afghanistan is not simply more than a territory that basically caters to descendants of the transatlantic slave who've been uprooted from the continent for hundreds of years, right? And giving them a chance to settle on the continent, right? And the sole purpose of that place is to settle people on the continent, and they don't lose the standard of living they used to in America.
Have you done a research to find out how many people are willing to back your idea?
Let me tell you something. I know my people, right? If you build, they will come, right? You build, they will come, right? The problem is when people talk about Africa, right? They look at people go over to Ghana. I'm gonna be a Ghanaian. A year later, they're coming back to America because they failed, And so all this stuff is shenanigans. Ghana, you can't own land, you got to lease. But all this kind of stuff like this, and people are like, "What the hell are we doing?" And so, like I said, unless Ghana and all these countries get serious about, okay, you need to build a Black American, a diaspora homeland. That basically that will be a win-win situation. It'll be a tax base for the host country, and it'll be a place. I would say the tax revenue generated, probably billions of dollars, right, from these people settling there, because a lot of them have pension funds, 401k. Black America got sitting on, literally trillions of dollars worth of home equity, and pensions. There's a lot of wealth in Black America that Africans don't know how to tap into. They don't know how to tap into, right?
It goes both ways, brother. It's like you can't sit on welfare talking about it.
There's a lot of people who pitch these ideas to Africans for generations.
When was that? When was it? This is a new generation in Africa. You cannot come up with that. That's the past.
No. You got dudes like Martin Delaney that was traveling to Africa and trying to set up his own country, and then you have dudes like
who blocked him though? What happened? Do you know what happened?
Well, basically, Africans weren't interested in it.
It was a tribal war going on. What we called Nigeria at the time.
Well, it was. If it was in Nigeria, then there. Well, what else did they go? Did it beside Nigeria?
I think Paul Cuffey went to like Sierra Leone, Liberia area.
Bishop Henry McNeil Turner successfully built a community in South Africa. The first Black community in South Africa was African Americans. They built the community in Johannesburg was called Sophia Town. It rivaled friggin' the white community. It was like, wow, the first time Africans ever seen Black people look like them with suits and ties on, sophistication. They were like, wow. That was the beginning of modern Africa in South Africa. It was the Black people from
Africa. Kyla, man, we didn't see modern Africa because of Black American, man. Kyla, please.
Well, okay. Let me see. Liberia was the first modern republic. You know that, right?
Liberia and Sierra Leone.
Well, we had beautiful countries in West Africa, man. West Africa, Ivory Coast was a beautiful country. Ghana was a beautiful country. Cape Verde, you have
all these countries were colonial countries.
Yeah, what happened to that though? They did put in the work, right? They put in the work.
No, you definitely did. Benin was definitely like a good.
The problem there's always this tension. Like you said it. There's tension between us and you. You say like instead of
there is no tension unless you create tension. I don't. You see, Kyla. You see when the Caribbean come to Africa.
Do you know
we don't have issues.
Oh, you know Lagos, Nigeria was mostly populated by African American descendants, the Creoles, one not from Sierra Leone. That Fela Kuti might have been African American descent. There's places African Americans were settled in places like Jamestown, Ghana. People don't realize it. Jamestown, Ghana,
and there was no problem, right?
So
there was no problem in there. It's still a
Black America's accomplishments because it was Black America who wrote the Constitution for
St. James. You can't lie, man. The returnees kind of modernized Africa when they came back. When they came back to Sierra Leone and Liberia.
Well, in those areas, but not all the old Africa.
The first modern college, Four-Way Bay in Sierra Leone. the College of Liberia, then the University of Liberia in Monrovia. You know,
I'm
they
not saying
educated
that.
also almost the heads of state in Africa. All the heads of state in Africa went to Liberia and HBCUs in America.
No, not all the head of state, Carla. Please, man, please.
Almost every last single head of state in English speaking Africa went to
Thank
Liberia.
you, thank you. Thanks for specifying that.
Like this. But English speaking Africa seems like it's way more advanced than French speaking Africa.
Yeah, there seems to be more advanced, but they don't have their stuff together, man. So they can't lead.
I don't know, man.
That's the problem. So you can. No, Carla, it's good. It's good to uplift them, which is good. There seems to be a more advanced, but they cannot lead. You see, West Africa, the way it is. So they don't have. They don't know. They don't have the leadership skills. So that's where the problem lies.
France ain't give a shit about Africa.
No, I get that, but so when you praise the Francophone Africans through their leadership, what have we accomplished as a unit, Carla? This is how we got to address the issues. You cannot praise Nigeria, you cannot praise Ghana, you cannot praise other country, but us together we represent nothing. So it's not leadership.
Like I wouldn't say
so. So the idea of putting Francophone Africans down all the time is okay because this is the to go. No, Kyla, it's a to go for everybody. But at the same time, these people are now showing leaderships. They're not.
I'm not putting Francophone.
Saint Jane, you from Cote d'Ivoire?
No, Burkina Faso.
Oh, you from Burkina Faso?
Yeah. They're not showcasing anything that we need to see. So even yesterday, I was asking, instead of bashing Ibrahim Traore, I want West Africans, right? If your president is doing good and you are not ashamed of your president, come on live and show us how we can do it. I guarantee you most Africans wouldn't come because they're ashamed of their own countries. But to bash another country is too quick to come online. Trust me, they will. But to show us how to do it, no, they don't have that.
I think as far as Dynasty and most of the other people that's critical of Ibrahim Traore, because we've seen a lot of puppets. So people are just a little bit more critical now.
And that's good. I think people ought to be. There should be nobody above criticism.
Yeah,
nobody.
I think that
when you Carla, when you want to be a critic, right? Carla, you know me. I'm not scared of nobody, right? But if you want to be slick, I'm gonna be slick with you because if you want to make your money in one particular country and you don't want to, there are certain videos that you don't want to put out. We're gonna help you put out these videos because we're from Africa. There's nothing to hide. If you want to come to a particular country and show all the videos, show all the no, that's not going to work, man. If you use Pan-Africanism, that's not going to work. If you're a private citizen in America and you don't care about Pan-Africanism and you're going to Africa just to make your money, I don't care. I will let you live. But when you use Pan-Africanism to gather people around you and you want to throw shot, that doesn't work, bro.
James, can you hold up for a second? I got a person coming on. I don't know who you are, Ryan. Can you throw your camera on for a second? Just a split second. I just want to see who you are. Yeah, he has a Barack Obama's picture up there, so I'm not if he's a white troll. I'm not dealing with this shit, So I'm suspected of that shit. All right, Ryan, show your picture or you're out of here. Show your face, your camera, or you're out of here. Okay. He's not showing his camera, so he's not getting on. Go ahead, St. James.
Why For Righteous is always on your panel. She has no desire to go to Africa, but she's always listening to anything about Africa. What's up, For Righteous, man? What's up?
I'm gonna have For Righteous, man. She's gonna be in the marketplace in Ghana. She's gonna have that skirt on. She's gonna have that wrap on her head. She's gonna have a big vase up there. She's gonna be selling mangoes.
The last time I talked to her, I told her I was able to get her a place, like you said, in a marketplace in my country. She can come in there and sell fruits. She would contribute to the economy, man. She would do something.
She's like one of the marketplace women, don't you?
Absolutely, she's gonna make some money, man. She has skills.
She got skills.
She's underselling herself, so that's why I'm trying to help her. It's gonna be a step up for Ashes. It's gonna be a step up if you come to Burkina Faso. I guarantee you're gonna make a couple of $1,000s in your pocket. Man, I can help out if you want to come through.
Yeah, so bottom line, so For Righteous, man, don't worry about it. We're gonna have her in Africa soon. She's coming. You're coming, For Righteous.
Hey, Carl.
Come and grab your ass and say, "Oh, you're coming."
Kyla, your people are special, man. Trust me, they are special. As long you learning from African, Africans are learning from you, man. Trust
Yeah,
me.
Rico's coming too, man. Well,
Who's Rico? Who's Rico?
Nah,
Rico. Oh
you
yeah,
gotta leave. You
let
gotta
me
leave him.
introduce
You gotta leave him on EBT in
let me
America.
introduce Rico Miller and whatnot. Hey Rico, what's going on?
Hey, Kyla.
Yeah.
Kyla.
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, he just proved why it won't work. Every poor ass African think they got some say so when you come over there with your money. Who the fuck he think he is? Oh, I'm not going, man. Who the fuck is you? Like a motherfucker gonna come spend their money in your poor ass country and you gonna put stipulations on it. Man, y'all motherfuckers crazy. Yeah, that's all
I got this guy in the back chat named Ryan. Ryan, show your face, show your camera. Just 1 second. Show me who you are. I want to see who you are, and then I'll let you up. If you're not, then you got to go. God damn, man. What part of that don't you understand? Is Ryan really for righteous? Who is Ryan? If Ryan's in the chat room, put a 1. Are you in the chat room or what? I just want to know, do I got some cracker trying to call in, come in here and fucking do some obscene shit? That's what they do. They freaking white people ain't got nothing else better to do.
Probably one of them crackers from New York.
Yeah.
One of them New York City crackers.
Kyla, tell Four Ashes, man. Don't worry about me, man. I'm worrying about her.
Tell her.
Yeah, man. Four Ashes, man. I'm worried about you, man. Don't worry about me. I'm trying to help you out, man. I'm honest.
She's gonna do a show about me Thursday.
Nah,
I'm gonna have it, man.
She gonna do? She has a channel.
Yeah, she has a channel. She has a channel of
really?
she got 10,000 subscribers. Hopefully, some of her channel.
Really?
Okay. Ryan is a Negro, so he gets to come up. All right.
What does she talks about, Kyla?
Yeah. All right. She just basically.
Yo, Kyla, you said he had a picture of Barack Obama.
No, this picture right here looks like Barack Obama. I thought that was him. Barack Obama. I couldn't see my camera. All right, Ryan, what's on your mind, bro?
Actually, I'm just listening. Yeah.
Okay, you listen. Where you from, bro?
Liberia.
I'm from Liberia.
What part of Liberia, bro?
I was born and raised in Maserati County.
Oh, you the guy who said you was in Cape was in the Calabasas the other night?
No.
Man, I got a lot of Liberians listening to my show. Another guy last night.
Right,
you can't tell a Liberian accent, Kyla?
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I was looking at his picture. I didn't know what he was.
Yeah, so actually I'm from Liberia. From my mom's side, from Grand Bassa County, Edina, and then my dad side from
I was in Edina. I was in Edina last year.
Right? You sure you're not Americano Liberian, man? You like a African American.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving my background. So my dad's side is from Sano County. Sano County is there where you had Greensville, Mississippi in Africa.
Yeah, Mississippi.
And then what's the thing name? And then my mom's side with the Abasa. Her name is Cooper. So and then the family tree back to the Caribbean, where Rihanna from.
Barbados. What's your dad? What is your dad? Sapo, Crew, or Gribble? From Sino?
Yeah, he from Sano County. Sapo Basa. Yeah.
Ryan's my crown brother. Ryan's my crown man.
I'm just listening, also.
Yeah. That's good for you, man. So
yeah. But actually I live in Maryland. I've been here for like 10 years. Went to college, everything, yeah.
When's the last time you've been in Liberia?
I've been to Liberia 2021, 2022. After I got my citizenship in 2020, I went straight 2021. So I'm about to go back in July. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Well, you might want to attend independent. You gonna be there for Independence?
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna be there for Independence.
Okay, you might want to attend our business conference there. And business conference, and it's gonna be at the Boulevard Palace, in July. I think the Boulevard Palace is where having that, So I'll put the information. If you send me an email, I'll send you the flyer. If you want to attend,
So, Kyla, why don't you do live when you're in Liberia, man?
What?
Why don't you do lives when you're in Liberia?
Because my whole thing is when I'm there, I did do lives when I was in Liberia. You know, you talking about going live, just picking walking around. Because most Liberians don't like being filmed, right? You know?
Okay.
And also every time you have your camera out recording, there's some, and you just happen to be in a position of police, they're gonna try to arrest you and shit like that. You know,
people were complaining about what happened in Burkina Faso in their own country. They had the same situation going.
Yeah,
Isn't that some shit?
It's like this. If you're in Liberia, for this part, do not take that camera out. Either somebody will jack it from you, or police will arrest you for fucking espionage.
So there is no freedom in Liberia.
Well, there's freedom, but you know, freedom comes at a price.
St. Jane, you coming for Elvis?
Well, I mean, somebody was preaching harder about another country on another life, like in his own country, they have the same thing.
Liberia is livable. Me as an American,
Yeah, I mean, St. James, bro, this whole Burkina Faso thing, you just
no, I'm not talking about. Listen, you know, Kyla just said something. I didn't push Kyla to say that. You know, I didn't come for you. Kyla just said something that's worth listening to.
No, I just said like, check this out. I said, someone said the median welfare of Black Americans. You know, stop with all this goofy shit.
No, it's not good. Kyla, you don't know I don't bring goofy shit, right?
Oh,
because there's a lot of goofy people online, bro.
Look, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what I heard in the chat room.
Right.
The median wealth for Black America falls to zero. That's stupid. Shut up. You know, that's not true. You know, Black America is getting wealthier and wealthier when at $1.6 trillion economy. That's not. Hey, there's more and more Black people owning businesses than ever before. We have a record number of Black people who are owning businesses, finishing college. There's 2.5 million Black men in the upper middle class. You know?
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
It's an honest question, right? It's an honest question, right?
That's why people look at online.
You mentioned
hold on, Jane. Let me hear what Kyla had to reply.
Okay,
let me say this, bro. Dr. Core Anderson, I respect the elder, whatever like that, but he didn't know what the hell he's doing. He came out with his Powernomics, man. He cost the community, the city of Detroit, $150,000 because it completely failed. He ended up having to sell to Arabs, you know, because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. You know, so we listen to these people that we find online. Dr. Core Anderson, he's never made $1 million. You know, you want to listen to somebody, listen to freaking Robert Smith, a billionaire, you know? Really, I'm just serious. I don't listen to people. If you ain't got $1 billion, ain't successful, I can't listen to what you guys say. You know, Black wealth.
So we should listen to Kanye West though.
I ain't saying Kanye West. Kanye West is a clown. I say everybody's a billionaire.
You know the difference
between Robert Smith and Kanye West. Come on, you know.
I don't know. I mean, you just said that, Carla. The fact that you're repeating that Black American has this kind of wealth every day sounds ridiculous. If you have it, you shouldn't be saying it. You should be showcasing your actions.
No, look.
You know,
did you watch a video the other day? I played the top 10 businesses in America.
I don't need to watch a video to believe I live here. You know, I know
the top 20 Black businesses in America, right?
I know Black people have businesses. They have money. They have
like steel, manufacture steel.
Yes,
cars,
I know all of. I know all of that.
Black America, right?
I know all of that.
Businesses that's been around for hundreds of years.
Absolutely,
you know,
absolutely.
Black America is not a basket case, you know.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's why you don't have to keep repeating yourself on every live that you guys have that kind of power in America.
Somebody come in the chat room and just post this.
Man, you gonna answer to everything?
America has zero wealth and whatnot. Zero.
Tell them that's great. If you don't have zero wealth, why do you have to answer that?
No, because he put in the chat room and had to address it. Because people, if it's not basically, if you don't address it, people will believe it. And say like this, like we do have wealth in Black America, you know, we do have wealth and whatnot. And we got Black America. They found out Black males, right? Even because there was a narrative going around that Black females. They found out just recently, you know, they said a lot of Black women losing their money, losing their jobs over this Doge cuts, you know, and stuff like that, you know. And they said Black females, you know, Black females are like the poorest demographic in America. Black American males are one of the richest demographics, mostly in the skilled trades and stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of Black male wealth in America. 70% of Black males are in the middle class. Black females, because some of them are single mothers and whatnot, you know, even if they have a college degree, you know, their standard of living goes down the more kids you have, you know. So our sisters, man, you know, the bottom line is the single mother thing can't happen. Black America's only problem is we don't have enough 2-family homes, you know. That's the problem in Black America. And basically, how to solve that, your guess is as good as mine. You know?
Kyle, I got a question on that.
Yeah.
Do you think you would need an internal solution to that, or you would need an external solution to that?
Was Kwame here? Kwame, what did I say earlier? In order to solve that problem right there, we need a whole new, fresh start. We could build from the ground up, you know, and say, look, Black male and Black women say, look, in our nation, like I said, in our nation, you know, if you come here.
Yeah, when you was talking about the single mothers and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I said, look, we cannot look. If we say I want to build a nation, right? I can't have like a bunch of single mother and dudes running around making babies. Like, no, it's gonna be okay. You come here, you have a family, a young man with a family, right? You're raising a family. You're responsible for your children and everything like that. Not the state. You know. Now, I believe the state should be able to give you assistance, family assistance. I don't believe it's subsidized single mother. America's subsidized in Black pathologies for generations. That's why we have the problems we have in America, you know? And the only way to stop that is we know the white man's never going to get rid of guns in the Black community. He knows we're going to get rid of crime. He knows he's not going to stop redlining our community. He knows he's not going to stop divesting from our community. Black America is completely divestable. We still generate $1.6 trillion. Imagine if we had our own land, nation, on that, where we have policies that require like $1 out of every $10 invested back into the community. When that, there'll be literally billions of dollars available for our people, you know. But but we can't do that if you live in a country that basically don't cares about anything but white people. You know, they don't care about Black people in this country. There's no policies in the government that basically address our problems in America. In 1970, we had a convention in Gary, Indiana, called Black Power Convention in Gary, Indiana, right? Black people from all over the political spectrum came there in Gary, Indiana, to showcase a Black Power movement, but it fell apart. You know, one of the things they said in the keynote speech, I heard Jesse Jackson say, is like, we have homes, we have this, but we have no jobs. And was he right? Yes, white people pull all that capital, businesses, everything out of Gary and whatnot. And in one generation, the whole city died. You know, so in America, we're vulnerable to the white man's capital and whatnot. So I'm saying to myself, if we ever go to Africa, are we going to be vulnerable to the French and all these other people? No, we need our own infrastructure. We need to be able to build our own infrastructure that we could bring our own investment and stuff like that in. That we could put our people to work. You know, that's the only way it's going to work. Other than that, you ain't going to see no Black people come in Africa. You know, if people can't basically build anything, and we can't build anything, we can't have our own stock exchange that we global Black community invest in, and we have capital coming in and industries being built and whatnot. That's stuff we could do. You know, stuff we could do. We could have a freaking capitalize at billions of dollars starting off, whatnot, you know, but if we can't have our own stock exchange, our own bank, central bank, we can't all that stuff like that, we got nothing. You know, there's not even no sense even going to Africa. Just stay right here, you know, and die.
Carl, I don't think you will be able to live with this kind of wealth going to Africa. You know, it's a good idea to come to Africa, but all
Why
that
you
wealth
say
that
that?
you guys, I'm not sure. Based on history, right? I'm not sure if the white power structure will let you
We don't give.
walk
Look,
away.
you understand something.
You know, I'm not sure.
We don't give two shits about the white power structure.
Okay.
We don't care about them. You know, we don't.
So you
care.
can you why so you can make that move here in America first, right? If you can make that move.
We have, first of all, we have banks and stuff like that in America, but we're constrained by the U.S. law. We only ask that. Okay, like I said, I want to basically build a Black-owned stock exchange. I want to do that. You know, it'll start in America, but we need a host country to host it, that we can have international capital coming in and then basically how you get around the currency, you trade in cryptocurrency. You know, you do trading in cryptocurrency.
Who created cryptocurrency, Kyla?
What?
Who created that?
It doesn't matter. You have Black.
It doesn't matter, sir. We're talking about building our own system. You're talking about a system that somebody else just built.
He doesn't understand that you got all kinds of coins, Bitcoin. There's new coins coming up every day. You know,
people don't even understand currency, and you want to take them to cryptocurrency while building a nation.
In St. James, it's different. It's different escrows and different blockchains.
I get that, but the system, the entire system failed a year ago. The entire system failed a year ago, right?
What system?
Cryptocurrency, didn't it?
Bitcoin. What?
Trump got
Bitcoin.
his coin. The Trump coin made literally billions of dollars, bro.
You got Bitcoin. You got lithium. You got a whole bunch of coins that's doing very good. Bitcoin just reached 100,000. I remember when Bitcoin started off, it was 300. Well, when I got aware of it, it was like 300 a coin. So I don't know.
What we need is Dark Migo up here. You know, I got people, bro. We need Dark Migo up here. He'll break it down to you, about the coins and shit like that, crypto. We got everything we need, bro. Black America, we're no joke, man. All we need is an opportunity.
Bro, I'm rooting for y'all. I'm rooting for y'all, man.
Well, keep rooting for us. Only thing we do not have. Hold on. Only thing we don't have is a landing place where we can have a country that's partnered with us that we can do what the hell we want to do without them interfering. If we ever had that, man, we get someplace. But
hey St. James, you sound a little bit pessimistic about the ideas, man. What's your
the idea? No, I mean, if I see some numbers about, Kyla is talking about it every night, but I just want to know, as we speak right now, how many people are willing to back you up? Like, did you do any marketing research behind that? Like,
if Black America basically see success, they'll come. It doesn't matter. Black America sees success, they'll come. The problem is in Black America.
If Black Americans see success, they will come.
No, if they see you got a plan, it's going someplace and everything like that, it's a done deal. Whatever. The problem is.
So you are.
Hold. The problem is this: you got Black people, right? And say like go into countries that are unstable, like Burkina Faso, right?
Kyla.
Let me say this, right? The U.S. government put out a travel advisory about a week ago saying don't go to Burkina Faso. Black people are gonna majority of Black people are gonna be like, well, if America says don't go to Burkina Faso, that it's dangerous, whatever like that, politically unstable, guess what? They're not gonna go.
The same way they put out a travel advisory to the south side of Chicago, it would be the same thing.
Yeah, Black people don't live there. Black people don't go. Black people don't live there.
Absolutely. So whatever these people are saying about any country in West Africa about violence, they have the right to do so. But you can also look within the United States of America. There are certain parts in America where you don't want to go, right? So it goes both ways, man. It goes both ways,
bro. It's about political stability.
The U.S. embassy in Burkina Faso, right? They have one of the biggest embassy, amongst other countries, right?
Okay, if they have such a big,
they have the biggest embassy there, right? So that these people haven't left, right? They're still working in there at full capacity, and nothing is happening. But they put a travel advisory to you guys, right?
Look, like I told you before, even me and Bomani agree, man. We do not go to no country where they don't have, as long as they have a good relations with the United States, might see Black people go there.
No. What I do, right? So I'm picking something here, right? Based on the
you want us
the
to
video that are coming out.
Burkina Faso?
No, let me tell you something.
Saying to be in Burkina Faso.
No. Let me tell you something. I'm watching videos, right, coming from especially Black Americans, right, and I'm under the impression if the United States doesn't have a good relationship with that country, they tend to turn their back on that country and throw some negative videos about that country. We shall understand, and they tend not to really believe whatever that's coming from that specific country. But when we are talking about country that is in bed with the United States, Kyla, let me speak, because I sat here and I listened to Anglophone Africans, right?
What about South Africa?
No, we're talking about West Africa. I'm not going to South. I'm sticking with West, right?
Okay.
So, and I saw that for over 2 years, what you guys are doing, and which is good. I'm not here to tell you Burkina is stable for you guys to go invest in there. That's not what I'm doing. But when you guys are using Pan-Africanism and you guys are trying to, milk the cow based on your certain things that you would want and certain things that you wouldn't want, I think you are not doing a good job to the community as a whole. If you are a private citizen, American private citizen trying to go to Africa, make some money, like I said before, that's good. But when you are using Pan-Africanism to do it, now we become a little sketchy. You know, it's you are Pan-African. You are in bed with the people that you said are oppressing you. Tomorrow you are with them. You want the protection. You are all over the place, buddy. You are all over the place.
You gotta let me talk, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
Check this out. The whole thing is this. The problem is most people who are Pan-Africanists, right, go to Africa with the zeal that they're going to be part of something. They don't really care about it. That's why they basically make mistakes, because they don't look at the fine print when they just want to go to Africa and like that. And that's why a lot of people end up losing everything, because not because the country's bad, it's because they went on their emotions. Most Pan-Africans are emotional, So I don't really see where black people are saying we're going to make this money. The last thing a Pan-African is thinking about is money. He just want to be able to say he contributed to Africa, and now he's a part of something. It's a longing to belong to something, I'm not one of those black people in America.
I think people want to redefine Pan-Africanism according to their own interests. And it's fun to watch, right? It's fun to watch.
My whole thing is, hold up. A lot of people have this notion that Pan-Africanism means that I hate being Black American and I hate being Black in America. I hate America. I hate, and the bottom line, and I worship all things African. I don't do that. I mean, Pan-Africanism means if we're both Black, let's make Africa win. That's all I mean. That means that I want something and you want something, Let's see how we got this. I'm clear about what I want, If you tell me that, okay, what you want is just too much, then we ain't got no Pan-Africanism,
No, we have Pan-Africanism. It's just that it's just not going to be the way you wanted it. You cannot, like I said, you cannot define it according to your own interests.
You understand what I'm talking about? This is why I created this platform, because I don't agree with Dynas, Brandon, and all the Afro think tank and all these other people that call themselves Pan-Africans, right? Colonization is different, I'm like this. My price is Africa has to support the idea of an African, even if they don't do anything, they have to be put it on the table that yes, there should be an African, there should be a eventual homeland for all slave descendants to have, where they can form their own parliament, their own government, and stuff like that. If we basically have that agreement, now we have Pan-Africanism. Other than that, there is no Pan-Africanism.
Are you talking about the whatever that you're promoting, right? Do you think it's only pertain to Black American, or are you talking about the Caribbean?
I'm saying, hold up, Black America is the vanguard. We're the leaders,
Nah, you are not.
Yes, we are.
Nah, you're not.
We're leaders.
So you see, that's no, Kyla, you stood here, right? You stood here, right? No. Let me respond to you.
Say, James, we're the strongest and richest.
And that's fine, bro. You cannot lead me. You can lead your people, Kyla. You can lead your people. Listen, you lead your people, and we lead our people. That's how it's gonna go.
Oh, say James, I never said leading.
Oh, there won't be no Pan-Africanism. Trust me. There won't be no vanguard. There won't be we are the leader here. It doesn't happen like that.
St. James, I think what I just said.
Yeah, because listen. Can I just make a point real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Sometimes you just gotta follow the order.
Nah, that is not
different. Listen. No different than America being the top dog of the white race.
That's their problem.
Listen what I'm saying, right? Most of the white people in America descend from Anglo-Saxon and England. And right now in 2025, white Americans is the top dog of all white people. So they follow.
Their problem.
Listen to what I'm saying. So white people across the globe, they follow to the tune of whatever the United States government do.
That's what you believe.
Hold on.
Listen what I'm saying. Sometimes you just gotta face. You got listen.
What makes y'all? Hold on. What makes y'all the default leader of the black race?
I'm not even. Listen, I'm not even. I'm from Jamaica, but you have to come to terms.
Listen, my brother from Jamaica. My brother from Jamaica. Let me repeat myself, right?
You got
whatever that you put out, right? You guys the own money. You got the Black America have the money. They got the power. And again, I'm gonna tell you something. It's a simple sentence, right? Yeah. Maybe we will come to terms with what I said. In this 2025, we want to rule ourselves. The AES, we want to rule ourselves. If Black America want to rule themselves, they want to be their own leaders. Listen to me. I will vouch for that. They will never lead us. You know, we will lead ourselves, and they will lead
Wait,
themselves. That's how it's
what
gonna go.
what
James, hold on,
scientists is
James, hold
what
That's
on.
what it is.
scientists come from
That,
Burkina
that's
James,
Faso?
I think
we
you
will never,
understand.
bro.
I never
Whatever,
said, look, I never said I
whatever.
want to lead you. I never said I want to lead you.
You, Kyla, you will never lead us, bro.
I never said that. I don't want to
Okay,
lead you.
no, it's all right. That you say you are the leader, you are the
No,
vanguard.
I said,
Nobody
no,
put you there, bro. You
if you
put
would be
yourself
quiet
there.
for 1 second
So
and listen to me what I said. I said, as far as he goes, I said we need a homeland for people, diaspora. I'm not talking about recent immigrants like yourself and others. I'm talking about slave descendants, right? The people who are slave descendants, you know, the people, Jamaicans, Haitians, Colombians, and all these other people that are slave descendants, Americans, Canadians, right? Those people who have been uprooted from the continent for hundreds of years need a landing place, a homeland, right? I said Black America should lead this group of people, lead this
oh,
people.
now I get it. I got you. I
See,
get it.
now you
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
We should
I
lead
got you.
people, you
I
know.
got you. Okay, so my Jamaican brother, yeah, I got you. They want to lead you guys. That's fine. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Whatever. But
I
what
do,
I'm
I do.
talking,
I will say
Well,
that.
I
You
mean,
Black
that's
America
if that's
lead.
the plan. That's kind of just explain it.
But it's
Based on
not
what you
by
explained, yes,
everybody gotta have a leader.
I feel
okay,
like
what would be wrong if
it's
people from the
not
diaspora?
my brother. It's not even put in. I don't want to put this into a debate, into a conversation, because we were born on our land, and we know we can lead ourselves. We don't need
Yeah,
somebody to come
and
lead
so
us.
bottom of
So that's
James,
the discussion we are having.
James, so J. James, I get
Mhm.
that. I agree with
Yeah,
you, right? But I believe Black Americans, Caribbeans, and all that could do the same thing. Lead ourselves.
absolutely,
Well,
absolutely.
we have that
I'm
agreement.
for that.
Now we have a real Pan-African movement, right?
Absolutely.
I get that. We're going over there and living under people who basically, you have your own thing, we have our own thing, we have a different culture and everything, but we're both Black. We can work on certain things, but yeah, you should lead your own people. We should lead our own people. You
Carla,
know?
you my brother.
Kyla,
You
hold
my
on,
brother. I got
hold
you.
on.
That's you.
But
You got my. That's my word.
Hold on. Kyla Afro-Stans rejects the Caribbeans and is very
Oh, wait, hold on.
pro-Black
What are you
Americans.
talking
How does
about?
that
What
work?
are you talking about? Hold up. My brother Bomani is Caribbean. What are you talking about? That's my
Bro,
partner.
you said countless times that you guys got all the
No,
say.
no,
Why
no,
the hell
no,
would a
no, no.
Caribbean join a
Look,
place where you got all the say?
you listen to what what you want to listen to. I've said many times that the African American, right, is probably the most radical Black, because we're the ones that never had, at least I said, look, Jamaicans had a majority in their country. Haitians had a majority of the country. Because Black America lived in white America and under the nuts of white America, right, for years and whatnot, we're probably the most radical group of Black people in America, in the world. That's why Garvey movement took off in America, not the Caribbean, you know? So yes, this right here from America should be the staging grounds for an African, you know, in America, not the Caribbean. You understand? So that's what
Bro,
I'm
but
saying.
you guys you're doing a terrible job in sense of preaching of allowing other voices and opinions to be heard in terms of your African. When
What
you
you
talk
talking
about
about,
African, you're
man?
talking about you guys going to be the
I'll
primary
let
say.
everybody. I'll let
No,
everybody
I'm not
talk.
talking about your platform. I'm not talking about your platform. I'm talking about when you promote what you're trying to do, you're basically saying it's primarily you guys who's going to have also the say, right? Am I correct or am I wrong?
I'm saying like this. Look, my brother Ibrahim, right? He's from the UK. He's working on stuff for me about the African state. He's working on stuff for me, right? And he said, "Look, I'm gonna study the sovereign wealth of these countries where I say we could tap into that." I said, "Go right ahead." Now he's from the UK, man. He like, I don't care. He could be Somali for all I know, right? But I don't care. But
Mhm.
since he basically wants to be part of this, and because he likes the idea, well, I welcome him. You know. I welcome anybody that's Black as far as this one, but I say the main theme is Black America. You know, that's the main
What
thing. Players in this movement.
what would
Yes,
be the
that's my point though.
problem? Let me ask the panel a question. What would be
And
the problem
hold
if
on. You said you're from Jamaica. Why you never talk about that pastor that had the holy key in Jamaica that was more popular than Marcus Garvey at that time? Why are you as a Jamaican is not talking about other movements that were Christian
because I'm a
based?
Pan African, I'm not interested in the
No. But
church or
that was
Islam.
no. That they were
I
Pan
don't care about the
Africanists, bro.
church. I don't care about the
Bro, it
church.
don't matter, bro. Marcus Garvey
The
was talking
church
about he was a Christian. Why you not talking about the
Marcus
holy
Garvey spoke
that
about
pastor that had
Africa.
the holy key?
He never talked about the Catholic Pope. He never talked
Nobody talking
about
about the Catholic Pope. There was another. I forgot the
Marcus
guy's
Garvey was
name.
a Catholic. He never talked about the Catholic Pope. But what is the problem if Black Americans are leading the charge? If they lead in basically all of the major economic things that Africa need, as far as science, technology, economics, military information, what would be the problem? You sometimes you have to access to what's in front of you. They are the leading black people in the world.
Nah,
So
you're looking at the white man system and
Nah,
you try to
you're looking at
replicate it.
the
Yeah, you
paperwork,
trying to
man.
I,
They're
I'm
not
replicate that
I'm
in
united.
Africa. So this is not
Some of these people,
Pan-Africanism.
some of these people that you name not Pan Africans. They don't give a shit about no Africa.
who's
Some
not
of
a
these
who
elites that you're talking in science and in different industries that they do indeed
brother,
exist.
brother.
They don't give a shit about no.
Africana studies didn't exist until it got to America. So most of
That's
the
not true,
most of
bro.
the
What are you
So
talking about?
there was no study
There
in
was no African
Africa.
studies
bro,
in Africa and the Caribbean,
There
bro.
was
listen what
none.
I'm saying. Listen
Where
what I'm
did
saying.
Ivan Van Sertima learn some of his stuff? You don't think there was no schools in the Caribbean, bro?
Ivan Van Sertima is a pseudo. I don't listen to
All
Ivan. Are
right,
you
all right.
crazy? Ivan Van Sertima, are you serious?
All right, Dr. Ben, he studied in the various parts, even I think parts of Ethiopia. You telling me there's no schools there, bro?
Dr. Ben got his education in America, just like Sheikh and
He
Diop.
had field studies, bro. He's talking about he visited this place and that place. He's talking
Listen,
about different, bro.
listen. You got to. Sometimes you have to acquiesce to what's going on. No
Bro,
different than no.
leadership is not given. You have to advocate for it. You have to present for it.
And
You
they
have to basically galvanize people towards it.
Black Americans earned that. You can't take that
Bro,
away from them.
hold on. No, hold on. Stop. We had this guy named Rico on here earlier bashing the Caribbean, bashing Africans. But you telling me that
We're not
the
talking
collective of
about
Black America earn what?
we're not talking about
So African
no.
earn nothing, sir. So African earn nothing.
I'm
Is
not
that what you're
saying
saying?
that. I'm
No,
not
I don't
saying
think he's
that.
saying that. He's saying they should be the default leader of the Diaspora. But you had a guy that came on here bashing the Caribbeans, bashing
Well,
Africans.
you're
Well,
talking about a dude. You're talking about a dude that's probably on
Rico
EBT.
is a Captain American Negro. You
You
understand?
talking about a dude that's
Oh, but
probably living on food stamps. I'm not talking about
He's a
no
Captain American
dusty.
Negro.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know.
not talking about
no,
that.
you can't say that they automatically should be the default leader. They have to advocate and come up with good
They
ideas like
earned
Kyla's
it,
trying to do.
brother. They earned that. Most of the African leaders and the Pan-African leaders, they studied in HBCUs and colleges in
No,
America.
I don't think. Can you name five of them? Can you name five?
Most of some.
My brother. Can you
Hey,
name
Prince
five?
of
Name
P,
five.
you gotta look at the proximity, right? Where is
Yeah,
Black America located? What
they're in
proximity
America.
are they next to? You have to look at those
They're in
things.
America.
Yeah,
No,
they're in
but you
America,
in
the
terms of
most
leader.
powerful
Hold on.
country in the world,
No,
the
no, no,
most
no, 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 no,
economically
no, no.
viable country in
Thank
the
you,
world,
Leadership,
Elvis. Thank
the
you,
no, no, no.
most
Means
Elvis.
Leadership,
nothing.
no,
universities,
It
no, no, no,
the
no.
means
most
Leadership,
nothing.
technologically
no,
advanced.
no. It doesn't
African
mean nothing.
diaspora.
Most of
We
them
have
don't. Most of them are
It's
not Pan
not just
Africans, bro.
because they're African American, it's what
They are
surrounds
Most of
them.
them are
Africans.
not Pan Africans, bro.
Have
Brother,
you
So we
checked,
gotta
my brother?
understand
Have
we
you
have to
checked
deal
the
with this.
number?
I don't agree with
Have you
Kyla
checked
when
the
he
number
talks
of
about other
Africans
things,
overseas? Have you
but the
checked the number of
reality
Africans
stands
overseas?
strong. African
yeah,
Americans
the
are in a better
Africans that come
position
overseas,
economically,
they study in
socially,
these
Have you checked?
amongst any
universities
other
and go
black
back
people on the
home.
globe. Most of it in
Okay,
Africa.
Bro,
it means
That's
nothing.
why
Being in
myself,
America
we
means
came to the
nothing.
United States. That's why St. James, we came to the United States. That's why
It
our
means
brothers from the
nothing.
Caribbean came to
bro,
the United States.
we're
Because it's
talking
the
about based
epic
on
center for
previous.
wealth, it's the epic center for education, it's the epoch of
Science.
It's
civilization.
America. It's
We
America, sir.
understand these things,
We
you know?
America.
No,
We talking about America.
Yeah,
St.
and
James.
they're
You gotta
here.
give them that. You gotta give them that. You gotta give them.
We
They
have to
did
give
fight.
them
They did
that.
what they did.
Once they
No.
But we're
own
Listen,
talking
it.
listen
about
to me. Listen to
leadership.
me. No.
Leadership.
What
What
we
have
are
they
doing
done in
tonight,
recent times? What they did in
we
recent times.
I'm giving credit to Black American. I'm not putting Black Americans down.
Somebody named Digital said Haiti is the leader of the diaspora. Is this person on crack?
Nah, it gotta be like Barbados or Jamaica. Them people are literally in the AU advocating for the whole
Not even that.
diaspora,
Not even
not
that.
African
They don't
Americans.
have the
brother,
economic
brother,
wealth.
brother.
They don't
I'm
have a
Jamaican,
military
We
that
not
can
have
rival
we
Jamaican.
have
any
seen
rich
Bro,
we
in the
country.
have
AU,
seen
in
They
the
don't
AU,
have
we
the
have
bro.
things that's
seen
necessary to run
we
anything
have
on a
seen the
global
Black
stage.
diaspora go
You
to
know that.
Liberia and it didn't turn out
Thank you.
well.
What are
Black
you
people
talking about?
have
What are you
gone to
talking about?
Liberia. It didn't go well.
Hold
No,
on.
I'm
They
not
didn't go
saying
to
they
Haiti.
build a
no.
society,
They didn't
they
go to
build an
Haiti or
economy. It was
Liberia. They
just the
didn't go to
social
Ghana.
aspect that was
St.
was
James,
being
I disagree with
unbalanced.
you there. I
Kala,
disagree with you
Kala.
there, but
No. You don't have to disagree with me. Let me explain
The
myself.
American government couldn't leave her
I'm not
alone.
pointing
Now the
fingers.
black
I'm
people
not
fuss.
pointing. Listen to me. I'm not pointing fingers at any key player that went to Liberia. I'm not pointing my fingers to Liberians. I'm not pointing my fingers to the people that went back to Liberia. I said it did not work out too well. It means what to anybody that look
They
into
had
this?
successes in
We
Liberia. They
have to.
built a
Yeah, it did, but
civilization.
it
They
at the
built
end
an
of the day, it
economy
didn't
that was
work out, right?
thriving. It
But
was
at the
just
end of the day, it didn't work. Did
on
it
the
work out?
domestic front, the social
At the end of the
cohesion
day, it didn't
there.
work out.
Yo,
It
look,
did not
look,
work out. It did not work out.
It didn't work out because the American government couldn't leave her alone.
Of course, that's what I said. We have to study this. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I mean, that's a myopic way to look at it, my brother.
It's not myopic. I'm looking at it. Didn't work out too well.
The domestic social cohesion.
No, sir. It didn't work out too well. It didn't work out too well. That's the bottom line.
Same James. Based on your observation, it doesn't work out anywhere.
If you want to go by that, that's fine. But I just
you're not going to discredit.
That's not the answer.
When was the last time this situation has happened in the African continent? We only have Liberia to show for in Sierra Leone. Those are the two countries. So we have to go. So you are telling me today, right? You are telling me today. You are telling me today, right? If we want to study it, right, we have to.
They had tangible success in terms of the hard numbers.
Man, listen. At the end of the day, it didn't work out.
Same James.
It didn't work out.
Between the different
Same James. Monrovia was more developed than Burkina Faso ever was.
Jonathan, you a black supremacist. I'm not going to talk.
That's not a black supremacist. We're being honest. You gotta be honest.
Oh yeah, be honest. You can be honest. That's fine. But my honesty tells me the situation didn't work out in Liberia. If you don't agree with it, that's fine.
Something that Liberia
my conclusion, based on what I saw, it didn't work out.
St. James, sometimes you just gotta face reality and look at what's tangible.
What is reality? What is reality? What is reality?
Most of the most powerful black leaders that was for Africa, they had to come study in America, brother.
I told you to give me 5 names. You didn't tell me.
Kwame Nkrumah.
Okay, one. Stop. No, Kyla, please.
First president of Nigeria.
Kyla. Let the brother go, man. Let the brother go. Let him stand on his own, man. Kwame Nkrumah, go.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a trivia show.
No. He's okay. Yeah. He's talking to me. He's addressing me. Why you guys want to help him?
Why can't we help him? Why can't we help him? Nobody knows everything.
No, you always want to help him when the guy's losing an argument. Go help him.
I don't know everything, but
give me 5.
I just named you Kwame Nkrumah.
Okay, go ahead. Give me 2. Give me 2. Give me 2. Give me the second one. Give me the second one. Huh?
Namdi Azikiwe, the Igbo man.
Okay, from where? Where is from? With Elvis talking, that's not the brother. Okay, go third. I need 5.
Okay, Cecil Dennis.
No, okay, 4th.
Okay, let's see. Kenneth Kaunda.
From where? From where? Was he what leader was it?
From Namibia?
Zambia.
Was he the president of Zambia once?
He was the president of Zambia. Yeah.
Okay, give me 5th one. 5th one.
Okay, now what you call the heads of state? Let's see. I believe the president of Sierra Leone back there. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, even Marabio came to school in the United States too.
Okay, so you struggling to give me 5 names.
St. James, hold on. St. James. Now you name 5 from your country.
I'm not gonna go there with you, Jonathan. I don't know. I know maybe you're struggling home and you need somebody to argue every night. Every night when you come here, instead of adding to the conversation, you want to argue
against a Liberian, a Jamaican, African. You're losing this one, buddy. Just get this shit up.
Every time as I listen to you,
arguing with the whole damn panel about some shit you can't even argue about. Every time when you come here tonight, you want to argue. I've never seen you. It don't make sense to argue something when you're essentially going against the whole damn panel.
You just love to argue.
You're arguing
every time I listen to you, you just love to argue. I don't know where you come from, man. You want to argue all night.
St. James, what would be the problem if black Americans are leading the charge, like white Americans leading the charge for their race?
Is that my Jamaican brother? I think I already explained that.
Yeah.
I already explained that to you.
I didn't fully hear your answer, so I want you to reiterate what you said.
You see, the way we are building in the Sahel, we would love to. We want our own leader, somebody who's been there, was born there, raised there. We don't pick from outside. No, we don't pick. If a black from the West come to our land, live there with us, is raised with us, he have kid with us, of course. But you cannot come in there and say we're going to be a leader. That's not what I'm saying. But if they come there, they live with us, and they see themselves in us, yes, we can do it. But
So would you have a problem if a black American was the vice president under Ibrahim Traoré
if he
of
comes
Burkina
live with us and he sees himself in us,
Okay, we're
of
gonna
course,
get
of
Cuddy,
course.
brother Cuddy to come there.
Cuddy can be. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do a lot of things for Cuddy, man. You know, I'm seeing that brother in Burkina Faso. I think I let him down by being silent. I'm gonna help that brother to show you how good we are as a people over there. Because a lot of people, you know, even your American brother, right? They're not respecting that brother enough. They think he's a joke, but that brother is not a joke. That brother is a very open-minded guy. And I'm beginning to understand this brother a little more. He has the guts. He has a lot of guts, and I really commend him for his resilience. You know, he came under JT. JT left him, and he decided to come back on his own with his own money, and he's putting up everything he has to become successful in Burkina Faso. We're gonna have to back this brother up. If Cuddy wants to be anything, a mayor of Burkina Faso, I will go for that. My brother, Jamaican brother, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you. But it sounds like you're more like a nationalist and not a Pan-Africanist.
Absolutely, I'm a nationalist.
They're
You don't know that?
They're both intertwined, though. They're both intertwined.
You know what I find interesting, right? Is that Louis Farrakhan is considered a leader. He's from the Caribbean. Marcus Garvey was considered a leader. He's from the Caribbean. Kwame Ture was considered a leader. He's from the Caribbean. Why is it that we willing to accept?
Let me ask a question. If Louis Farrakhan,
Black America historically has never cared where the fuck you were from.
If Louis Farrakhan says something tonight,
fight against the right
if
people.
Louis Farrakhan says tonight, will every African American would follow Louis Farrakhan? If Louis Farrakhan says something tonight, every single black American will follow that tomorrow?
We're not talking about semantics.
No, this dude is nonsense.
Every Burkina Bay won't follow anything.
They're not even going to acknowledge him.
What's that guy's name?
People are not going to acknowledge
the Burkina Faso guy.
I lived in Chicago. People don't even care about Farrakhan over there. Trust me. They don't.
Yes, they built a mural for him.
That's fine. I lived in Chicago. I saw his impact, man. He doesn't have much. Don't lie to me, man. He's a leader. He's the leader of the Muslim community there. That's it. Ain't no black American follow Louis Farrakhan. I've been there, bro. Lived there for 4 years. Don't lie to me.
So you telling me when he did the Million Man March, everybody was a Muslim?
What in the 90s? We talking about what? I was there in 2010, 2012. Somebody was talking about Farrakhan.
So you got a
this GD people in the south side of Chicago. Do you think they care?
Timeline.
They live next door to Farrakhan. All this GD, they live on the south side of Chicago. Do you think they care about Farrakhan?
Tell them.
You're talking about this leader. So leader who? Leader who?
Exactly. They and on top of that, he has to try to convince them. These guys don't even fully back him. So they basically want everybody to follow people who's wishy-washy, schizophrenic, Pan-Africanists.
The problem.
Come on, man.
The problem I have with y'all is that y'all think every person that's a leader gets everyone to follow them. Name someone that does that.
It's not about
Burkina Faso don't have that right now.
Traoré didn't even say he was the leader of nobody. He was the leader of Burkina Faso. You see that?
He don't have everyone's support, does he?
You see the smoke he's getting? Do you see the smoke he's getting?
Everyone in Burkina Faso support.
I don't care if everybody, more than majority support him.
So no one gets that. No one gets that. You don't know who gets that, right?
In Chicago?
Hold on. St. James, hold on. It's about impact. If Toure say clean up the area, majority of people are going to try to clean up the area. If Farrakhan says that, he has to convince you and reassure you to do so because you guys are stubborn. You're not fully following this guy. So you guys are trying to make fake comparisons.
Are you out of your mind? Man. The dude is a military leader. Farrakhan is not a military leader. What are you talking about?
Farrakhan did too much for these people. You got people coming through.
You don't know they have military training inside of.
They don't know the difference that when someone got a gun, it's a lot more easier to listen to you.
You don't know. The Nation of Islam has a lot of.
They have a retired military. Call Kagame for is that they got soldiers everywhere. Yeah, I seen them too. Yeah, no one who's going to break the law when they're right there ready to blast your ass. I mean, be realistic.
Traoré is leading the nation. Traoré is leading the nation. Farrakhan ain't leading no nation.
No, but even if so,
Yeah,
the
that's the
people,
difference.
like I
So
said,
when he
Yeah, so you
dictates,
can't
he
compare the
can
two though.
dictate to his
You
people
can't
because they
compare the
have a
No,
two.
I can
monopoly
compare. I
on
can
No,
compare
violence.
you
the two.
can't. Technically, you can compare the two because he
I can.
Okay,
I can
because
compare the
hold
two.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Say,
one
James,
can
hold on, hold
dictate
on.
to his people, the other can
Makes
Hold on,
try to
hold on.
policy.
convince them.
Traore makes policy for 23 millions of people. He makes
Darling,
policy.
hold on,
That
hold on,
makes
hold on.
policy. This dude doesn't make policy for Black American. It does not.
Give me a, hold on,
Yo,
1 minute.
Blaise
But
Say,
he
James,
Compaoré
hold
built
was
on.
up the
making policy
consciousness of
for
Black
those
Americans
22 million
since
people.
St. James, St.
The
James,
Diaspora
St. James,
Compaoré was
ask him,
making policy for those people.
St. James,
So
St.
it
James,
doesn't
St.
really
James,
matter,
ask him,
brother.
no, Elvis, no. Ask him the right question. Who's y'all leader then? If the Caribbean is supposed to follow you guys, who's y'all leader that we're following? Y'all don't listen to the Black Caucus. Y'all don't listen to Farrakhan. Y'all wishy-washy. Who the hell we follow? We supposed to follow Tariq? Who's y'all leader that we supposed to follow? That has an agenda, that have objectives for both America, the Caribbean, and Africa. Who's the leader? Jonathan, can you tell me?
No, you gotta pick the person you choose to follow.
They have
No. You said
nothing.
no.
Because
Well, you
What's the
asked the
Jamaican
because
guy?
question, Principe,
What's the
who's
Jamaican
your
guy?
leader?
What's
Who
the
are you
right,
Jamaican guy?
following?
like
Bro, you go to Haiti. There's like
I'm
100
right
different
here.
leaders there, bro.
Who are you
There's
following,
100
Principe?
different
Who's your
leaders there.
leader?
I follow different leaders, bro. So that's all I gotta say. Certain leaders, if they tell me, hey, go to the XYZ church, I'm gonna go to XYZ church. They say go out there and clean XYZ. I follow these particular leaders. You guys
You
don't
Haitian?
have
So
you
you
can't
have
even name
multiple
names.
leaders that
I'm
you
Haitian,
follow?
bro.
Oh, you Haitian?
Yeah,
Okay.
different pastors, different leaders, different social leaders.
That's what I'm
There was a
talking about. That's what I'm
Yo,
talking
so
about.
so
so,
so what you doing for the 17th?
what's the seven? Oh, you mean the 18th Flag Day?
Yeah, the 18th.
I'm not going to celebrate. I'm spending with my family until Haiti gets stabilized. I'm not going to go
Elvis,
parties,
who's
no
your leader?
flags
George
there.
Weah?
My
Who's your
leader,
leader?
These guys,
My leader is Donald Trump. He's the president of the country that I live in, brother.
Why you can't pick George Weah? He was your leader. You elected him.
Yeah, he's the president of Liberia.
Oh yeah, why you don't say he was your leader? Are you ashamed of him?
I mean, you don't know me, St. James. You
No,
don't
no,
know
no,
the
no, no, sir.
arguments
Why
that
you
I
always
make.
want to deflect? Why you don't want to
No,
take it to Liberia, sir?
you asked me a question and I
I
answered
mean,
the
I'm
question.
surprised you didn't pick George Weah. That's all.
Why would I pick George Weah? I live
I
in the
mean,
United
it was
States.
you
I
picked
don't
him
live in
as a leader.
Liberia.
You picked him as a leader. You gave it to us in Ecowas. We
When
did
you say
Ecowas. That's your.
I
No, no, no,
picked him
no, no,
as a
no, no,
leader,
no.
or the
You
people
gave
that
it to
live in
us.
Liberia picked him as a
Ah, man,
leader.
I don't care, bro. You gave it to us like one of your best guy. This is what you got for Ecowas.
Yeah, the people of Liberia
So
picked him, and
okay,
after the
so
elections,
yeah,
they
that's
picked
what I'm
someone
asking you.
else.
Why you
What do you
don't
want me
pick
to
him?
do?
Is it amongst your top 5? George Weah.
No, I mean, like I told you, the person
But
who
why
leads the country
didn't
that
you
I
pick
live in
the
is my
guy
leader,
that
whether I agree
Okay,
with it or not.
when you get a black person coming out of Liberia that you support, let me know. Because
I
in
mean,
Burkina
no,
we were
that's
able
not how
to
it works.
the majority
That's
were
not
able to
how it
pick
works.
somebody. Now it
What's
works
his
like
name,
that.
St. James?
It
You live in
works like that.
America.
Now
you told
I
him
can
Traore
to
go
pick
can't
pick
the
my
tell
guy
you to do
before
anything that goes against
before
America's interest, and you do it. You'll be arrested the next morning.
why
You know that.
do I
So
have to
he
care
Oh,
about
can't
America?
be a
though.
leader in a
Elvis,
genuine sense.
you
He
making
Why
it
can't
legal
be a
argument.
leader.
why do I have to
Elvis,
care about
Elvis,
You
America?
live under a different
hold on.
jurisdiction than Traore
Hold on.
has control over. You know that.
You know dual
Okay.
citizenship? We have dual
But Elvis,
citizenship.
Your dual
hold on, say.
citizenship it does not triumph in America. Burkina
Why
Faso
not?
can't tell you to do
Why
anything.
not?
Elvis,
Why
Try it and
not?
see.
Elvis,
Try it
It
and figure it out.
does. It does.
Elvis,
Ask the State
you
Department
playing,
and find out.
It does.
Elvis, you playing interference, man. Answer my question. Who should be the default leader if these guys are supposed to lead us? The Caribbeans and Martinique
I'm
and
not telling
Guadeloupe
you
and
who the
Haiti and
default
Jamaica.
leader is.
And
If
you do ask
they
them to
don't
pick
even
the
respect
leader,
their
they
own
don't, right?
leaders.
You ask them to pick the leader, they don't. You hear crickets.
Look, people follow who they follow. When you ask me who my leader is, I told you. The president of the country that I live in is the leader.
That's fine. That's fine. Why are you in the African business if you can't pick African?
Well, I mean, because I'm not superstitious
Kara
and
is
I'm
over
not
here. Kara is
and I'm
over here.
not
Kara ain't talking about Africa.
superfluous.
Kara is
I'm
not
not
talking
just
about the
gonna
US,
be
the United
here.
States.
Wait,
Kara is
wait.
I'm
talking
Hey,
about
not
there's
gonna
nothing
be
wrong
in
Africa.
with
the
that.
United
There's nothing
States
wrong
and
with
pretend
Wait,
like
Travis.
I'm
Saint,
living in
Nothing wrong with
Saint
that.
Africa
James.
because I'm
So
not.
so so
I
El-
live in the
Nothing wrong
United
with
Elvis
that.
States.
can't speak on Africa because you don't live in Africa right now.
No. He's
No,
giving
he talking about.
no all the time, right? When he's on the
And
panel, he's
James, you
trying to
live in
tell.
the United States. You
He
don't live
asked
in
me a
Burkina
question.
Faso.
Just chill. So he's on the panel on here, right?
He wants to give his 2 cents about whatever that's going on in Africa, but he wants to deflect from Africa. You can't have it both ways, sir.
I don't
If
know
you
what
want
you
to
mean. I
come in,
want to
no.
deflect
So
from
you want to
Africa.
come in, you come in. I asked the question before. If your country is doing so well, Come help
Never say my
Burkina
country is
Faso.
doing so well. I'm one of the
Come
person
help
that
Burkina
criticizes
Faso
my country.
instead of sitting
I'm
here
a I'm
talking
a
all that talk, right?
I'm a honest
Come help us.
conversation, brother.
Okay, that's
I
what
don't
I'm
live
saying.
in a fairy
Oh,
tale
well,
land.
that's
I
fine.
tell you
That's why
what's
I said,
really going on in my country,
you see
and I
the
don't
problem.
sugarcoat anything. I don't
See,
brag about Liberia
yeah,
or
I
anything.
got you.
I tell
But
you
you
all
see
the
the
struggles
problem.
that we
Elvis,
have,
The
and I
problem
will tell
is,
you that
hold on, Saint James,
roses and
Hold on.
butterflies.
I gotta relax. So by that logic alone, you're playing into the hands of those guys who's basically claiming all this big bold talk, but at the end of the day, they're not trying to organize to lead nothing.
Who guys?
that's what they're doing.
Who are the guys I'm playing in
Maybe
the hands
Kyla,
of?
the Jamaican guy, Jonathan, they're telling you, no, we should be the default leader. Then everybody fall in line. Okay, they're the default leader, and then you start naming
Kyla
the
made
leaders
a
that they
statement. He
have,
clarified
and
his
they
statement,
bash the
right?
hold on. They bash the leaders that they do have. They bash the Black Caucus. They make fun of Al Sharpton. They make fun of Farrakhan. He's a this and he's a that. So who the hell are their leaders? So who the hell are we supposed to follow?
Principe, let's be honest, right? I'll be personal with you, right? You have Haiti. Haiti,
Okay.
in the middle of the Caribbean,
Yeah.
right? Who are the
Okay.
Caribbean leaders who sent troops to Haiti to bring peace to that nation? If you
Bro,
guys have leaders.
The United States.
Jamaica sent like 10 people.
Nah,
Barbados sent like
Jamaica
And
definitely
what
sent
happened?
they
Haiti to
sent a few
fight.
people.
What
They didn't send
happened?
as much. They claimed that they was going to send 150 people. They didn't send that.
150 or
So
150,000?
no, 150 people. They didn't
Are
send.
you?
They only
I mean,
sent like 10
Principe, are you
people.
killing me? 150
Barbados.
people to fight in Haiti in the whole country?
No, they didn't send that. They only sent 10 people, bro.
I mean, come on. Why do you even mention that? That's almost an embarrassment to even mention it. The point
You
I'm
asked
trying
a
to tell
question
you is
and I
that
answered that. The Kenya is the
the
one who
point
sent
that I'm trying to tell
800
you is
people.
that
So
Caribbeans, just like Africa,
yeah,
they don't have a
yeah.
unified leader. These people are
No,
not a
no, but Kenya,
monolith.
hold
They
on,
have different
no.
interests. They have different political
Hold
persuasion.
on. You cut me off, bro. Kenya sent 800 people, right? All the other nations that claim that was going to send this, send that to help people, did not send shit. Kenya sent 800 people. So, again, this shows a desire or a volunteer to help Haiti. It shows some kind of
So,
desire to help Haiti.
wait, you
The
against
rest of these people
barbecue?
have not.
You
Well,
against
I don't
General
fuck with no
Barbecue?
barbecue. General Bob. This nigga's a fucking savage, bro. That speak pro blacky black nonsense. So goofies like you who are Pan Africanists love that. But he's killing people. He's shooting people. His men is terrorizing people, bro.
So you rather that Syrian Jewish nigga that's from Canada ruling over the Haitians? That's what you want.
Is
You
he
sound like a
attacking them?
sell. You
Is he?
sound like
Hold
a
on.
fucking
You sound like
sellout.
a sellout. Is he attacking them or is he attacking people that look like me, black people, the masses? You don't know what you're talking about.
He's sucking out all the resources
No, he not.
out of
Why he not
Haiti.
going? Why he not going to up there in
And
the hills, where the Negro will live, and go do what he's doing to the masses, to those people that look like those people that you're naming? He's not doing that. He's attacking people that look like me, that look like God Moise. That's what he's doing. He's not.
cause they
He,
fight
he talks pro black.
So
No,
cause
no, no.
they
Stop
Principe,
it.
fighting
I
Stop it.
think
You
for
you
don't know what
just
you're
they
made
talking
my
about.
fighting for
point to me,
that
brother.
You
Syrian.
don't know what you're talking
You're
about, bro.
talking
They
about
fighting for
African
that
Americans not
Lebanese.
having
They
leaders
fighting for that
when the
Lebanese Jewish
entire
nigga that's
Caribbean
hiding out in
doesn't have a
Canada.
leadership group. What about what
Bro,
is
we
it
have
called?
Kyrie,
CARICOM?
hold on.
What's their regional
CARICOM is
organization
advocating.
name?
CARICOM is advocating for Haiti. DR is
But they're
advocating
not
for
sending
Haiti.
force.
America
Take
is even
Africa for
advocating
example,
for
right?
Haiti.
They sent Ecowas in Sierra Leone and Liberia. They went out there. A lot of their people died in those countries.
All right, fellas, let me
CARICOM
Okay.
is not willing to send
yo,
troops in there
everybody, yo,
to save the lives of
everybody,
Haitians, brother.
I want to get the lady on Honeyflower on.
Oh,
Honeyflower,
so
go ahead.
sorry, wow.
Oh
That's the
Lord,
first lady of Colonization.
yeah, man. Princess.
No, if you say that, what's her name? The other girl that has the
Frenchie.
yeah, she gets mad. So, I guess I can be the second lady if that's a thing.
That's the daughter of Colonization.
Yeah, okay, whatever. I guess that's fine. But yeah, I'm not gonna get on here talking about African men anymore. That's just it's just like it's it's a dead topic, so they're gonna do whatever they want to do anyways. But
You
I
took a little shot. You took a little parting shot.
they're just
Yeah,
gonna there's
funny.
no point. It's like talking to a wall, honestly, a brick wall. They're just gonna do whatever they want to do. Also, you don't have to convince them of anything. Just be like every other group of people and go in their countries and take over it like everyone else is doing it. So anyway, um I just wanted to this is not really about the topic. Well, I don't know what the topic really was. I came a little late, but I just feel so disillusioned by everything because it's like I am an African, but I've been in this country pretty much my whole life. And I'm just looking at it, I'm a millennial and I'm one of the millennials that's lucky enough to actually like have a house. And I look at a lot of the millennials around me and also Gen Z and just the inflation, the student loans, the mass layoffs, everything that's going on. And some people say, oh, well, we're just going through this because Trump is going to make America great again, blah, blah, blah. I'm not that optimistic about it because when I look at the news, I don't know if this is because I don't really trust the news. A lot of it is fake, believe it or not, but I'm seeing so much racism, like racial issues, so much conflicts. Like obviously, like it looks like they're trying to stir up something. I'm just looking at it like, okay, I'm in a position where I think ahead, like I think like 5-10 years ahead of like the average person around me. People never understood why I moved the way that I moved, but trying to find my place in this world. It's like I feel disillusioned because I'm thinking like if something happens in this country, I don't want to be in the fallout. You know what I'm saying? I want to go somewhere where, I will be safe or somewhere that I don't have to deal with. Because let's be honest, we work like all we do is we work to pay bills. That's it, right? And sometimes you just want to have a more slower lifestyle. You want to be amongst people like yourself, or you want a different quality of life. But then I think about Africa and its current state, and I'm like, I can't even go there. So I understand how, certain African Americans feel, especially those that they want another place to go, but it's like the place that you want to go has so many issues and it just leaves you so disillusioned of like,
But
where the hell do we
Honeyflower,
go?
Honeyflower, do you see the development that's going on in Addis Ababa in
Yes, the
Ethiopia?
country's developing, but they still
Sasha
have
Mane developing. It's a lot of places.
they still have
Yeah.
conflicts. They still have issues, and also with Sudan, that place is pretty much done for. So it's just like when I think, because
Yeah, so you should address the men of Sudan. I mean, don't just attack all black men. Address
I'm
the
not
men of Sudan
addressing
right now.
African men
Take
or
Honey
5 minutes
Flower,
to
anything.
address Sudan.
Honey Flower, you Sudanese?
I'm Sudanese and Ethiopian. I'm mixed. So I'm not addressing African men anymore because it's
No, no,
just
no. We're saying you're
irrelevant.
African. The Sudanese, who you said is this, you know.
Oh
But
yeah, that
well,
place is
but
done
my,
for.
my my question to you. Can I answer your question too, real quick, as Kyla's daughter?
Somebody
And
said just stay in America and marry a white boy, you will be safe. The problem is with that is you can risk racism. Like there may be
can
an
I ask you a
incident where
question?
it comes out. And I don't want
Can I ask you a question?
to
So you like to point at African men, but you forget the African American. What are they doing to facilitate a smooth transition in Africa or in the Caribbean? What is their role in Pan-Africanism and connecting the dots if they're the supposed default leader?
First of all,
I didn't
I
say
think I
they're the
laid it down
leader.
tonight. I
I
laid
didn't
it
say
down.
that they're the leader. I didn't say that. I just said that like if they want to go to Africa, I don't think they should have these conversations with Africans because Africans ain't gonna stop nothing. Like what power do they have?
They have
Honestly,
a lot
let's
of
be
power.
for
They have
real.
a lot of power. The same way African Americans have a lot of power in their own communities in
Well,
I
America.
don't
Honey
think
Flower,
We
you
so.
have
making
a
it
lot of
seem
power.
you making it seem like African Americans or the Caribbean could just go to Addis Ababa or Sasha Mane or some of these places and just set
To
up
be
and
honest, if they have the money and the power, I mean, what can stop them? Africans let anybody colonize and take over. Let's
why
be for
Why you never
real.
talk
but
about Sudanese though? The
why you
Sudanese
think
don't even
African men
allow
is
that.
so
What's going on in Sudan right now? They're fighting because they don't want
Prince up,
foreign
Prince
interests to
up,
overfet
Prince up. She said
their politics.
African.
No, no, but
Sudanese is
we're gonna
African.
zero in. We're gonna
That
zero in on her
that
country.
includes
They're
them
fighting.
too.
No, but they
You know
they
what
don't
though?
allow
You know what
anybody
I'm
to do whatever
seeing?
where they at.
I'm just being honest. I feel like there's some like when African Americans say anything about Africa or come to Africa, you guys get so triggered. Why? Why are you so triggered?
Do you listen to Kyla speak sometimes? Do you hear him speak sometimes when he talking about he don't care about the
But
Chiefs
he's
and
not
F the Chiefs?
lying.
So you believe in F the Chiefs and that you don't
No,
gotta listen and
it's
respect the
that.
Chiefs?
Here's the thing.
So
We're in
Honey Fly, you
2025. Like they
basically
said, some
supporting
things belong in a
colonization.
museum. Some things belong in a museum. You have to move past these chiefs and these crazy customs that just doesn't. It doesn't.
Let me tell
You
you,
can't
honey
develop.
flower. There's an old
She
saying,
said
right?
she didn't want to talk about it. Let's move on. Don't get her in
There's an
trouble.
old
Let's just move
saying.
on.
Honey Fly, you a Christian?
There's an old saying, American saying says, "The tree of liberty is watered with the blood of tyrants." Chiefs and all the stuff like this are nothing but tyrants. That's all they are.
But Kyla,
Nah,
you
you
respect
can't
your
say that.
councilman
You
though.
can't
You
say that.
respect your councilman, bro. You
Honey
don't
Fly,
never say nothing like that about your councilman.
They don't develop
Any
nothing.
councilman in my area is elected. He can be thrown out of office,
The
but
same for a
voted out.
chief. Same for a chief. A chief could get
No,
dethroned.
a chief is there for life. If somebody
No,
basically
what happened in Nigeria with
African
Sanusi?
Americans are not African. They don't know our ways.
Yes,
They
they
don't
are.
practice our
Yes, they
ways,
are.
But you act
and
like
that's
your
fine.
Yes,
ways
they
are
are.
superior.
They
Your ways are not
They're not culturally
superior.
African. They don't
practice the
revere our chiefs.
modern form of the
There's
same
nothing wrong
ways.
with
They
it.
have councilmen. They have preachers. They got priests.
Our chiefs
Come on, man.
don't have
Elvis,
authority over
you
them.
Okay,
being
come on. Mm-mm.
I'm telling you, our chiefs don't
there's
have
Sometimes
authority
it
over
takes
clear
them.
connections,
criticism
bro.
of your culture to evolve.
Over who?
Look, Elvis, right? Back in the days, let's be honest with ourselves, right? When our ancestors came to Liberia, one of the things the chiefs don't try to oppose us, we have to hand our women over to you guys to marry. That was not gonna happen, you know. That was an African custom, right? When you would be with somebody,
Of
you
course,
got to get your daughters
that was the
over. You
custom.
got
Is
this.
that you
But
marry
we
and
don't
it,
want. But we don't want that custom,
no,
bro. We
listen,
don't want
Carla,
that.
it's not even just African, right?
We don't want that custom.
You see people from royal households marrying each other in Europe, right? Why? To foster
Yeah, but
Exactly.
Elvis
partnership,
not
to
forced.
foster
They
stronger
don't do it. They don't do it
relationships.
like
Are you
That's
Elvis,
the
you
talking?
just
story behind
compared
Are
it.
you
chiefs to
talking about
royal
those?
people.
Daughters
Are you
over us.
talking
Get
about
out of
those
here.
Them chiefs
tribal
ain't
Chiefs
royal
are
marriages,
people.
royals,
though?
man.
Wait,
No,
wait,
Chiefs
wait,
some
are
why,
chiefs
why,
are
royals.
No, they
What are
royal.
you
not.
why
talking
you,
about?
why you
Chiefs are
can't
royal,
compare
No, they
them as a
not.
and
royal? Why you can't compare the chiefs
inherited
to royal?
position is hereditary, and other chiefs are more administrative. It depends on the chief.
Look at the chief of
Depends on the chief,
Khan.
depends on the village, depends on the country.
Look at
Africa
Kumasi.
is not some gigantic Negro. Damn.
We
But
I wanted
control
to
what
ask
is a
Honey
everything
Flower
royal though? A royal
yesteryear
means a high. He's
before the
appointed to a
Civil
high
War.
status.
I wanted to
Who?
ask Honey Flower one question. Why do you believe that these chiefs and these customs should be put in a museum?
They
Are you
should.
a Christian?
Because Dollar Bill said
They
it.
should.
Okay, so
They
the
should.
chiefs. No, I didn't say that they should all be put in a museum, but certain things just we need to evolve past certain things. Like when you say a chief, do they have any political power? Are they the village people? What do you mean by chief?
I
What
mean,
do they do?
you have certain kingdoms like the
Hold
Khan
on, hold on. Hey,
and
Kwame,
Kumasi.
hold on. You cannot have a kingdom and a modern republic at the same time.
Yeah, you cannot.
You
They
just so you
don't
want to talk
mix.
about
Facts.
Morocco, bro? You want to talk about
So,
Morocco? You talk about
Hold on.
Dubai.
Morocco has
Get out
Morocco
of
is
here,
a
man.
Kala,
kingdom.
so
But
They
hold
have
on,
a
What does the
king.
chief
but
do?
Morocco functions as one state.
Saudi Arabia is a kingdom.
But it functions as a modern state. Those countries got a lot of money and stuff like that. You have one monarch at head of the state, like it's like anything else, right? I have no problem with a country being a monarchy. I have no problem with that, right?
But Carla, do you
But
know
when you
what
start talking about
Morocco
every
built their
time you
wealth
walk
off?
down the
It
road,
was slavery.
this
They built
area,
their
that
wealth off
area is
slavery.
controlled by a chief and whatnot. What's the difference between a chief and a gang member? You know,
Carla,
What
No,
does
don't be
a chief
no,
disrespectful.
don't
Don't
do
say
do?
that,
Come
don't
on,
bro.
say like that.
Kala,
What do they
Kala,
do?
come on,
What does a
Kala.
chief
You're
do?
being what your title is talking about, man. Your
Usually,
title talk about
in certain
the
places, right?
enemy from within.
Chief are
Hold on, he's
elected.
answering the
In certain
question
places,
he's
chiefs are
telling.
elected.
Wait.
They
Let
are
Honey
elected by
Flower. Let
councils of
Honey
elders,
Flower. Wait. Let Honey
and
Flower
they're
talk. Let
elected
Honey Flower
by their
talk. Let Honey
peers.
Flower. Hold on. Let Honey Flower talk.
What does a chief do?
It
Like, why are
function
they
like a
A
needed?
chief
if they function
administer
like a monarch.
the
No
affairs of a
different.
village, usually. And
No
then you have
different
a
than
paramount chief who administer the chiefs. within
Well,
a
that's
specific
why I love
territory.
Liberia, man. You know what we did to the Chiefs, right?
But
We
if
just gave
25 don't know what a
territory.
chief is, maybe they don't have
And basically,
chiefs
hold
in
on, we told
Sudan
the
or
Chiefs, you ain't got
Ethiopia.
no power, and that's why Liberia is the only free
We don't
country in
have
West
that.
Africa. To tell you the truth, you know.
Yeah.
We have a
Sudan.
government. We don't have
They don't have
chiefs.
cheese in every African country. That's why I said it's not the
Hold on,
gigantic
they
Yo,
have
Negro.
Igbo,
clan
yeah,
Maybe
Igbo
leaders. Hold on,
they
they have
territory.
call
clan
something
leaders in
else.
Sudan.
Those called chiefs. Maybe they
Igbo
call
They have
something
territory
else.
don't have a chief.
imams.
See,
They
hold on,
have clan leaders and imams over there, bro.
Can
Igbo territory in eastern Nigeria don't have chiefs. They have a whole their own system is like that.
They have emirs, and then
You said who don't
Sanusi
have
was
chiefs, Kyla?
disposed.
No, which one? They don't have a chieftaincy system in the Igbo culture.
Yes, they
Oh,
do.
yes, they do. Yes, they
No,
do.
they don't. Not like it
They
is in
have
Yoruba culture.
what is it? Obis. They have Obis for the East Coast. The Igbo have the
Yoruba
Obis.
have chiefs and whatnot, right? But which one? There's no chiefs over any land in like Igbo territory.
Igbo have Obis, Kyla. They have
No, they
chiefs.
don't. The Obas are in Oyo. In West,
Obis. The Obas are Yoruba. I think the Obis are the
yeah, but the
Igbos.
bottom they don't have any freaking chiefs, bro. You know,
How
they
can
don't
you
have
say
any.
that? They do have chiefs. You see the
don't have
people with the red
chiefs
hats?
don't
The
have
people
any
with the red
power.
hats with the
They don't have any.
crown on them?
They don't
Those
have
are
any
chiefs.
power
They got
structure.
chieftaincies.
Look, the Igbo system is what. That's why when they try to put Nigeria together one night, they looked at the Yoruba land. They said, "Hell, fucking no." That's why they tried to do Biafra.
No,
Like,
you've been too
that's what they did.
too simple.
So,
Igbo
can I,
got chiefs.
that
Come on.
was go ahead. That was my fault. Can I ask Kyla a
Yeah,
question?
go
Because
ahead.
he
Go
sounded like
ahead.
he sounded like the guy that he's speaking about in the title. So you basically are implying that there's an enemy from within. You see other systems from around different parts of the black uh, collective that is working. Rather than implement that to help your people organize, you're demonizing it. So how are you not one of the enemies from within?
No.
If you
I'm
see
saying
these
no.
things
I'm
in
saying no. Hold
practice
on.
and they're
First of all,
working,
hold on. I don't think you listened to the show. What I said was the people who basically say, "I'm an American," right? Fuck slavery. Fuck the history. Fuck Africa. Fuck my heritage. Whatnot. I'm an American. I don't want nothing to do with Africa. Whatnot. I'm gonna ride for this flag. I'll die for that, and I'll kill for this flag. That's what I mean by cap. I'm not that. That's a Captain American Negro. You clear? You know.
but you're demonizing chiefs and
Yeah, I
praising
ain't doing that.
congressmen,
That don't mean I'm a
which is an
Captain
American
American.
variation of the same thing.
Look,
No, but you like the American form of the
it's like
same
this.
thing, though.
Look, principally, it's like this. The reason why Africa is the way it is right now is just the
Yeah.
mentality. That's the reason why. You know,
No, but the people are collectively more organized, though.
Studied about why African culture fails, why it's so backwards, why it's behind the rest of the world, right? And people
Investment.
People always said,
No, it's because of the African mind.
yeah, they said people always asked you back in the 70s, they was trying to figure out why is the African so behind the rest of the world. I mean, they basically you got countries that basically in Central America, South India, and whatnot, that made tremendous strides in their civilization and keep it up in the modern world. African civilization keeps sliding into that arc of friggin' when they go almost going back to hunting and gathering. What's the hell's the problem, right? It has to do. It's not even funny. It's like it has to do with the mindset of Africans. You know.
So you're blaming African decline on the Chiefs?
No, I'm saying the willing to evolve, right? The evolve, right? Let me give you an example. In northern Nigeria, right, the chiefs, you have what we call emirs, right? And caliphate.
You talking about Islam. You're talking about Islam.
They still do all the salah, the ceremony, stuff like that. But the
Emirs
king
are a religious position, Kyla.
Well, he has no real political power. None whatsoever. You know, no political power whatsoever. You know, same thing with the British Empire, right? The royal family is just a figurehead, you know? So what I'm saying is this, though. When you have let me give you an example. Are you going to tell me when you look at somebody like Afro Stink Tank, he's now a chief, you going to say that's legitimate? You going to tell me that all these white guys, Chinese guy, when we play videos, Chinese guys,
Kyla, there are levels to chieftaincies. There are levels to chieftaincies. There are minor chiefs. There are major chiefs.
Oh, you got this one gay guy that traveled to Africa and Ghana with Bomani. You know, I think I don't know if he's gay, but he's like a real sweet guy. He was made chief of, you know what I'm talking about, chief of fucking tourism. The whole thing is a fucking shit show. Africa is embarrassing, man. You know, to tell you the truth. You know.
Oh, do you know how a person earns a chieftaincy? Principally, hold on. Do you know how a person earns a chieftaincy in Africa?
I don't care how
Okay,
ownership
that's because
is,
you don't understand the culture. You just say things and you don't
I don't care
understand
how
the structure of
The
it.
problem
you
is
know?
the culture.
That's because you don't understand it, bro.
Hold on.
Honey
Didn't Trump
Flower,
The
win an
what's
problem
wrong?
is
NAACP
the
award?
culture.
Didn't Trump win an NAACP award? He was honored by your collective leadership, right?
You keep saying like this. I'm not a member of
Councilman.
NAACP Principe. I don't give a fuck about them. The congressional black caucus.
Anything you're
I don't
not a
know
part
about
of,
none of these people.
Kyla, you
You
don't
know?
care about.
Yeah, but the
Most
local,
people
your
because you're not
local,
a part of it.
There's no local nothing. They're like St. James tell you.
your
Nobody
local
gives a damn.
congressman.
Nobody in Black America gives a damn about Farrakhan. None of this stuff. None of these people matter to Black
Oh
America. We
man.
don't give a damn about none of these people. You know.
So
Honey
who,
Flower,
who do they care? Who do they
to
care
be
about, Kyla?
fair,
can
Who
I
I
gives a
get
care
damn what
about
it is? You know.
Farrakhan, Jesse Jackson, and the rest of them. But go ahead, y'all don't
let
represent
me
me on this
ask let me
platform.
ask
The
Honey
bottom
Flower
line is,
one.
the average Black person in America do not respect none of that shit.
That's
You know.
not true. That's not true. Because there's a boycott going on against Target right now, made by Pastor Jamal
Old ass
Bryant
black.
and Al Sharpton, right?
Al Sharpton bought a bunch of old ass black people. He got like $500,000 from Kamala Harris. He couldn't give these people more than $20 to go over there.
Kyla, you still butthurt about Al Sharpton getting money for consultancy.
He dropped a busload over Costco and gave him $20. That was a big buy-in, you know.
You know that pastor, that guy who was a sheriff who went and prayed for Donald Trump. You know he got money for praying for Trump for consultancy. Sheriff, whatever his name is, from Wisconsin. That one dude.
I don't really give a damn about.
Okay, then. So why you always harp on the Democrats when you have black people who are Republicans doing the same thing, getting paid for supporting Republicans?
Elvis, I don't give a shit about Republicans.
Mention them too. You always only mention Democrats.
You mentioned them. I said like this. I'll tell you, I don't give a shit about them.
That's because you have a side collar. You're biased to the
I don't
Republicans.
say this, but the Democrats are always in my face. That's why I talk about it.
No, that's because you're biased. That's because you're Republican. You're Republican.
Both of those
Hey, can I
together.
can I ask Honey Flower one question?
It's all a game to make you think that they're against one another, but in the end, there's a hand pulling both strings. It's only the poor people and the ones that vote that believe that there's such a thing as Democrat and Republican. It's a game. It's rigged.
Yes, it is a fucking game.
All presidents are elected. This whole thing is just
Honey Flower.
that's the rabbit hole.
Honey Flower, Sudan and Ethiopia been Christian and probably Muslim for about more than 500 years. So how are they declining? There's no ruling chiefs in those countries. So how are they declining?
They got other problems.
Sudan in particular, Ethiopia is more stable and more
they got other problems. Every African country has a problem.
But
if it ain't chieftaincy, it's something else, man. It's tribalism. It's something else.
What I'm saying is it's places that's way more developed than Ethiopia and Sudan and those is like Christian Muslim countries.
Well, as a person that's been to Ethiopia a couple of times, I'm willing to go ahead and blame colonialism for that. Because
African country.
Ethiopia was never colonized, Jonathan.
Ethiopia was never colonized.
No. See, Ethiopia was a lot bigger than it is now. I'm pretty sure you guys know that, right?
Eritrea broke off.
And Djibouti.
Yeah.
Right?
When y'all say Ethiopia was never colonized, then how do these different areas speak different languages? One speaks Italian, another one speaks French, another one speaks English.
Never colonized by the West.
If you speak another language, they didn't try. Damn it!
No.
Let Honey Flower respond. Let Honey Flower respond.
I don't have a loud voice, so it's easy for me to not be heard. But you asked me a question about the chiefs and stuff like that. I didn't say that Ethiopia and Sudan are getting worse or whatever. But what I was saying is, like, can you name me one African country that doesn't have an issue with, I guess it's called load shedding, where their lights turn off
or running water?
Cote d'Ivoire has abundance in electricity.
When I
they lights go off too, Elvis.
They supply electricity to Sierra Leone.
That's only
Liberia.
because they don't have enough consumption for it, so they got to put the electricity someplace. That's not a flex. Supplying electricity to another country is not a flex. That means you don't have enough consumption for the thing. If you don't have any place to go, the electricity back up the system.
There's places in Ivory Coast, places like Tula Plate, places like Gimo, faraway villages that have constant electricity.
Wait, let Honey Flower talk. Let Honey Flower talk.
Can I finish? Before you talk about all this stuff about culture, religion, all this unnecessary stuff. African Americans going to Africa. If the basic infrastructure is not even put together, if they're having issues with electricity, if they're not able to supply people with clean water, that place is dead. That is a no-go for anybody who's lived in developed nations. Like, I mean, you have to downgrade yourself. And I'm not saying all places
When you
are.
live in Sudan, did you guys have
Hopefully,
stable
hold on. I'm not.
electricity?
Hopefully,
Honey flower, you gotta expand that because it's not just Black America. Belize,
Yeah, people in South
Barbados, it's a
America, places
downgrade.
in Asia and Southeast Asia. I mean,
but I don't
you
care
know.
about those places. Why would I care about other? I'm not gonna go. If I'm gonna go anywhere and live there, it's definitely not gonna be any other country, but continent, but Africa. I'm not gonna go
Okay.
live in another. I can't do that. Like we already. I don't want to keep running to non-black people. Like if I'm gonna go anywhere else to live, I'm gonna be in Africa, but I
Well,
can't
who's
because
who's making you run,
I'm
Honeyflower?
not. Nobody's making.
You people like you, Elvis.
Oh,
Africa.
okay. I made her run, Kyla.
Yeah, you ask a question. Man.
I want
You.
to think. Don't you, as an African, desire Africa? Like, isn't that in your blood? Isn't
Hold
that in
on,
your
Look,
like?
this is not
honey
life. Is
flower.
not a
Hold on,
fairy
hold on,
tale,
hold on.
right? You're in the West.
Yo, don't
You're
argue with the
content
lady,
being in the
right?
West.
What she's
Just leave it
asking
at that.
you is, what
If
she
you want
asking
to
you
go
is
back
like,
to Africa, go back
hold
to
on,
Africa.
hold on,
If you can't
while you're
go to
sitting
Sudan, go
out,
to
while you're
Ethiopia. It's more
sitting in
stable there.
America,
You're from both of
while
those
you're sitting
countries.
in America, drinking your beer, eating your popcorn, right? What she's saying, you should
Kyla,
have,
she can live a decent life in Addis
you
Ababa.
should have your
One of her parents come
look.
from there. She
Bottom line,
said she's not willing to go back
honeyflower,
there.
honeyflower don't want to be swept up and kidnapped and sold into slavery. By
Oh,
people selling stuff to the Arabs and selling women to Arabs and what. She
Yeah,
don't want that.
she can go to
She wants a place. She
Ethiopia
wants a place
and she'll be
where she
fine.
can be
I mean,
protected.
I just don't like this whole thing about criticizing. I don't criticize Africa. I don't
You
tell you
guys,
Africa is this because I'm not there. If I wanted to be in Africa, I'll go back there and live there. I'm not there. I'm here.
you
I'm
need to.
where I want to be.
Yeah, but you should have a desire, Elvis. Let me ask you
Don't
a
tell me
question.
what my
Do you
desire are,
desire?
Kyla. You can't go into the operation of my mind.
Do you desire Africa to be?
What desires do you have? Are you living out your desires right now, Kyla?
No,
Okay,
because you
good.
guys are in the way, man.
Well,
So you
now
live
wait a
in
minute,
reality, bro.
Elvis, that's not true because you be on platforms talk about ways to make Liberia better. Do you not?
I mean, we don't focus on Liberia on the political stage.
That's
We talk about it because
that's
we're part of the diaspora, right? But I tell
hypocrisy.
people all the time on those platforms that thank God I'm in America. I tell them that on these platforms because we
Why do you
realize
think
that
God you're in
our
America and not in Liberia?
Elvis is a
Is that
Captain
not a
American
criticism
Negro.
in itself?
Elvis is a Captain American Negro.
No, I'm telling you, it's because I'm not a superficial person. I know the realities of Africa. I know the realities of my country. I'm not going to tell you that it's all great. If it was
Elvis is
so
a Captain
great, a lot of people
American.
won't be fleeing to come to the United States.
Can I say
We know our
something real
problems.
Wait, Kyla.
Let other people speak, bro. I think she's been hugging the
Let me
mic too
say
much. Let other
something.
people speak.
Somebody
Seriously.
said this to me, right? I have two options, right? Somebody said I either marry a white man and have my mixed babies in the United States and assimilate. I can do that. Or I can go to Africa with money, make arrangement for your 24 light, clean water and security, and then look outside my window and look at slums. So those are my two options. See, the thing I don't understand is, I
Not
can
even
go.
true. I mean, what's
That's
wrong with
not
this
true.
there's a
lady?
You have
development
They are
in
developed
Ethiopia. Why don't you just go
neighborhoods
to
in
the
Addis
nice?
Ababa.
I
If you go to
you
Ethiopia,
could
there
go
are
to
developed
Accra. You could
areas
go to
there.
Accra right
What's
now
she
or
talking
Lagos,
about?
and it look like Miami.
Why don't
and
you just go
so
to
Right.
Kenya?
Come on.
There's areas around it that's
There are
developed.
places in
Lagos
Africa where
Nigeria
it's
is
developed for miles. What is she? I mean,
and
this
then
is what we
slums.
Lagos look far better than St. Louis, Baltimore.
I
I
mean,
can name
don't
I
do
don't know
that.
what you're
Don't do
Vegas.
talking
that.
about.
I'm just saying they're
No,
developed
it
places in
Lagos
doesn't.
Africa.
does not
No, it
look
doesn't.
better than none of that shit.
Have you
Lagos
Calm
is
down.
you
evil.
been to St. Louis?
Lagos is an
He's been to
open
He's
school.
been to Lagos. I think he's
Lagos is
Brother,
probably in
open
Nigeria
school.
right
No,
now.
I say, have you been to St. Louis?
Yeah, but it's still
I
developed.
ain't been to
Lagos is not
Baltimore. I've been to
developed.
St. Louis,
Have
bro.
my mixed kids in
At
the
the end
United
of the day, don't wing it. Even the island is trash. I'm sorry. And that's supposed to be the upgrade.
Relative. It's all relative, right? Relative to other neighborhoods. Banana Island is pretty upscale. KJ is
Yeah,
pretty
but I
upscale.
say Banana
All
Island,
relative.
man. The power, everybody over there got a power generator, right? They got no sewer line, So bottom
Well,
line
hold on,
is
hold on. Jonathan bashed Nigeria every night. He always
I
in
mean, this
Nigeria.
whole.
So
I
you
mean,
guys, come on, bro. He
Jonathan,
always in
he likes
Nigeria.
Nigeria, but he's not
He's goofy,
crazy.
bro.
He can be
There's a
honest
difference
and like the
between
place, bro. You don't have to be superficial.
liking the place and then lying about the place.
Right.
I don't have to. If someone tell me, "Hey, bro,
So
is
what's
Oakland
keeping you there if it's so bad,
is
bro?
Oakland safe? Is Oakland safe? Kinda, no, depending on where you're at.
Right.
You can be honest.
We can
Damn,
love a place and be honest about the place and say it's
shit.
not so great. Doesn't mean you don't love it because you're criticizing it. It's
He
just a
bashes
reality
every
of that.
night, bro. He don't.
First of all, that ain't true. This is the only problem I have with Pan Africans. Y'all lie so much.
Yeah, a lot of you do.
Stop that
a
shit.
lot of call exaggeration is a bad
Yeah.
style of enthusiasm. Most Pan-African enthusiasts, so they
Brother,
exaggerate.
I'm willing to
people
say that
exaggerate. Brother,
I'm
some
willing to
people
say
exaggerate America like the
Pan-Africans.
whole America look like New York City or Los Angeles. You go to
Okay, but
places like New
I think
Hampshire,
We don't exaggerate
Maine.
America.
You
I don't
go to
think
some
anybody
places
does
like New
that.
Hampshire and Maine, and these
Yeah, but the
places they
bottom
look
line,
like shitholes.
Kwame, have you been to Africa yet?
No.
Oh, see,
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
right
there
there.
you go.
There you go. You
But
know,
but I'm saying you can't just say
let me tell you something, Kwame. Don't be fooled, man. Nigerians have a good propaganda thing. They got so many black people in America saying, "Man, I'm going to the motherland. Look at all these tall buildings." When we get there,
To my brother
it's like
DG Reforming.
Kala, I'm
it's
seeing
like
girls.
back in the
I'm
day
seeing
in
girls
Hollywood.
fly to.
DG
I'm seeing
Reforming. I
girls
used to
fly to
live in
Lagos
Covington.
every day.
That's where I grew up.
Hollywood used to have these cardboard cities, right? You think you're walking through a town, but you look closely, there's nothing back there. There's like, oh, that's where Africa is.
Tyler, there are affluent neighborhoods in Nigeria, in Ghana,
Yeah,
relative
there's
to
affluent
Africa
neighborhoods
for
everywhere,
African
man.
There's
standards.
Come on, man.
affluent neighborhoods everywhere.
Right.
But if
Kala,
you only want to show
That's my point.
I
affluent
tell you right
neighborhoods
now,
like that's
Kala,
the norm, then that's
I know
if you're
horrible.
in the African continent,
females
that's
right
Yeah,
now
there
beautiful.
are
that
places in
that
Abuja, places like
Morocco
Busope,
is fucking beautiful.
Maitama, places
gotta
like
Kala,
look
I
that.
out
know
for
They're
those
affluent
AI
Kala,
neighborhoods
videos
in
too.
Abuja.
I know girls right now that relocated to Africa and they not no Pan-African. These are regular baddies that got Chanel bags and G wagons that relocated and went to Lagos and Accra.
Oh,
So
cool.
it can't all be bad.
Oh yes, it
What the
can.
fuck does that
Nobody's saying
mean?
it's all bad,
I'm just
brother. But we're just responding to the sister who think that you can't go to Africa
No,
and
I
have a
didn't say you
decent
can't
neighborhood
go.
house and
But
not
the
look
thing is,
outside
they're
and see
living in
slums.
the nice places, but then if you go a little farther, you see slums.
that's everywhere though. You go to Miami
That's
You
right
ain't
everywhere,
now.
you ain't
I
even gotta
never
go a
seen
little
slums
Come
in
to
farther.
Philly.
America.
Come
I seen
to Philly. Come
hoods,
see
but
that,
I
man. Go
never
to
seen a
Baltimore.
slum.
Go to
Addis Ababa,
Maryland.
Come on,
Ethiopia is one of the more
you ain't gonna
developed
see.
countries in
Hold
the
on, you
Horn
ain't
of
gonna see
Africa.
Coco in Baltimore. Come on, stop it. You know.
If you go to Kenya and
Okay.
you live in Nairobi, for the most part in that city, you'll be okay if you live in a decent area.
You know what, Kyla? Every time someone mentions Baltimore or something like that, ask them, would you rather live in Philadelphia or live in Haiti? And then they'll give you the answer. Would you rather live in Philadelphia or would you rather live in Kingston, Jamaica?
Well, Jonathan, relative to the United States and the standards of its cities, Baltimore is below the standard, right? So it's all relative. In
Below the
Africa,
standard and
relative
then
to
above the
Lagos,
standard when you compare it
Makoko
to
is below
everywhere
the
else.
standard.
No,
Jonathan,
no, 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 no,
I
no,
keep
no,
it
no.
real. I'd rather live in Montego Bay than St. Louis or Baltimore. Those places, anytime.
Yeah, but
But why are you in the
Montego Bay is a
What's
hold on, you go
relatively
outside,
decent place to
you go
live in
outside of
Jamaica.
Montego Bay. Kingston is a friggin' hell on earth, man. No indoor plumbing, no nothing when that.
Hey, don't talk shit about
The
Kingston. Don't
Kingston
talk shit
got
about
affluent.
Kingston.
Kingston got affluent neighborhoods too. You
Yeah, I mean
got
everybody got
Yeah,
good
but I
plenty of.
know
places, man.
I seen affluent neighborhoods right there where the people
Like
don't
if you
live.
go to Liberia,
And
for
even the
most parts of
majority of
Monrovia
people
is
don't live
pretty
there, live in
shitty.
shack.
But if you
It's
go to
people.
Sinclair has some decent neighborhoods there.
It's people in Kingston that got swimming pools, brother. So you can't say I don't know
I mean,
what you talk about.
swimming pool is not
Bro,
indicative of a good neighborhood, brother. You can build a
it's
swimming
really
pool in your
not.
backyard and the place can be a
But
strip.
what I'm saying, you talk about is no running water. Like people have swimming
No, they
pools.
don't have running water. You would drink running
What?
water in
Kyla
Jamaica?
don't even Kyla
They,
can't keep making stuff up. There, I'm sure there's some
Kyla,
pockets that has running water.
they got running water in Jamaica. They got
Kyla,
electricity in Jamaica. For the most part, I don't even know why a lot of Caribbean people leave their island. What the fuck y'all leaving
I
for?
lived in Kingston for 7 years. Trust me, in a
They
very
they
affluent neighborhood.
they got water. They got electricity. And by the way, they got
Someone in the comment
Starbucks, they got
section
Wendy's,
said
they got Burger King, they got Popeyes. Y'all blessed
KFC.
up.
You go to Alpha Tree right now. It look like any other mall or shopping area in America.
someone in the comment
The
section said,
Jamaicans leave
Kyla,
Jonathan
wait, can
for
I
the
just
US
read this
dollars, a
comment?
more powerful
Let
currency.
Exactly.
Yeah,
A lot of that
they
stuff
have
is
no
to
real
do with
reason to
remittance money, man.
leave.
They leave for
A
the
lot of that
currency.
stuff
That's
is
what I'm
dealing
telling
with
you. The more powerful
with back
currency.
and forth tourism from Jamaicans and remittance money, bro. So when you guys talk about, oh, stay where you at,
Hey, hold on,
a
hold on,
lot of
hold
us
on.
send money back home that help build up our countries.
Let Cauliflower respond to something. What did you say, Cauliflower?
Okay, someone in the comment section said, Kyla, I keep telling you that the socioeconomics of Makoko are much more complex than you understand. Those people want to live there. Those people,
Oh, really? Yeah, that's a lie.
I
I
think
hate
they're
the way they
trying to
say
say
that.
they don't want to live there. They need an upgrade. Okay, but that's the
And
thing.
then they go
Who's gonna
just
upgrade them?
through
The
the
government is.
Really, you gotta play the video of the place.
the canals and
The lady
They
from
have
there's no
Nigeria is
toilet
telling
there.
you the
When they
complexion
go
of
to the
white
white
people
people,
Kyla,
they
ain't they
again.
throw it to the
rebuilding
water.
Mokoko? They rebuilding Mokoko, bro.
The canals and lands links to this place as well. Yes,
After this
links to this
video,
place.
show us
Sewage. Yes, yes.
Baltimore, Carla.
Oh my god, it's terrible.
It's a slum. There's slums like this in Southeast Asia. There's slums like this in Brazil.
That's my bed.
This is a
I don't
slum.
care
We get
about
it.
that.
What are you trying to prove, Carla? All of Nigeria don't look like this.
There's people partying everywhere. Nightclubs all along the beach here.
Yeah, this is what they call me. I know these are the tricks that they were right there, bro. That's why
There's
they
a woman living here. She's squatting. Squatting. She's squatting with someone. Illegally. She's squatting, yes. So you don't go to the gym? No, I don't go to the gym. So this is the local bar. That maybe if you have a few too many drinks, that you might fall into the sewage water here. We were just coming through the canals here, and we crashed into a young boy on a boat, and the boy fell into the water here. So I had to hang this here because of rats.
It is rich in resources, it's got Africa's biggest population, and it's enjoyed democracy since 1999. But
kidnappers are demanding money. If you pay ransoms, kidnapping continues.
Over 100 students kidnapped from a school in Nigeria's Kaduna state.
armed groups have killed more than 36,000 people in the past 10 years.
The only way to end kidnapping is for society to take a stand that we will not pay.
Burdened by inflation, economic stagnation. Despite being Africa's largest economy, it does have high unemployment at more than 33%.
The human rights group Amnesty International says it has received credible and disturbing evidence that Nigerian security forces shot and killed at least 12 people taking part in peaceful protests last night in the country's largest city, Lagos.
A city in chaos. Across Lagos, buildings have been torched.
Mass kidnappings, attacks by armed groups and criminal gangs, corruption and a lack of jobs. So where does Nigeria go from here?
Nigeria. Many people would think of scammers, kidnapping, and violence when they hear the name Nigeria. But how frequent are such events? Shall we go, put our feet in the dirt, and see what it's like for ourselves? I think so.
Africa's most populous country. Known for kidnapping for ransom.
What's the price?
The price of this one is 1,000. Money. Oh,
A city in chaos.
yes.
Don't have words. Okay. Demoralizing. Welcome back to Lagos, Nigeria, biggest city in Africa and one of the biggest English-speaking cities in the world. Today, we're going to a slum, one of the biggest, if not the biggest slum in Nigeria. A third of it is actually floating next to this huge bridge that crosses the mainland of Lagos onto the islands here. So we're going to cross that bridge and then we're going to go down into the slum, going to meet the people, go out on a boat
Kyla,
through
we
the
get it.
canals
It's a slum.
of
We
this,
get it,
what they
bro.
call the
Let's move
Venice
on.
of Nigeria.
Hold up.
And we're going to explore. It's going to be
Get it,
absolutely
Kyla.
incredible. Let's get on the road and see what we can discover in this hive of life. So we just met some guys on the side of the road, and it's a black market exchange rate. You get more for your money, and they're just some guys sitting on the side of the road. Gave them $200 and
They got money too. Look at $100 bills over there, man. These motherfuckers be having money.
That's what African Dynasty was telling you. There's a whole mini economic system that's running in that area. There was definitely a slum. It's not a hygienic place to be for sure, but whatever is going on there is it's not conducive. Like Southeast Asia and other places, there are slums similar to Makoko.
So any of you guys want to take honey flower for a date? Don't take them to Lagos, Nigeria, man. You know.
I'm not gonna lie, that look crazy though. That look crazy.
I would never go to a place like that.
But it's definitely great parts of like Lagos though. You can't deny that.
That's
Of course.
sad.
Yeah, but
I mean,
Kyla
Kyla wants to.
Look, from what I
do his
hear
own-
from Banana Island, when the breeze comes over, the downwind, when now you can smell Makoko.
Oh my Kyla.
No,
Man.
it's the truth though, man. Don't
You
be
say
sitting
crazy shit like this,
downwind.
and when people come at you and you get mad, you want to block them. Don't do that, man.
No, I'm just telling you the truth, man.
Who told you that?
Like,
Who did
yo,
you hear
man.
that rumor from, Kyla? Who told you
I
that?
have no idea. I heard it someplace. I forgot where I heard it from, man.
You see this bullshit?
So they urinate and defecate in that same water that they
Kyla,
Exactly.
close
Of course,
the
that's
video,
what it is.
please.
Yeah.
Close the video.
Yeah,
Why
but
does
you
the
could go
government
you could go to
something
India
about
and see the same and see worse than that though.
I don't care about Indians. I care about African people. Like, why
So
do they
you don't care about African. You want to criticize them. You want to shit on
if I
Africa.
care,
That's
I
what you
would.
really want.
I tell the truth because I care. I would if I
Okay,
didn't care.
tell us the good part about Sudan. Tell us some of the good parts about Ethiopia,
Africa's
since you
so
care.
wonderful and perfect. There's a lot of good things like
No,
the
so tell us
food,
that. Tell us those good things.
the music, the clothing, the people, but the government, the lack of
Don't go to lack. Tell us the good thing. Forget about lack. Tell us what they have.
I just did the food.
Oh, that's all you can come up with.
The culture, some of the things of the culture, not all things of the culture, but yeah, there are good things. I'm not saying it's 100% bad, but I am very critical of Africa because we need to be critical of things and we need to show tough love for things to change. If you're just
No,
lying,
I get that.
oh, Tyler,
you so African goddess said, Kyla. She said that's a lie. She probably lives in Banana
She knows.
Island.
She's probably getting a whiff right now, man. You know?
Nah, she probably lives in Banana Island and knows for damn sure you can't
She's probably
smell
getting a
it.
whiff right now, man. She's like, oh,
I
close the window.
probably live in a banana island. Oh, come
We're
on.
not talking to you. We're talking about some.
I'm very OCD. I cannot live in dirtiness. Like I cannot.
What are you talking about, bro? We're talking something different. And this lady just she wants to keep talking shit about Africa. We're talking about the lady in the comment.
What city you live in? Honeyflower, what
Who
city you live in?
says something about Banana Island? I don't even know if you know where that is.
I actually live in the same state as Elvis. Elvis, we should meet someday.
Nope.
What city is that? What state y'all live
I'm sure she lives here in Minnesota. I think she lives in Minneapolis. I live in
I
Plymouth.
live in Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota.
I live in Plymouth, Minnesota. I don't know
Elvis,
where
I'll
she
talk
lives.
shit in real life about Africa.
Oh, but now Angola got nice places, man. You guys want to see Angola? That's a beautiful country, developed everything, clean, developed. It is beautiful.
What is it, Luanda or Luganda? Luganda is fully
Rwanda.
developed.
And not only that, the whole country of Angola,
Rwanda.
they got so many abandoned towns and cities that could be
Well,
developed.
Kyla, what's the difference? I mean,
that's
I can give you that. Nigeria should be similar to Angola, right? Because they both have a lot
Nigeria
of
is
oil.
a freaking lost cause.
You know, Nigeria hasn't made the best out of it.
Man. I just
Angola, the capital city
like
is really developed.
like remember
It's
said
really,
turn
really
the
nice. I'll
page.
give them that.
Remember what's that? Your governor's wife. Let's turn the page. Remember that?
Kyla, can I ask you a question? And I want you to be
turn the page on
honest with
Nigeria.
me. Kyla, I want to ask you a question before I drop down.
All right.
Okay.
Can hold on? Can Kyla show some of the beautiful slums of New York, man?
Hold
Beautiful
on.
slums of Baltimore. Show some of the beautiful slums in Louisiana. Can you show some of that?
Oh, Louisiana is
Hey, why you talking
is a
about my
shithole.
Why you talking about
Yeah,
Louisiana?
there was a town. It was in the town in Louisiana that had zinc shacks.
Hold on. Let Honeyflower ask me a question, so she's about to go.
Kyla, do you think that East Africa will develop and will outpace West Africa in terms
Oh, it's
of
already outpaced West Africa. West Africa is the most least developed part of the planet, man. You know.
Yeah. I'm starting to
Nah.
I'm starting to think West Africa is just not they're not
I think West Africa was more livable than East Africa.
No.
East Africa
ain't no way in hell.
No, check out. No, West Africa
really?
has sewer lines.
Yeah, East Africa is more developed. I mean,
Bro, there's one Sudan, there's one South Sudan. Well, no, it's
Uganda.
war. It's war in Sudan. War in South Sudan. How are they more
Of course,
stable than
Sudan.
West
I'm
Africa?
talking about.
Sudan is worse than
I'm
most
talking
West
Sudan got
about.
African
wars.
nations right now.
I'm
No,
talking
both
We'll say
about.
that.
Sudans. Both
I'm
Sudans.
talking about Somalia,
Yeah,
Sudan.
Somalia too, Mogadishu in particular. I mean, they're kind of settling down.
Lost cause.
But yeah,
Like
Sudan is the worst of all the.
Somalia look
Yeah.
like a shithole.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
wait. Yeah,
I wouldn't
yeah,
even go
y'all.
there.
You mean to tell me that war in northern Nigeria, killings in Benin, in Togo, and they fighting in Burkina Faso? You gonna talk about war in Sudan?
No, I'm
Did you
saying
forget what the hell's happening in
in
West
terms of
Africa?
living,
Get you there, bro. They
Sudan
got
is
all this money.
very
Get you
bad,
there.
Jonathan. You know, those
Jonathan,
banditry
get you
that
there, bro.
goes on enough. It's not like a hot war zone, right? You know, banditries, there's like cut and run. But Sudan, there's a real war going on between two military guys that are fighting for the
600,000
control of the country.
killings, 2 million kidnappings in
Look at
12 months.
look at Somalia. You got Somaliland,
Yeah, you got Puntland and Somaliland.
Yeah.
They're fighting a war, trying to separate from each other. I mean, there's a
So,
lot of stuff going on in the continent.
so Jonathan, if it's so dangerous, why are you there? I don't understand. What you saying
Because
don't
I
add
don't
up.
care.
Yeah,
I
it don't
don't
make no
care.
sense. Like I said, it don't make no sense.
Jonathan is not where the danger is.
Principe. I've been to Haiti. I don't care. I've been to Kingston. I
You
don't
went when it
care.
was nice, bro. You went when it was stable. I was there when you was there. You went like 10
Violence
years
is
ago.
violence, okay? I generally just don't care.
Jonathan is not up north where people are killing each other.
He
Lagos
just
or
talking
Edo.
nonsense, man.
I just
He
don't
sound like a
care.
little bougie nigga. He sound like a little bougie
People
nigga.
get kidnapped to this. I mean, I don't live my life like, oh my God, something can happen. Something can happen anywhere.
He's capping, bro.
Yeah, Jonathan, you're not
You
going
know?
to Somali. You're not going to Somaliland.
No, I'm not that crazy.
Exactly, but you'll go to
They
Lagos.
stink anyway.
Oh my God!
But you'll go to Lagos over Somaliland.
This guy, man.
Lagos over Somalia. Anybody with a brain would do that.
You just said, hold on. You said 2 million kidnappings, man. You said 2 million
That's
kidnappings.
mostly in the
How much
northern
you
part of the country, mostly in the north and central part.
But
yeah,
see,
but he said
government. Somalia's an anarchy.
no,
You
they
know what I hate? Y'all know what I hate that y'all be doing.
Yo, look at
Y'all notice how y'all like to point out the crime and the violence in East Africa. Why y'all like to do that so much?
Look at Ethiopia right now. You got the Oromo.
No, I'm talking about who was that, Principe, or was that the Jamaican brother? Why y'all like to point out the violence and the recklessness in East Africa, but don't want to point out the violence and recklessness in West Africa?
West
No,
Africa
we're just telling the sister who's talking about how West Africa is the worst. We're just telling her that there's some craziness going on in East Africa too.
Yeah, basically.
And craziness going on in West Africa.
Cote d'Ivoire is stable. Ghana is stable. Right?
They got elections coming up. They stable right now? Or they go? Or they gonna start going in their crazy shit?
They have a show on Cote d'Ivoire.
It'll be a peaceful election.
No. He's doing janky shit. You following the news? If you follow the French news on Cote d'Ivoire, I think he banning a bunch of people from running. It's just basically him and some former president's wife. So he's doing a lot of janky stuff that your boy General Lanley was talking about. Your boy, that's a good thing though.
But Principe, he's trying to be like the leader in Burkina Faso.
Who?
The guy in Cote d'Ivoire.
Who? Alassane Ouattara?
No, he's not. No, he's not.
He's standing up against the French right now.
Once you
what are you talking about?
Once you pass Kenya and you get up into like those areas, Sudan, Somalia, and all them.
Bruh, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania,
those are great countries.
Ethiopia, man.
All right, but it's the same amount. The same amount of stability in the West is the same amount of stability in the East.
But the development in the East is far better than the development in the West.
I doubt that. Senegal is very nice. Cote d'Ivoire is very nice.
Yeah,
Senegal.
You can doubt it. I know what my eyes have seen.
Okay. You been to Cote d'Ivoire before?
No, I haven't been there.
You been to Senegal?
It's no way.
I haven't been there either.
There's no way you're gonna say East Africa is way better. Look, Sudan is about to split into 3 countries. From South Sudan, and West Sudan.
Yeah, we say East Africa.
And Burkina Faso, and Niger, and what's the other one? Y'all know the other one, right?
Rwanda. You talking about Rwanda?
And they decide to split away from ECOWAS. It was almost ready to go to war with Ecowas. Right? Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
But
Come on.
they form a federation though. They're
They can't
together.
fight
Those two
against
states.
ECOWAS.
But
Yeah,
see, they
but
got
Hey,
the
hold on, hold
they
on.
were willing to.
back in there because the
Where's ECOWAS calling
building.
out Cote d'Ivoire and Cameroon that's about to have election and their president's doing janky shit? Well, where's ECOWAS on that?
In
Look,
Where's
Cameroon,
But see, I
Elvis
don't know.
Langley Jr.? Where you at? Where you
I
at on
don't know
that too,
Cameroon
man?
gonna have an election because they got their president that been there for over 45 plus years.
And he about to run again. He's 90 something years old. He about to run again.
what
Where's
is
ECOWAS?
the mission of ECOWAS?
They're supposed to be pro democracy, pro transparency, pro fair elections, right? And what Cote d'Ivoire is doing is
Hypocrisy.
very
Free
janky. What
trade
Cameroon
and
is
free
doing is very
trade.
janky.
Who said that again? What is? I mean, you got to know what the name ECOWAS stands for, brother. What's the E for in ECOWAS?
Economic.
ECOWAS is for economic.
Oh, okay, there you go. It's a trade organization, really. It's a
Yeah,
trade
it's free for
organization
free
for
trade.
West
If
Oh,
I'm
but
not
West
they
mistaken,
was
it was
about
established for free
to.
trade.
ECOWAS is an arm of the EU and NATO. That's all it is.
Yeah, but they was about to come straight into Niger. That had nothing to do with economics.
The French Union.
No, they were putting economic pressure. Just how you saw the Americans put pressure on Russia by putting sanctions on them economically. That's what ECOWAS was trying to do.
Ghana's not a francophone. Franco
It's an
Franco
anglophone
African
No, the
country.
country.
they're part of
ECOWAS.
ECOWAS.
ECOWAS
Yeah,
don't
but
got nothing to do with
they're
it.
not a
What you
part
got?
of no
Don't
Frank. They're
listen
not
to
a part
Kyla.
of the
Kyla just be
francophone.
saying any other thing. Don't listen to
No, it is the same. No, it is the truth, man. You know,
her. Okay.
Echo.
Well,
Who
person, you said something earlier that made sense.
French
When
Union.
you and there's a good old Jamaican brother and Kyla and all the rest of the Pan Africans going to create a Pan African organization.
I'm
Bro,
not
you guys claim to be the leaders. Why you guys are not organizing that?
Look. The bottom line is this: I've been part of all these Pan African organizations, right? And they don't. You know something? What do you get when you get 1 million Pan Africans and 1 million lesbians?
Not a damn thing.
No, you get 2 million motherfuckers who don't do dick. You know.
What?
I say if you
Whoa,
got
hey, yo, bro.
I'm so
Stop coming up
lost.
with
Hey,
those
yo,
laffy taffy
if
sayings,
you
bro.
cross 1 million
What the hell was
lesbians,
that about?
Stop coming up with phrases you read in the laffy taffy
a
rapper,
million
bro.
Pan Africanists, you got 2 million motherfuckers who don't do.
What are you
Ain't no
calling chicken
lesbian.
crumbs
Ain't
in
no
a
lesbian.
row?
Hey,
Lesbians
Kyla,
don't do
ain't no
dick.
lesbian leader on Pan Africa. You talking about
No,
Yvette
you don't get
Carnell?
it, man. You're thick, man. Let me say you don't get the joke.
Tyler is reading you a laffy taffy saying, bro. That's all.
It's a
No,
big
pause.
what
It's a
Colin
joke.
Hey, yo,
is
man,
saying is
Walla,
that there's
like,
no output, that there's no productivity.
that's
There's
not true, though. They
no
exist in small
The
output
pockets
joke
and the
is
world spread
that
it all together. See,
the Pan
if
Africans
Carla,
don't do shit,
thing.
and the lesbian
that's
don't
not
do
true.
But
shit,
then what
but
about
also
They
they
building
don't,
don't
Pan
they
they
don't
African
do
they, they
dick.
and
don't do
making stuff
dick
happen?
because they're
They don't
lesbian.
do dick.
We get it, Kyla.
There's Pan African there's after school programs. There's different organizations that keep kids off the streets. That's Pan Africanists in the city. They're just not
I can
organized.
name
And somebody like
I
Carla,
can
But
name a
see,
lot of
why
Pan
did
African organization that's in
I was
Africa
in
right now.
Ifatayo. That's
Kyla
one
has
of
a
them.
BAIO organization that's not doing dick either.
I was in Carter G as a kid.
No,
These are Pan
I am
Africanists
doing
started
dick.
Elvis, don't get kicked
Christian
off
But
based.
tonight.
hold up.
Gotta just wait a second.
I am just realistic, right? We had a guy, the UNIA went to Liberia, right? Same time I did, right? My group as making progress in which was it had Great African. He basically joined my group, right? Because they Liberty Farm for the UNIA for Liberty Farms had a bunch of land, blah 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 blah, and guess what? Not a damn thing happened, and they abandoned the
So
property.
when is Carla Nation Village going to lay its first brick? When is that going to happen?
Like I said, let me tell you for the 100th time, right? Because I'm doing this by myself, right? I'm not asking for you guys for no donation or not, so I got to do it myself, right? My first thing was to get acclimated into the country where I could basically be over there for months at a time, right? To do so, I need a place, right? My own place. Next, I need my own vehicle, right? Then I'm going to work on, at the same time, vehicle, I'm going to work on having my own office. I need my own office there, I want a nice place, where I can showcase it when my organization, business, when I'm going to start bringing people that I have a whole bunch of people from all over the continent I want to bring to Liberia to do business together, So the bottom line, I need an office. I got my guy, Ross, that's my head guy in the chapter of the BAO. He's going to head that. And I got people on the ground that's going to be working, whatnot, and, pay him and whatnot, So I need to run an office, right? So that's why I said when this channel gets monetized, this will help with that. You know, I'll put out most of the money myself, but this channel will help monetize that. You know, that's the first thing. Once I get incorporated, I'm already incorporated in Liberia. All I need is my letterhead, and when I send it out to different corporations, when I come to Liberia, refer them to my consulting business in Liberia, Mr. Blanford, you know, Val Thomas and his wife Cynthia Blanford. She's the one who got the Kindeja resort in Liberia. Right now, she has an office there in Congo, in Sincor, you know, in the Boulevard Palace. International Focus magazine, right? And so they got even Janine Cooper as part of International Focus magazine. The president of Liberia.
Janine Cooper, our former agriculture minister.
Yeah, she did an article. It's join the Association of African Americans of Liberia on Facebook, right? That's a group I created in 2011.
I'm
right?
not African American, Colin.
It doesn't matter. If you're, are you Liberian?
Elvis, join the group. I joined the group.
Well, you're African American, Jonathan.
Are you? I let you
Kyla,
know.
you name nomenclature is important. You name it for.
You know what's crazy, Kyla? I joined. I didn't even know who the hell you was. I was just looking for people that was from Liberia.
Hey, Elvis, the America could just be the Americas. That could include South America, the Caribbean. It's all considered
African Americans.
I have half the group are not Liberians, half the group are Black Americans, right? I don't give a shit about that shit like that. Most of the people posted a group of Liberians, you know, live on Liberia. When I don't care about none of that shit, you know. But it's African. But the theme of the group is African Americans who are rekindling. Because of that, because of that group that I created like almost 15 years ago, there's a lot of African Americans who are interested in Liberia.
Tyler, do you think Dr. Clarice Ford Kula had a great deal of bringing Val Thomas to Liberia?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Look. Matter of fact, yeah,
they're friends, Kyla. They're personal friends.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Val Thomas is and Dr. Kula, that's my sister, right? You know, she basically brought a lot of Black people in. She brought John Amos to Liberia. You know, she brought a lot of people.
Rest in peace, John.
That whole business group is.
She brought Louis. What is his name? Gossett. Oh, I forgot his name. He's passed too. The actor Louis Gossett.
Louis Gossett.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was in Amistad.
Louis Gossett was back there, and it was there in the 70s. You know, he was in Liberia in the 70s. But she brought all these actors. She brought that girl Rudy from Rudy Huxtable from Cosby Show.
I think her name is like Tashina or something.
So the bottom line is this: me and Dr. Kula, we're good friends. You know, we're good friends. And the bottom line, Val Thomas, he's bringing a business group there, and I'm a part of it in July. You know, so things are going good. And like I said, I could do what I could do. You know, I can help out when I. But if you think I'm gonna be out there like, where's the land, Kyla? No, because I'm like,
Kyla, you sound like a chief to me, man. You delegating people, you organize. That's what a chief do, bro.
An African chief sits on his fucking ass and do not do a damn thing on that.
Kyla, African chief goes to all the weddings that he shouldn't be at.
Somebody wants to speak. J.A. wants to speak. He said he's not visible on the
That's Ja.
No, there's somebody called J.A.
J.A., go ahead.
Where Ja at?
He dropped off.
He dropped off.
He got scared.
No, he said he wasn't visible on the panel, man. You guys.
Yeah, he was typing. He was typing in the back chat. He was typing in the back chat.
Okay. Come up back up, bro. I thought I'd put you on stage. He's dropping off, right? And he keeps dropping off. So I keep putting him on stage. He keeps dropping off. You know? Well, I don't know. Well, yeah. So
Colin, we had a topic on Dynasty Show today. I guess you didn't see that news, but I'm sure you did.
What?
There was a Black lady who was a doctor who got killed in California by a security guard.
I know. I saw that.
Mexican security guard, which is crazy.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
What's your take on that? Donna's point was that people are not complaining about it because it's not a white man who killed it. It was a Mexican.
No, I don't think people know about it. You know, it has not hit the mainstream media. You know,
plus you're a swirler, man. She was a swirler.
But it doesn't matter, bro. She was murdered. The point about it is that the guy was apprehended. He's in police custody.
Was she in the romantic with this Mexican guy?
We don't know. We don't know all the details, but it was a security guard who killed a doctor, a Black woman who was a doctor, right? Killed her in cold blood and shot her assistant also. So she was on the faculty of that university there. You know, pretty high ranking. So it's like, and the guy was
what do you do, Elvis? Elvis, what do you think was his motive then? If she wasn't a spoiler, what is
I
his
don't
motive?
know. I would guess that people said the police said it was like a targeted hit, almost like an assassination. So a person of her stature or her status could be, it might be somebody who put a hit on her. I don't know if she's going through a divorce. Sometimes you might have a spouse who wants to get rid of you for insurance money, or because you're going through a divorce, they don't want to share property. I don't know. It could be something crazy like that, because the dude was a criminal. He had went to jail and came out of jail, was working as a gun holding security officer. Well, I guess he went home and brought his personal gun and killed her. I doubt that she had a relationship with him. Just looking at her status and looking at him, I can't judge the book by its cover, but I'm guessing this probably wasn't personal in terms of maybe they had a romantic
Black women will
relationship.
get with white guys and Latino guys with not 2 dimes in their pocket, whatnot.
I mean, let's not go that far, Kyla. But to kill that lady, that was fucked up.
Gotta have all these degrees, money, balling out of control before they even consider you. White guy, Mexican, Asian guy, they'll be like, "Yo, the guy could be."
Stop it! Don't stop it,
I'm
man.
just saying, is that the truth? Am I telling the truth or what?
Nah, black women have standards.
I've seen black women with dudes that basically, white guys and even thugs. They got 2 dimes to rub together, but an ordinary, hardworking black man trying to do a come up, they ain't got nothing to say to it. But if the dude's white, he got to have some sort of edge. Either he's white, Hispanic, or if he's black, he got to be a thug, and stuff like that. That's how it usually works. If you ain't a thug, whatever like that, and you can give him that thug love, you better be white. They'll take a white. I've seen black women go from thug ass niggas to nerdy ass, lame, fucking Harry Potter type white boys. I'd be like, what the hell, girl? Are you crazy? You were just dating.
Rest in peace to that lady.
Yeah, I mean, that's not trivial.
All of this other shit ain't even necessary.
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about in general. I don't know about this case. All right, Dr. Migo, what's on your mind?
No, I was
Jay,
gonna
what's on
say,
your mind?
I gotta give my respect to the Prince of P real quick, because he kind of on point with what he was saying and everything. But I wanted to ask Elvis the question. Well, where are you from? Like the East Coast or like from the West Coast?
In terms of,
not just like location. I don't really know.
I'm in the Midwest. I'm in the Midwest.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I'm pretty sure you're aware that majority of the black women on the West Coast, they kind of do date out. So like what Prince of P was saying, it kind of isn't far fetched. And usually like a lot of like crimes with Mexicans kind of deal with passion and like I guess killing their ex lovers and stuff like that. So that's why I was like Prince of P, like his point isn't far fetched at all. I don't think it was.
Well, we have to get more
attempt,
information on the Dark Negro.
Like that's crazy.
We have to get more information to come to that conclusion, right?
But I'm saying like I'm pretty sure like that's what it was. Like it makes the most sense. You know what I mean? I'm just saying what would make more sense, that or an assassination? You get me?
Assassination happen all the time, brother. You know that, right? Targeted hit. People put in a hit on their spouse. You gotta just kind of delve into her personal life. I hate to say it like that, but if she's going through a divorce,
you're supposed to have.
If she was going through a divorce, for example, or going through a custody battle, if she had a lawsuit against the university or against a big, corporation, things like that can kind of tell you who might have a motive to want to hurt her. Say that again. Your phone.
The university put a hit on her.
No, I'm saying right. Listen, Principe, your phone is breaking in anyways. But if somebody is going against a large entity, right? Say they're suing them for discrimination, and they have a good case, or it's a financial case, and they have a good case, and sometimes, somebody might want to put a hit on them. Maybe it won't be through a gun. It might be through like poisoning or something, some crazy stuff. You never know. I'm just saying we're all speculating.
No,
right?
I know, but that's like a crazy hypothetical, bro, compared to.
But
like,
even the fact that you think they were dating is also a
like
hypothetical.
Prince P
right?
situation would sound a lot more realistic than the one
that she was dating a security guard. She left him, and he went and got a gun and killed her. That's more
right.
plausible.
Like I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that sounds. Like,
okay.
It sounds.
That's your opinion. I mean, we don't know. We'll get more information, I'm sure.
And then
but Jonathan, is that true that most black women date outside of the race in California?
What you call
no.
it? He's a felon, right? Like he already went to jail.
So yeah, he's a felon.
If he was able to land himself in jail, then obviously, he doesn't have.
No, wait a minute.
He doesn't have.
He's a felon, but he's a security guard.
But he wasn't. He wasn't allowed to carry a gun, but he had a legal gun and got the gun and killed her.
No. In felon, you can't even be a damn security guard. You ain't get no guard card as a felon.
It was a felon. That's what.
Even without a gun, you can't do it.
Nah, I
Y'all didn't
knew
know
that
that?
they hire people in
So that's what we said. That's what we're saying. So it's
bro.
sketchy that the guy had a criminal past and I went to jail, and he was working at a university, and out of all people, he happened to kill her. So that's the thing. So maybe he was working with I hate to say, maybe he was working with the mafia, the Mexican mafia as a hitman or something, and somebody hired him. I mean, I'm sure there's something
It's all right.
sketchy
We'll
going
pick
on.
that motherfucker off in prison.
Yeah. And that lady was accomplished, man. She came from Clark Atlanta University. Her grandmother was on the faculty on the board of
You know what's
directors.
funny though, Elvis? A lot of Clark girls get killed. I know one that got killed. Fuck with a damn New York nigga, stupid
And her
ass
last
Clark.
name is Clark too. Yeah, her last name is Clark. I mean, come on, man. It was messed up, and I think Donis didn't do a good show by trying to use politics. That if it was the Democrats, they didn't care about this because it wasn't a white man. I'm like, nah, you can't say that, man. I just fucked
But
up.
that's what happens when you on some like content creation bullshit. You disrespect the dead and make a damn near mockery of their death and use it for content. I think that's kind of stupid.
Yeah, but my question to you, if she was a swirler, is it the responsibility of the black community to be concerned about her, or is it the
I don't
responsibility
care if
of the
she's a
community which
swirler or
which is
not. You killed the black
no,
woman. We
that's
need
what
to
I'm
kill
saying.
one of
I
y'all
heard people
back.
saying that they don't care if
That's
she's a
that's
swirler, so
not her
it's justified. How
responsibility.
can you say some stupid shit like that? The lady
Absolutely,
herself
they
looked
do
like
that to
she
the
got
men. They
some
do that to the
mixture.
men. They do that to the men. They do that to the
No,
men. When the
stop
men,
saying that shit, man. She looked like herself. She got some admixture. She's pretty light skinned.
you
So I'm
said
sure
hold
she
on. You
probably
said
has
I have
some.
admission. I'm blacker than you, Elvis. I'm blacker than you,
No,
and you
I
said I
said
have admission.
the lady herself looked like she had
No,
some
no,
admixture.
I have. When I came on camera, you claimed that I look like I got admission, and I'm blacker than
Oh,
you,
me?
bro.
You? I said that to you?
Yeah, you
I
said I
don't.
look like a Mexican or something. I don't know, some bullshit
No.
like
I
that.
don't think that was
So
me.
I don't trust your eyes. I don't trust your eyes at all, bro.
No, I mean,
So
have you
at the
seen
end of
her
the day,
picture? Have you seen the lady's picture?
no, I haven't. I haven't.
Okay.
Besides the picture that Dinus was showing,
Yeah, she
and
looks
she
like
looks
she
regular
might have
black
a
to
little
me.
bit of admixture. But I'm saying we can't even
She
draw
looks
that
regular black to me.
conclusion. I mean, I won't put it against anybody to date anybody they like. But again,
No, you
a
got every
lady
right
of
to
her
do it, but
class and her
who
stature.
responsibility is it? Whose responsibility? You can do whatever you want. Whose responsibility is it when you choose to go out to another community? That's the
Well,
responsibility of the other
who
community.
said
That's
she
not
was
us.
swirling? Who said she was dating a kid anyway?
I'm saying.
I
I'm saying
don't give a
hypothetically.
damn what the hell you do. You kill a black person, I want retaliation. Even if
I
they're
don't believe in
swirling
all
like a
that.
Nah, it
dumbass.
depends. It depends.
You
Even
see
if
the
they're
title of the show,
swirling like a
Jonathan?
dumbass.
You see the title of the show, Jonathan? Can you read the title
Yeah,
of
I
the
see the
show?
title. Yeah, I see
What
the
the title
title.
say, bro? There are Captain American people that go against the collective of black people for their own advantage, or
So
whatever happens to them
what? This lady
happens to
was
them.
a
That's not our
Captain
business.
America, a black
Yeah,
So
female.
she's a
say whatever it
sellout
says.
because
Yep.
she fucked another race.
Is it
That
even
makes her a
No, I said
sellout.
whatever happened to her, man. That's
I mean,
what I believe in, bro.
hold on. What's
You can't
that
say
one
that shit.
dude
That's
that was
disrespectful,
the
bro.
guy from Ghana?
No,
Was
that's
he
not
a
the same.
sellout too?
Man,
But
I
y'all
could
always
tell y'all
praise his
never
ass for
met
some
no
reason.
black women from the
Yeah,
Oh
Ghana.
no,
Kwame
no, no, no.
Nkrumah.
I call him out,
He
man.
married a white woman.
He hella
What's his
suspect,
name?
bro. He
Kwame
suspect.
Marcus
Nkrumah?
Garvey married a white woman in England.
Oh
You
no,
know
no,
that,
no
right?
slander, no walk. It's Garvey. That's not true.
Garvey married a white
Did
woman,
he?
You
bro.
talking about
What
when
are
he
you
was
talking
younger?
about? Later in
You
his
talking about
years,
Garvey when he was younger?
later in his life,
His
he
later
married a white
years,
woman.
no. His kids is black, bro. What are you talking about?
He married a white woman later in his life, brother. We know that. Are you
Marcus
denying
Garvey?
it?
I
I don't
don't
know that,
believe
but
that,
let me
bro.
look it up
I
real
want
quick. Because if
Yeah,
that's
I
she
true,
need
then
some.
I
married
don't
to a
want
white
to
woman
ever
later in
hear
the
about this
UK.
Pan African shit.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey married a white woman later on in the UK.
I never heard that shit.
I ain't seen no evidence of that.
Jonathan, what's the verdict? What's the verdict, man? This man, he just throwing monkey wrenches in the argument, man. What's the verdict?
I don't see that, Elvis.
Oh, Elvis pulling shit out his
Elvis
ass, man.
apologized. Elvis apologized to the great Marcus Garvey, bro.
He pulling shit out his
Damn,
ass, bro. What's going on, Elvis?
Elvis,
But
you might be mixing up Frederick Douglass.
it's probably
He
Frederick
married
Douglass
a white
dead.
woman. It wasn't Marcus Garvey though. I ain't never heard of that. That would have threw me off.
Yeah, Frederick
Pan
But again,
Douglass,
like I
African
said,
my
his last
ass.
wife. Frederick Douglass, his last wife was white.
Exactly. But even if so, I'm not trying to say she shouldn't do what she want to do. Like, I don't believe it's your right. But when you go against the collective, whatever happened to you, happened to you, man. Why should the I don't know. I think it's wrong, but it happened.
Man,
But
how you know she
it's
ain't
not my
been dogged
business.
out by the collective? Shit, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Exactly.
That's my perspective. That's my perspective, man.
Nah,
If
you're
you
right,
choose to
Pacific. I'm
go,
not risking my
whatever
life to
happened to you,
protect
happened to you.
somebody that wants to see my demise. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that
Yeah,
makes
there's certain
sense.
people that's pro Captain America, and they don't care about the collective. And
Now
you
wait a
care
minute.
about them, but they don't care about you.
Do y'all know a lot of the Black Panthers were fucking on white women?
Yeah, we
Again,
heard.
I don't support the Black Panthers. I don't support the Black Panthers.
Are they sellouts too?
The average age
Shit,
of the
calm
Black
down.
Panthers, the average age of the Black Panthers was like 19. These were kids, man. You know? What the
Yeah,
hell?
come on, yeah.
That don't matter.
More mature men that knew
And he was
better.
on drugs.
These guys, Bobby Seale, Elder Cleo, all these guys. These guys were basically just guys trying to look tough and cool. They had white friends. They smoked dope with white people, and they weren't racist. They weren't black racist one night. They weren't like that, like stuff like that. So now the new Black Panther Party, they're racist.
God bless the new Black Panther Party.
Yeah,
And
but I
rest in
heard
peace,
Malik.
Kyla Muhammad.
I heard my good brother Malik. All right, he had a little white side chick. That's what I heard. Somebody said he had a little white side chick. He said he was a secretary or something like that. But everybody said he was.
Listen. Let it be clear. I don't care if you fuck them. Just don't marry them. That's all I say.
mean, I might be wrong, but African Goddess is saying he did marry a white woman, and she was married to a Jamaican. Maybe she misspoke too, but I think I read it. I was double checking it and I didn't see it, so I might be thinking about somebody else. But maybe African Goddess can elaborate because she was close to Jamaica. But I thought I read something about him either maybe not marrying, but maybe being with a white woman later on in his life. Yeah, so maybe I could be wrong.
I don't believe that either. Just like I don't believe Dr. King did it either. White people like to lie.
I don't know about that. You don't know about that. Yeah.
I mean,
Like I said,
Douglas is more acceptable, right? Because he's mixed. He's half white.
Yeah, but he actually did it.
No, I'm saying, but he's mixed. He's half white. That's
who cares? I'm happy he knocked that ugly ass white bitch down. God bless him. Shit.
Oh man. Yeah, but I mean, let's not disrespect that lady. Kyla, you need to do a show on it.
So Elvis. So, what is your perspective? Who do you think? She's not a Captain American woman.
This is a lady who is highly accomplished. We can't even trivialize her death like that, brother. She's a doctor, right? She comes from a long line of educators and academia.
You don't know her politics, man.
Are you kidding me? You think you're gonna bring her down to just political views?
We're not disrespecting her. We're just saying we don't have the information.
As a black woman, Negro. I mean, somebody who will go up there and like this guy, black skin, the stupidity, whatever his name is, right?
No, she fought against gun violence.
This guy, I set a trap for him. I said, I know where he's coming from. I already set a trap. I listen to this guy for years, right? I said, what do you see when you see Mount Trashmore? Oh, patriotism, my son, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, what do you think about the black people who are trapped in poverty in Baltimore City you're from? I got nothing to do with that. That's them. I didn't grow up around that. Blah, blah, blah. So he completely distanced himself from the black people, but completely embraced the racist people who have sold his ancestors and whatnot. So he was done after that. I was like,
you said you guys were the parents of Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. He said that.
Yeah, so he said, hey,
and Jonathan agreed with him. He said, we know what he meant. We were just playing stupid. That's what Jonathan said.
I know.
Y'all know what he meant.
What did he mean, Jonathan? Tell us. We didn't know.
Bro, that dude was out of the damn mind. But y'all know exactly what
that dude was cackling and shit. I'm like, what is nigga cackling for, man? That's a man cackling like a girl, man.
Yeah, the bottom line is this. Hey, look, that's fine. But then when he basically said, he said on his one show about a year ago, he said black people in America are mostly white, and we mostly have white ancestry, and we're blessed because we have white blood in us.
Wait, he said that?
Yes, he said that. That's what I said.
Where these niggas come from?
I said that's what I said a year ago. That's what I decided. Well, no, in fact, it was not a year ago. It was right before I got on YouTube. I said I'm gonna have a show, and I know this nigga is gonna eventually come after me. I knew he was gonna. I knew all these people were gonna come after me, right? So I knew basically he was eventually gonna come lure into my travel and lure him into my show. I said I'm gonna get on YouTube. I'm gonna blow up, And I basically this fool, I'm gonna have it out with doing. I'm gonna crush him for saying that. You know, I wasn't gonna ever call his show. You know, 'cause I remember one time Brandon called the show, right? And Brandon is 10 times more smart than he is. He just kept saying Bucci, 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 you know, Bucci, Brandon, and shit like that. I said, I'll never go on that motherfucking show, you know? I said, but I'm gonna build my own platform. Right? I said, look, I'm gonna fucking go after these fucking fools. When he said shit like that, I said, man, these FBA people, I swore, I declare war on these
Wait, Kyla. He ain't FBA. He said that. Thank God.
But Jonathan, I don't know if you heard dude glazing diners on his channel, man.
I
That
know
shit
he's
was
not
embarrassing.
He was glazing. Yeah, you said that.
You know,
Elvis.
delineation. I hate African shit. You know, so to me, it's all FBA.
Elvis, what would happen if somebody like that said that and your chief was aware this happened?
The what?
I'm talking to Elvis. Elvis, what would happen if a character like that it came out in your community and your chief found out this was happening?
What do you mean? What was happening? Who are you talking about?
I'm saying Kyla speak against chiefs, but chief organized and structuralize the community that people like this.
Yo, bro.
When you say people like this, who are the person you're talking about?
Yo, the same way.
The guy he's talking about, what's the guy name from yesterday?
Black skin is a Mason dude.
Hold up, the same way I
the guy that sounded
right here.
Slave.
I go to Liberia and I may be alone. I do not respect that shit at all. I tell.
That's what I'm saying, Kyla. You don't understand the culture of it, and that's fine. We get it.
No,
African may come to America
works,
and not understand certain parts of the culture of Black America. We
Most
understand.
Liberians, I know they don't respect that shit either. It's dusty, you know.
Yeah, but if it works, why are you not trying to utilize some elements of it to
that shit when they're in
structuralize?
Monrovia. They don't talk about when they go back to their village.
Yeah, nobody goes back to the village though. Nobody goes back there, you know.
You don't know, Kyla.
That's why I wish they would go back to the village.
People go back to their village every maybe twice a year.
No, they never go back to it. Just like you don't go back.
Kyla, you're there for like 3 months out of the year. Well, not even 3 months. You're there for like a month out of the year.
Most of the people there stay in Monrovia. They ain't back, you know. They ain't trying to go back to Grand Gita, go back to Lo-Fi.
People do all the time. You just don't know.
They go back there just one day, the weekend to chill.
No. They go back. You know, the thing, let me tell you, right, Kyla, the thing that you don't know, and again, I don't want to bring out tribal stuff, but there are tribal ceremonies, there are tribal rites that you do sometimes twice a year, 3 times a year. A lot of people go back there for it. You do bathing. People go and get bathed.
Oh, I have no problem with people doing their tribal shit.
Yeah, you don't know a lot of those things. So when you say people don't go back, you just don't know.
If you guys want to pray to a head of lettuce, I can give a shit.
No, I'm telling you, that's when you make these assertions and you don't know, you don't understand it.
Whatever you do not require media. Like I'm saying, let me.
That's what I'm saying. We're not mad at you not respecting our chiefs. I'm just telling you the people who are there.
Just like what you call it. I had it out with my wife's brothers, right? I just said, look, I think you guys been in Liberia, Africa too long. If you guys forgot the rules here, you know, we don't.
They're African. I don't know why you think there's some kind of America, Liberia, Black Americans. They're African.
You guys have been in Africa too long. You know, and whatnot. You don't try that stupid shit with me, whatnot. You know, well, you gotta do this. I said, look, nigga, you don't
be talking to them like that.
You have no idea who I am. I said, look, nigga, I try to hold my temper when not, you know, but you don't come up to me telling me what the hell I do when not. Who the fuck are you? I'm with her. I put her in the house. See the house you in right now? I bought this shit. See all the shit we have.
There you go. You see that's Kyla, right? That's the real Kyla.
You know what I'm saying? I did this shit.
She was just a poor dusty girl until you came and phoned her and dust her up.
These Negroes ain't doing nothing. You know.
I mean that's your mentality, Kyla, and they're gonna use you when you talk like that.
Look, I'm taking care of her. I'm feeding her. I'm taking care of her. You know.
Was she surviving before she met you, Kyla?
I'm the brother. I don't care. So
wait, Kyla, you have them kind of conversations?
What? Yeah, I'd be like, yo, who the fuck are you? You know, I don't give a damn, you know, about people. I had my girl Sine, she's Liberian, she was there, and she had to defend me. She was like, yo, Kyla is a good man, he loves Liberia, blah blah blah. But I am not gonna sit here and let you guys talk to him like that, you know.
Who got that feedback? Is that you, Bishop?
Come at me left and right, man.
Oh, this AD guy. Okay, let the new guy speak, Kyla. He hasn't spoken. He's been on the panel. I guess he's real quiet. Let him speak. AD.
AJ, go ahead, bro.
Hey, yeah. Can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've just been listening to it for a while, as you guys know, man. And like sometimes I'm trying to figure out if these conversations, I mean, they're entertaining, and I'm glad that you're putting on these shows, you and Dynasty and stuff like that, kind of changing some of the things you guys did in the past. But I'm trying to figure out, like, are we trying to find a solution, or do we really want to have like true ideas, or is it just for the entertainment, or is it a combination of both? Because why I'm saying that is
entertainment.
Yeah, check this
Let the
out.
guy speak though. He just got on the mic, bro.
I'm not here for entertainment. You know, I just basically put my views out there, and hopefully it'll catch on to certain people, and something will happen. That's what I do it for. You know,
right?
I'm
And I
saying
figure
got
that
the answers, but I just put out my views. If people like what I say, hey, look, there's my email up there. Let's talk. That's all I do.
Colin, somebody is giving you advice in the chat. It said you need to stay in America, or you might end up in a money ritual, which is crazy.
I'll go where I want.
Yeah, that's true, Kyla. If you talking reckless like that to them people, I don't know, bro.
They will keep quiet and they will use you for your money. Since you think that they're there for your money, they'll really start using you for your money.
Everybody just knows that I say what's on my mind. I don't give a damn because they say what's on their mind, right? They'll quickly tell you how you are.
Kyla, you need to get your juju game up. You need to elevate your chief work, man.
I don't believe in that.
I'm telling you, bro. How you gonna lead your people? You don't believe in that stuff, man.
Yo, if that juju thing was so great, you guys will have developed.
Kyla could be being used right now. You won't even know it.
Well, why don't you guys use that juju?
He doesn't even know what's going on.
Why don't you use that juju on the IMF and the World Bank, so y'all can get decent loans to fix your country?
We're doing that, man.
That's not
We're doing that right now, bro.
Yeah, look at your
You do have laws to it. You can't work overseas, brother.
Use that juju against barbecue.
That's cat.
No. See, this is the thing that I have, right? If juju works, no problem. Everyone from every tribe get the best juju motherfucker you got. And then everyone get the best intellectual she got. And let's whoop these white motherfuckers' asses. Can we not pull it off?
They got their own juju too, Jonathan. It's not like we're the only
Yeah,
ones
we go. Elvis, I don't want to hear that shit. We're going to have to make our juju better.
The white people got Wiccan. They got all kind of magic and shit.
They got weapons. Okay. They got juju. Okay. So you telling me there ain't nothing we can do?
I mean, bro, they just got the edge, brother. They got the edge.
I just brought that. Prince, I just said that.
They're a different system of magic, right? They're Oriental magic, they're Western magic, there's African magic. They're all magic.
So even in magic, white people still rule, man. Damn.
Yeah, white people are good.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
They got some powerful shit, Principe. Don't just think we just have white people have it.
They're more organized, bro. Even their spiritual systems are more organized.
More years of taking L's. Okay. Yeah.
No.
White people can summon the devil himself, brother. We deal with principalities and powers. They can summon the damn devil.
All right, fellas. Okay.
Nah,
look, I gotta get up in the morning. Y'all can stay on talk.
He don't want to have a nightmare, so you gotta end the conversation.
No. I gotta get up in the morning. I got business.
You don't want to have a bad dream. All right, man.
All right, Kyla. God bless, man. But you gotta update your tactics, man. You gotta become a Dr. Chief method, bro.
Please, a chief.
You gotta update, man. Update, bro.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Chief. I put my foot up there. You know.
All right, man.
They'll be waiting for you, like, bro, the next time you go back there, Kyla.
Yeah, so I'll see y'all later. Y'all take care.